Bro's crush literally backstabbed him in the most toxic way possible. Picture this. Your entire city turns into a frozen wasteland. Temperatures plummet, minus 100 degrees Celsius, and over 90% of humanity instantly freezes to death. Fast forward a few weeks, and the lucky ones hiding indoors are completely out of water and power. Zero food, zero heat. Everyone is literally starving in the dark. But our main guy, he was the only one who actually prepped for doomsday, chilling in absolute comfort. And for the desperate survivors with deep pockets, he tosses out a few scraps of food, but charging an absolute fortune. But honestly, his survival story did not start off this smooth. Reality check. Back in the year 2050, a massive solar explosion slammed Earth straight into a brutal new ice age. Zhang Yi was grinding his shifts at a massive warehouse, giving him the perfect setup to hoard a mountain of supplies. But when the world ended, his longtime crush teamed up with his sketchy neighbors, busted into his safe house, and hijacked everything. She coldly smirked right in his face, admitting she completely played him just to get the door open. Bleeding out on the freezing floor, Zhang Yi swore he would drag her straight to hell. But then, boom. He randomly wakes up 3 months in the past, way before the deep freeze. Shocked but hyper-focused, he vows to never simp for that snake again. He is going full villain mode. He is going to destroy everyone who wronged him and eat popcorn while his neighbors freeze. The clock is ticking. Exactly 3 months until the apocalyptic freeze drops. Step 1. Hoard absolutely everything he needs to survive, before society completely collapses, and upgrade his bunker into an absolute fortress. While mapping out his master plan, a blinding white flash suddenly hits his vision, but instead of losing his eyesight, he unlocks an insane cheat skill. He can literally teleport items straight into a pocket dimension, exactly like an infinite video game inventory. His new strategy: vacuum up an entire superstore worth of groceries right into this void, guaranteeing endless food and drinks for decades, realizing he only has a tiny window left for fresh, hot meals. Before everything freezes over in 3 months, Zhang Yi hits up a 5-star steakhouse, completely pigs out, and swipes his credit card for a massive 50,000 won feast. Because in exactly 3 months, credit card debt is going to be completely worthless anyway. Suddenly that toxic girl Fang Yuqing, the one he relentlessly simped over for years, and who literally backstabbed him alongside her bestie in his past life, catches him walking out of that high-end spot. Her friend instantly hypes her up, gossiping that her pathetic little lapdog must have finally hit the jackpot to afford a place like that. Zhang Yi glares at her. In my past life, this girl played the pure innocent angel, right before she stripped me of my supplies and my pulse. Right now, I want to absolutely end her right here on the sidewalk. But catching a murder charge right before the apocalypse is bad for business. I just gotta wait for doomsday to do my dirty work. Flipping his mood, Zhang Yi flashes his shiny bank card and smirks. Hey, you two want to go on a massive shopping spree? At the superstore, he totally weaponizes their greed, using them as his personal pack mules while flexing his brand new limitless budget. And the two gold diggers instantly agree, practically foaming at the mouth for a free payout. Sweating under the heavy bags, she finally stops and asks why the hell he is hoarding so much food. Our MC drops a cold truth: you never know when a literal apocalypse might hit, so you better stay ready. Those two leeches whine that he's being totally clueless, acting like they're doing him some massive favor. In their heads, Zhang Yi suddenly owes them a 5-star feast to match his last insane meal. Zhang Yi just smirks on the inside. Oh, he absolutely can't wait to give them exactly what they deserve. Honestly, same here. Right as he steps out of the supermarket, his obnoxious Aunt Lin and her bratty kid block his path. You seriously can't hoard all those snacks for yourself. Hand some over. Her 5-year-old demon spawn literally tries hijacking his cart. Zhang Yi snatches it right back. Tough luck, kid. I'm inhaling every single bite myself. The brat throws a massive tantrum, screaming insults. Zhang Yi glares down. Keep it up and I'll knock your baby teeth out. Boom. Cue the instant waterworks. Aunt Lin totally flips out. Are you seriously bullying a toddler? She snaps that she'll just buy the dumb chocolate from him. But of course she claims she'll Venmo him later. He aggressively flashes his QR code. Nope, we're doing this right now, lady. Pay up instantly or march your butt back inside and buy it yourself. He turns on his heel, leaving Aunt Lin fuming in the dust. Back at his apartment complex, Fang Yutong shoots him a flirty wink. And those two gold diggers remind him not to forget about them when he's eating good. He responds by slamming his front door straight in their delusional faces. With those pests finally out of his hair, Zhang Yi dumps out his insane grocery haul into his dimensional space, testing if time would rot his stash. He's on a seriously tight deadline. Next up, upgrading his crib into a literal tank decked out with heavy-duty heating, and packing it with a pharmacy's worth of meds. Securing some crazy firepower would be the absolute cherry on top. The clock is ticking. Only 3 months until a brutal ice age freezes the world solid. Before hell freezes over, he needs to liquidate every single asset he owns like yesterday, just to hoard even more gear. Fast forward to the next morning. He opens his inventory, checking up on his midnight snacks, and realizes a crucial flaw. No living, breathing things allowed in the void, but the food still piping hot and perfectly fresh. With that wild hack confirmed, Zhang Yi whips out his phone, dials the sickest 5-star joint in the city, and drops an order for 500 massive combo meals. His cover story: a crazy 3-day non-stop rager, which totally justifies why he's ordering half their kitchen. Phase 2 begins. He digs up his property deed and speed runs to the bank to mortgage his flat. Because once the world ends, cash is basically just glorified toilet paper. So Zhang Yi goes all in, betting his house on a massive loan. The bank manager gives him the standard warning, crying about crazy high interest rates. But Zhang Yi couldn't care less. He casually walks out with $9 million bucks, leaving behind a $30 million debt he'll never have to pay. Next stop, the city's top-tier security firm, a project manager, rushes over to kiss up to him. Zhang Yi lays out his crazy blueprint for the ultimate doomsday bunker. The guy flips through a bunch of basic security setups, but Zhang Yi shoots them all down. He demands military-grade aerospace titanium wrapped around his walls, bulletproof glass thick enough to stop a sniper, and a hyper-advanced air filtration system. Oh, and the front door, basically a massive titanium bank vault. Then he slides in the wildest request, hooking him up with black market weapons. The manager starts sweating bullets, totally thrown off by this supervillain-level home makeover. He swears he can build the fortress, but the heavy artillery is a strict no-go. Fair enough. Zhang Yi knows this setup will basically make him invincible anyway. He slams down the deposit on the $8 million bill ready for war. He didn't waste a single second ordering the crew to start construction immediately. Next up, he dialed a shady hunting club owner and managed to score some heavy-duty crossbows on his way home. Meanwhile, the 500 gourmet meals he pre-ordered finally dropped. This massive flex practically snapped the necks of his nosy neighbors, because these weren't just regular delivery guys. They rolled up in massive trucks from a 5-star hotel, hauling a feast that easily cost no time to stall. He shoved every single bite into his spatial dimension so he wouldn't ever have to stress about starving, for literally years to come. The very next morning, the heavy-duty security squad rolled up and kicked off the bunker construction. Of course, the local gossips were lurking in the shadows, snickering and totally dragging Zhang Yi behind his back. They straight up thought the dude had lost his mind and forgotten to take his meds. Ignoring the haters, Zhang Yi and secured a massive stash of medical supplies by slapping double the market price right on the table. All this insane spending quickly caught the eye of the ultimate gold digger, Fang Yuqing. She slid into his messages, fishing to see if something huge was about to go down, and even dropped a fake manipulative "I miss you so much." But our guy totally left her on red, ignoring her toxic vibes and leaving her absolutely fuming. She was shook. Her ultimate simp, the dude who used to worship the ground she walked on, was straight up ghosting her. Her bestie just laughed right in her face. She told Yuqing to chill out, claiming that if an apocalypse was actually dropping, the government would definitely blast a warning to everyone. She plotted that her only mission right now was to seduce whatever new rich guys were hanging around Zhang Yi and drain their wallets. Fast forward a few weeks, and Zhang Yi's ultimate doom fortress was finally complete. The crew even rigged high-tech security cameras on every single floor. Zhang Yi smirked, totally vibing with his new impenetrable setup. Now there was just one final supply drop left to clear. A massive convoy of drinking water trucks rumbled into the district, pulling up back to back. One of the delivery guys actually turned out to be Uncle Yu, a familiar face from his block. The old man looked totally baffled, wondering why on earth this kid needed thousands of gallons of water. Flashing back to his past life, Uncle Yu was one of the only real ones who actually had Zhang Yi's back. So leaning in close, he whispered a chilling warning. This winter is going to be brutally cold. Stockpile absolutely everything you can right now. At first, Uncle Yu brushed it off as total nonsense. But staring into Zhang Yi's dead serious eyes, a shiver ran down his spine, forcing him to take the kid seriously. Hey, stop slacking and get back to work, you lazy bum. Over the next few weeks, Zhang Yi went on an absolute spending spree, draining his bank account to hoard a massive mountain of survival gear, and ruthlessly grinding his crossbow skills every single day. With only 3 days left on the doomsday clock, the weather was already acting completely psychotic. The ultimate moment had finally arrived, flexing his authority as the inventory manager. Zhang Yi brewed a giant batch of spiked tea and invited the whole crew for a quick break. Exactly 1 hour after knocking back the drinks, The entire shift passed out cold on the floor. Smirking, he swiftly killed all the security feeds. Now, it was prime time to quietly wipe the massive Walmart warehouse completely clean, snatching up every single drop of fuel and food. Our guy Zhang Yi didn't waste a single second completely wiping that warehouse clean. One specific crate caught his eye, brand new heavy-duty winter survival gear his company just bought. This stuff was hardcore built to handle insane temperatures dropping all the way to -100 degrees. To make his alibi totally bulletproof, he chugged ahead, then he casually slipped right back into bed with his coworkers 2 hours later. Fast forward, he's getting violently shaken awake by his frantic staff. They were totally panicking, screaming that they were screwed and the warehouse, every single box was gone. Hearing this, our guy pulled out an Oscar-worthy fake gasp. Wait, how does an entire mountain of inventory just vanish into thin air? Soon enough, the big boss called him absolutely losing his mind over the missing supplies. Since the place was wiped clean without a single fingerprint left behind, the manager immediately pointed fingers at the supervisor, accusing him of an inside job. Zhang Yi just flashed a nervous little smile, joking that he totally wasn't smart enough to pull off a heist like that. The cops dragged the whole squad down to the station for questioning, but obviously they found absolutely nothing. I mean, how do you even investigate stuff getting literally teleported away after grilling everyone? The detective ordered the crew not to leave town, since everyone was still a prime suspect. With a sneaky smirk, Zhang Yi promised he wouldn't even step outside his front door. That insane December 10th heist instantly blew up all over the local news. The whole city was shook, unable to grasp how literal tons of goods just ghosted, and later that exact same day, heavy relentless snow started dumping from the sky. Jiang Yi watched the flakes fall, knowing this was the official kickoff to the frozen apocalypse. Fast forward 3 days. Safe inside his fortified, the temperature nosedived off a cliff triggered by a massive cosmic supernova explosion. Staring out his reinforced window at the massive blizzard, Zhang Yi muttered that this time around he was writing a totally different ending to his story. Outside, the locals were freaking out, having never seen this level of extreme weather before. Watching the chaos, Zhang Yi silently realized a harsh truth. For way too many people down there, this would be their first and absolute last snowstorm. In his past life, this nightmare blizzard raged non-stop for 3 agonizing months. By day 2 of the freeze, the snowdrifts blocking his neighborhood gate were already stacked 1 meter high. Even blasting their heaters on max, everyday folks were left shivering and desperate. But our boy Jiang Yi, he was chilling in absolute comfort surrounded by premium space heaters. After catching some elite sleep, his phone suddenly started buzzing. It was his toxic ex Yu Qing calling to aggressively interrogate him, demanding to know if he predicted and screaming about why he kept her in the dark. Jiang Yi just let out a cold laugh and instantly hung up on her. She was literally fuming on the other end. So she shamelessly blew up his texts, begging him to hand over some groceries. Reading her desperate messages, Jiang Yi decided it was time for some premium trolling. He flexed on her by snapping a pic of his sizzling steak paired with fancy wine. She immediately recognized it as top-tier Wagyu beef. Suddenly, acting all sweet, she invited herself over to share the meal. Jiang Yi brutally shot back that if she wanted Wagyu so bad she could brave the apocalypse and buy it herself. Even though she wanted to scream, she forced herself to swallow her rage, knowing she had to kiss up to him if she wanted inside his fortress. He totally ghosted her after that, happily destroying the rest of his feast. Right as he was kicking back, something sketchy popped up on his iPad's security camera feed. Auntie Lin, the building manager, hopped in the chat telling everyone to chill and stop brawling over groceries. She swore this freak blizzard would blow over in 2 or 3 days max, promising the neighborhood committee had our backs. Then she dropped a heavy warning: absolutely zero hoarding allowed or she would personally snitch to the cops. But one guy totally called her bluff, demanding to know how she was so sure this megastorm was ending anytime soon. The whole lobby quickly chimed in, straight up telling her that if they starved because they did not stock up, that blood was on her hands. They were terrified of running on empty. Backpedaling hard, Lin dumped all the pressure onto the committee, and then randomly tagged Zhang Hui just to deflect, warning him to keep his mouth shut. Our boy literally could not care less about her empty threats, and just went back to chilling. Fast forward 1 entire week, the snow still dumping relentlessly. Lin popped back into the group demanding our young guy Zhang Hui go shovel out the main entrance. He immediately clapped back, saying clearing that snow was totally pointless, because it was like trying to drain an ocean with a tiny plastic cup. Shooting down her demand, Zhang Hui sarcastically suggested she go beg the neighborhood's wealthy elites for a favor instead. Oh, she was fuming. He was absolutely baiting her into a massive meltdown. Throwing a total tantrum, she declared that as the voice of the committee, this was an official mandate, and anyone defying her would take the full blame for the building's disaster. Not backing down, he questioned why Lin was so scared to bother the rich neighbors, and dropped Chen Zhong's name, suggesting she ask him how to clear a path. Chen Zhong literally runs a construction empire, meaning he has a whole crew for this exact stuff. Then he threw Xing Song under the bus, saying the rich kid could easily just throw money at the problem if he was too lazy to help. Boom. Auntie Lin's total grip on the chat was completely shattered, reading the chaotic replies. She cursed under her breath and desperately tried rallying the whole thread to get off the couch and shovel together. Seeing the messy drama, Chen Zhong instantly exploded at both Lin and Zhang Hui, totally furious at them for acting like they somehow owned the entire complex. Then Xing Song dropped a voice note in the chat, whining about how he was grinding so hard and attached a super luxurious photo just to flex his lifestyle. Auntie Lin was violently shaking with rage at the millionaire's sheer audacity, but totally chickened out of calling him out. Instead, she spun around and pinned the entire chaotic mess right back on Zhang Hui. Zhang Hui. He left her on red and completely tuned out the noise. Pushed to the absolute edge, Lin actually called his personal number to scream at him. Big mistake. He went ice cold, warning her that if she kept yapping and bothering him, he would permanently end her. Trembling with pure terror, she slammed the phone down and stayed dead silent in the group chat. Right as our boy was crushing his dinner, a massive boom rattled his front door. Outside, Chen Zhong was losing his mind, screaming, "You thought you were so tough in the chat, turning everybody against me. I am going to rip you apart, you little punk." Without flinching, Zhang Hui gripped his tactical bow and silently stalked toward the entrance. As the heavy banging continued, aiming his weapon straight through the opening, he whispered, "Who is taking out who first?" Zhang Hui sunk a brutal arrow right into Chen Zhong's shin through the peephole gap. He watched the arrogant bully writhing on the icy floor, groaning in pure agony. Nobody ever expected the quiet, naive kid to actually snap and fight back this hard. But little did Chen Zhong know, this was just the opening scene of Zhang Yi's brutal revenge arc. With temperatures dropping below zero, Chen Zhang was literally on borrowed time. If he didn't patch up that wound ASAP, the infection would totally eat him alive. While the freezing cold slowly drained his HP to zero, dragging his bleeding body to the elevator, he was absolutely shook that a random kid he barely knew could actually do him this dirty. Truth is, Zhang Yi was ready to end him right then and there. The realization hit the bully like a truck, making him panic, dial 911. But thanks to the apocalyptic blizzard, help was definitely not on the way. So he had to play doctor, using the freezing weather to numb his busted leg. He yanked the arrow out himself, grabbed his phone, and immediately started dropping death threats in the group chat. "I'm gonna end you," he typed. But Zhang Yi didn't even flinch, clapping straight back. "Pull up then and I'll finish the job." Reading that savage exchange left all the neighbors in the chat, because literally nobody in this entire building had the guts to cross Chen Zhang. This was the first time anyone had ever stood up to the local tyrant. Foaming at the mouth, he instantly called up all his goons. Flash forward and a massive mob of armed thugs rolled up to his spot. A guy named Baldy led the raid straight to Zhang Yi's front door. "Zhang Yi, you messed with the wrong boss. You are so cooked today." Baldy swung his machete at what he thought was a wooden door, but the blade instantly shattered, sending spooked out of his mind. Baldy yelled that the door was literally solid steel. Like, how many ops does this kid even have? His apartment is built like a literal bank vault. Watching the whole circus on his security cams, Zhang Yi smirked, noticing they looked weak and desperate for food. Outside, the mob was raging, completely losing their minds. That's when Zhang Yi cooked up a brilliant, chaotic idea. He grabbed a heavy-duty hose, hooked it straight up to his kitchen faucet, and cranked the valve. The thugs outside saw a small slot open in the door. They were super confused since no arrows came flying out. They actually thought they were safe for a second. Big mistake. Suddenly, a high-pressure blast. Bodies instantly dropped onto the icy concrete, completely frozen. Only a lucky few managed to sprint away. Watching the chaos unfold, Zhang Yi leaned back, looking ridiculously satisfied. Because in minus 50-degree weather, tap water is way deadlier than any gun. Back at the boss's place, the three surviving goons huddled together, violently shivering like crazy. "What the hell happened?" Chen Zheng roared. "An entire squad couldn't jump one single kid." The frozen thugs stuttered, explaining that Zhang Yi was playing 4D chess. Dude literally installed a military-grade steel door, and then blasted us with ice water through a tiny slot. Gritting his teeth, Chen Zheng growled that the kid couldn't camp in his base forever. "Put guys on a 24/7 stakeout at his door. The second he steps out, you grab him and drag his body straight down to the lobby." Meanwhile, Uncle Lou rallied a bunch of neighbors to shovel the massive snowdrift blocking the building's exit. Their master plan: tunnel their way to the local supermarket to loot some desperately needed food. But reality hit them hard. Just like Zhang Yi warned, The blizzard was dumping snow way faster than they could ever shovel. After an hour of freezing their butts off, they completely gave up and dragged themselves back inside. Zhang Yi knows human strength is an absolute joke. Against a disaster this massive, the news keeps feeding everyone lies, promising the public that the government is totally winning this war against the endless blizzard. But our guy is the only one who knows the dark truth. 95% of the global population is literally going to freeze to death in this whiteout. Out of nowhere, his toxic lifelong crush slides into his DMs to check on him. If she wasn't so clueless, she could be chilling right here, living a life of absolute luxury with him. Zhang Yi just shoots back a dry text saying he's perfectly. She immediately drops the act, crying that she's out of groceries and trying to guilt trip him about his massive stockpile. Slide me some of your food and I'll invite you over for dinner later, she types. Smirking, Zhang Yi just flexes a picture of a massive steaming lobster and replies that his dinner is already served. She instantly loses her mind, screaming at her screen that this toxic attitude is exactly why he is hopelessly. As far as she is concerned, he just completely blew his only chance with her. Right on cue, her annoying bestie texts him too, trying to play the victim card. Wow, you really broke Fang Yusin's heart. Staring at this pathetic message, Zhang Yi just laughs at how absolutely desperate their little reality show is. The bestie finally drops the manipulative act, claiming this snowstorm is going to melt away any day now anyway. She demands to know why he won't step up and be a hero for his lovely neighbors. She even dangles the bait, hinting he could finally win Yuxin's heart, like it would be the ultimate prize for a guy like him. Unbothered, Zhang Yi ignores the essay and just replies, "Oh." The bestie absolutely rages. How did this total simp suddenly get massive main character energy? Yuxin completely gives up trying to figure out why her ultimate doormat suddenly grew a spine. In her Delulu mind, if he is no longer bowing down to her, she can just manipulate a cheaper, easier target. Yuxin instantly calls up her backup simp, Zhou Peng. He actually rushes over through the freezing cold with a massive bag of groceries, handing over literally all the food he has left to survive. Before Yuxin even has to string this absolute fool along any further, her roommate brutally slams the door right in his face. And judging by Yuxin's cold eyes, she couldn't care less if he starved. Her toxic mind is strictly focused on plotting pure revenge against Zhang Yi, just because he dared to flex his extra stash and reject her. Fast forward 5 days and the snow outside is piling up to apocalyptic levels. Zhang Yi casually devours some crispy fried chicken, just waiting for the real chaos to drop. Suddenly, total darkness hits. The entire grid goes down, plunging every building into a frozen blackout. Panic sets in immediately, and the neighbors start creeping out of their freezing apartments, desperately knocking on doors to see if anyone still has power. With both the water completely frozen and the grid dead, the heating system shut down instantly. It is now brutally cold enough to literally freeze to death hiding under the blankets. Right after tossing his last chicken bone, Zhang Yi casually brushes his teeth and fires up the heavy-duty generator he either bought or totally looted back at the warehouse. Meanwhile, Auntie Lin, the nosy head of the neighborhood committee, is violently shivering while desperately clutching her grandson. She is in absolute shock. Never in her wildest dreams did she think this snowstorm would last this long. A chilling message dropped in the group chat and Aunt Lin was the only one who caught it. Someone leaked that this wasn't just a basic blizzard, it was a global deep freeze, hitting once every 100,000 years. We're talking straight-up mass extinction vibes. Major cities were already wiping out across the country, warning everyone to hoard supplies ASAP. Aunt Lin's jaw practically hit the floor. She had zero clue this winter wonderland was actually a death trap. But then a totally toxic scheme sparked in her brain. She needed to hustle the entire building into surrendering their grocery stashes. Hiding the terrifying truth, she spammed the tenants' group chat, hyping everyone up to stay chill, claiming this icy apocalypse was just a quick hiccup. Promising that crews were already out fixing the water and power grids, she lied that higher-ups had dropped an absolute mandate. Because of this wild state of emergency, the neighborhood committee was officially taking total control over the tenants. Anyone trying to act up and resist would get dragged out and interrogated by the cops. The moment that text landed, the chat went completely sour, especially for big shot Chen Zhang. But no matter how much clout the guy flexed, you do not mess with a direct police order. He had to bow down. Meanwhile, Aunt Lin kept typing her fake news into the group. Because this blizzard is hitting so hard, the committee is stepping up to confiscate every single crumb of food from every apartment for equal distribution. Reading her garbage, Zhang Yi instantly flashback to her pulling this exact same stunt in his past life, where she straight up embezzled everyone's survival rations. But Aunt Lin massively fumbled by sliding into Zhang Yi's DMs. "I saw you buy 3 massive trucks of groceries. You're totally hoarding. Time to cough it up and do your civic duty." Furious at her audacity, Zhang Yi smashed the voice memo button and dropped a bomb in the main chat. "You lying old scammer. Listen up, guys. Totally binged all my snacks already, and my pantry is literally empty right now. When she comes around raiding your places, make sure to bring me some leftovers." Hearing that audio drop, the old hag practically flatlined from pure rage. How dare he wreck her master plan in 5 seconds? But remembering she and her grandson were starving and desperate for his stash, she swallowed her pride. Acting super sweet. "This is an official order from the top. You have to comply. Once the snow melts, I'll totally recommend you for a heroism award." If Zhang Yi hadn't been brutally murdered by her in his past life, he might have fallen for the cap. Instead, casually brushing his teeth, he shot back, "Auntie, I'm being for real. I don't have a single crumb up here. And I am starving. Could you be a doll and send up some ramen?" Hearing his sarcasm, Aunt Lin totally lost it and snapped. "Refusing to donate your stash is absolute treason against the committee. I am reporting you to the cops right now." Zhang Yi just left her on read, knowing she was nothing but a pathetic joke. Auntie Lin was tweaking so hard she straight up smashed her phone against the wall. Seething with rage and taking a massive L, she pivoted her scam to target the other tenants. If she could just gaslight a few of these gullible neighbors, she'd be set. Fast forward 2 days later. Her toxic web of lies actually worked, and a bunch of clueless residents dropped off their entire food stashes at her door. Watching this go down, Jian Gui couldn't believe how brain-dead these people were. The world was literally collapsing into absolute chaos right outside their windows, and rations were basically non-existent. It was literally survival of the fittest. You either starve to death or hunt for scraps. Reality finally hit, and panicked tenants started spam tagging Auntie Lin in the group chat. "We are literally starving in here. Cough up the rations, Auntie Lin, or we're literally gonna eat you alive." The shady boomer just laughed in their faces, typing back, "I earned these groceries with my own hard work." Suddenly, her screen lit up with a call, and seeing Chen Zhang's name pop up made her instantly sweat. "What do you want from a helpless old lady?" Chen Zhang's voice was dead cold. "Auntie Lin, you really just scammed the whole block and finessed our food." She immediately played the victim card, yapping about how the neighborhood committee set it up and she was just following orders. Chen Zhang hit back, saying that's perfect, because a whole mob is waiting on you to drop those supplies. Panicking, the old Karen scrambled for excuses, claiming the inventory wasn't even sorted out yet. "Some of the residents haven't even handed over their stash yet, so I can't just start handing stuff out." That was the final straw. Chen Zhang and his starving crew straight up breached her apartment. Law and order was dead, and he brutally backhanded the old lady. He was the judge and executioner today. Meanwhile, Jian Gui was watching this entire chaotic raid in glorious 4K on his security monitors, totally unbothered, just chilling and munching on a sausage. He even screen recorded the absolute beatdown at Auntie Lin's place, and leaked the whole clip straight to the building's group chat. Realizing her entire stash was getting looted, she lunged forward to physically block Chen Zhang. "Wait, some of this is my own personal stash. If you take this, how the hell are my grandson and I supposed to survive?" Chen Zhang deadass said, "Sucks to be you," and ruthlessly kicked her to the floor. Her grandson, absolutely traumatized, grabbed a bread knife to protect his grandma, and slashed one of the guys. Wincing in pain, the thug instantly Sparta-kicked the kid right in the chest while the rest of the crew just laughed at them. Chen Zhang literally could not care less, spitting out that this was straight-up karma for scamming everyone. "We're just delivering justice." Meanwhile, the group chat was absolutely losing it over the leaked video. "Hyping up the raid and spamming serves you right, you old witch." "That's exactly how you deal with scumbags," the group chat cheered, practically throwing a parade for Chen Zhang. Swiping through the messages, Zhang Yi just scoffed. These clueless NPCs were totally missing the big picture. Sure, Chen Zhang kicked down old lady Lin's door today, but tomorrow, he could be busting down yours. But did Zhang Yi care? Not even a little bit. None of this drama affected him. His massive steel vault door was practically bomb-proof. Those losers weren't scratching it. Suddenly, Auntie Lin's desperate texts flooded the building's group chat. "Please, does anyone have blood-clotting meds, bandages, or antibiotics? That monster Chen Zhang attacked my sweet grandson. Dr. Xiao needs those supplies right now for emergency surgery." Jiang Yi's eyes widened at the screen. Dr. Xiao. He remembered her. She was actually a solid surgeon in his past life. Now it totally made sense why she had always turned a blind eye to the chaos. Auntie Lin kept frantically begging for those medical supplies, promising to practically worship the ground of whoever helped her out. But the chat went dead silent. Crickets. Nobody gave a single damn. Watching the screen, Zhang Yi just smirked. That was straight up instant karma. Outside, the apocalyptic blizzard had been raging for over a solid week. The entire ground floor was buried in snow, completely paralyzing the city. Besides, even if the kid survived surgery, he'd just starve to death anyway. Word on the street was that this wasn't just local, it was a freak global freeze. The entire planet was basically drowning in ice. Up north, temperatures had plummeted below minus 100 degrees. A ton of desperate locals who tried to escape south literally turned into human popsicles on the highway. Auntie Lynn blew up the chat again, sounding absolutely unhinged. My precious baby hasn't eaten in 2 days, he's just a little boy. Are you heartless monsters really gonna let him die? She even offered cold hard cash for anyone willing to drop off some food. Seeing a chance to secure the bag, the neighbors finally started offering up cheap instant ramen for a crazy $2,000 a pack. After swiping her cash, they tossed the kid a lifeline. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, chilling on his couch, found the whole circus absolutely hilarious. These clowns had zero clue they were living in an actual apocalypse. Pretty soon they'd be snacking on those dollar bills, playing the wealthy elite. That sneaky guy Xinjiang started hoarding everyone's groceries, throwing massive stacks of cash at them. He was one step ahead. He knew perfectly well that cash was completely useless in this frozen hellscape. Next up, a single mom started dropping SOS messages in the chat. Her little girl was literally starving to death, and she was praying for a miracle from her neighbors. Zhang Yi recalled that this specific woman actually managed to keep herself and her kid alive for a long time in his past life. So honestly, they'd figure it out. Day 10 of the deep freeze. Zhang Yi was lounging in his fortress, totally vibing in absolute luxury. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Checking the caller ID, he burst out laughing. He answered the FaceTime and smirked. Wow, you're looking a little skinny there. As he aggressively chewed a massive drumstick, the sight of his hot, crispy chicken made them literally drool. They begged to know why he still had an entire grocery store's worth of food locked inside, and with the world frozen solid outside, why was he sweating bullets in a t-shirt? Flexing hard, he casually mentioned the massive fireplace roasting his living room. Honestly, it's way too hot in here, he teased. I might go for a quick jog outside just to cool off. Desperate Yujing started heavily flirting, practically begging to come over and share a hot bath. Zhang Yi completely shut her down without missing a beat. He even had the nerve to crack a joke. That totally set her off. She was fuming at Zhang Yi in 0 seconds flat. Like, leaving her on read is one thing, but roasting her while she's starving, major red flag. It is what it is, he snapped. You still think I'm just some broke nobody. Zhang Yi didn't hold back. Want a free meal? Go cry to your sugar daddy. Click. He straight up hung up. On the other end, Yu Qing completely lost. Her so-called loser was suddenly holding all the cards. Meanwhile, her bestie wouldn't stop hyping Zhang Yi up. That dude is stacked, she gushed. You're totally fumbling the bag by not locking down his insane stash. Suddenly, he was looking way better than the clout-chasing rich boys she usually hung with. That sparked an absolute screaming match. Yu Qing wasn't about to let anyone call her out for acting foolish. While they were beefing, the government finally stopped gatekeeping the apocalyptic snowstorm news. They dropped an emergency broadcast on live TV. To keep the grid from completely flatlining, power would only kick in during the dead of night. And even then, the juice was barely enough to charge a phone. Right now, every major power plant was offline. Electricity was practically liquid gold. People were surviving on glowing screens and a single flickering light bulb. Hot showers, forget about it. The terrifying reality just dropped. This deep freeze had zero expiration date. After 10 minutes of screaming without ruining their friendship, Yu Qing and her bestie decided to switch up their tactics. She grabbed her phone and dialed her ultimate backup simp, Zhou Peng. She played the total victim, sobbing about how Zhang Yi tried to take advantage of her just for some groceries. Zhou Peng immediately saw red, cursing Zhang Yi out, screaming that the guy needed to pay. Catching onto his rage, Yu Qing totally manipulated the simp into raiding Zhang Yi's fortress. Flash forward. The three of them were creeping outside his heavy-duty door, gripping chef's knives, hovering in the shadows while pounding on the metal. But Zhang Yi was watching the whole pathetic show in Ultra HD on his security feed. He spotted the ultimate simp pacing outside. He grinned. These clowns had zero clue they were on candid camera. They banged on the door, shouting some fake story about trading meds for snacks. Annoyed by their audacity, Zhang Yi decided to teach them a lesson. He initially grabbed a hose to blast them with freezing water. But then his eyes landed on his overflowing trash bin. A wicked idea sparked. He had a much better, significantly nastier plan. Hooking up a customized pipe, he unleashed an absolute tidal wave of raw sewage straight at them, drenching the squad in freezing, foul-smelling garbage water. There's your free meal, he mocked. Eat up. Zhou Peng went feral, punching the door, but just ended up shattering his own hand against the solid metal, chuckling darkly. Zhang Yi hit the intercom. It's military-grade steel, idiots. Have fun out there. Eventually, the shivering trio gave up, and Zhang Yi peacefully went to bed. But his deep sleep didn't last, completely jolted by the sharp, echoing crack of a firearm. He knew society was turning into a brutal survival game, but the actual sound of steel ringing out still made his blood run cold. Swiping awake his security tablet, he pulled up the live feed. Chen Zheng and his goon squad were actively kicking in doors, looting supplies. Block by block, unit by unit, the guy was unhinged. Chen Zheng even dropped flex pics of his brutal raids straight into the apartment complex group chat, declaring himself the new king of the concrete jungle. Watching this chaos unfold on his monitors, Zhang Yi noticed a secret splinter chat popping up. The terrified tenants were plotting a massive pushback against Chen Zheng's tyranny. Zhang Yi got added to the stealth chat. He scrolled through the panic, sipping his drink, totally entertained by the drama. Suddenly, a hardcore military vet stepped up, proposing an all-out counterstrike to take Chen Zheng down once and for all, and the chat completely blew up with support. The boomer veteran pitched a wild idea, drafting the younger guys to handle neighborhood security and hoard weapons. Instantly, some lady dropped a voice note in the group chat exposing Auntie Lin for looting them just the other day. Like, are we seriously trusting this old dude and Boom. That debate split the entire apartment complex right down the middle. Half the squad was totally down to raid Chen Jinghuang's stash, while the rest were heavily side-eyeing the veteran, trusting absolutely nobody. Watching this absolute dumpster fire unfold in the chat, while casually snacking and monitoring his high-tech security cams, Zhang Yi knew he had to squash this beef fast. Fast forward to the next morning. One of the neighbors who fiercely boycotted the veteran's raid plan started spamming the group chat, begging for someone to save her. Her front door was literally being smashed in, and she knew she was next on the chopping block. It didn't take long before they brutally dragged her out into the freezing hallway. Reality check hit hard. Yuding and her terrified little friend group realized they needed a survival strategy like yesterday. This girl's masterclass in toxicity: leak the intel that Zhang Yi was hoarding a massive, then manipulate the entire mob into storming his fortress to steal his loot. They even dragged him into a new group chat just to flex on him, but Zhang Yi literally could not care less. They had the audacity to demand he team up with their little squad of 4, claiming it was the only way to survive the wrath of Chen Jinghuang. Zhang Yi's response, a brutal unapologetic, left the chat. That ice-cold energy left Yuding and her crew completely shook. Like, how did this massive pushover from 3 months ago? Panicking, they started brainstorming ways to breach Zhang Yi's crib and hijack his safe house. Mr. Glasses piped up, suggesting they just bust the front door wide open. Turns out his buddy was basically a pro at picking locks. So they committed to cracking that heavy-duty lock, popping up umbrellas like total clowns to block any boiling water attacks. But Zhang Yi, he was just chilling, watching them through the monitors, and casually flipped the switch on his high-voltage defense grid. The so-called lock-picking genius had literally just whined that the lock was impossible to crack. Suddenly, zap. The dude basically got deep-fried by the electric current and dropped dead on the spot. Watching the guy fry, Zhang Yi didn't feel a single ounce of guilt. Zero remorse. Glasses guy lost his absolute, daring him to step outside and fight like a man. Hearing this absolute nonsense, our boy just smirked, loaded his crossbow, and pinned the dude's left arm straight to the wall. His 2 lackeys rushed in to play hero, and guess what? They caught arrows to the body too. The mega loser and the rest of Yuting's trash squad scrambled back to their miserable apartments in pure terror, leaving the 3 human pincushions writhing on the concrete, squealing in agony. Back inside, one of the girls turned around and smacked the absolute daylight out of that snake Yuting, screaming that this massive disaster was entirely her fault. Furious that she conveniently forgot to mention the guy was armed with lethal crossbows, Yuting bawled that she was clueless, crying that last time he only splashed them with garbage water. Zhou Peng, being the ultimate simp, immediately jumped in to defend his toxic queen. Meanwhile, the genius with the bleeding arm reminded them that, hey, maybe treating their gaping stab wounds should be the priority. They desperately called for backup, and Dr. Zhou Qi had to pull up to inspect the carnage. Completely stunned, the neighborhood doc dropped a harsh reality check. With wounds this deep and 0 surgical gear, these bozos have less than a 20% shot at surviving. That rusted iron arrow practically guarantees a nasty infection. No antibiotics. Yeah, they are completely cooked. The sister of one of the bleeding thugs bursts into messy tears, sobbing that Zhang Yi is a total psycho who did this on purpose. The clueless doctor, totally out of the loop, drops a massive warning bomb. You better scrounge up some meds ASAP, because the second I yank these arrows out, they will bleed to death. The so-called smart guy in glasses absolutely loses his mind, screaming that Zhang Yi owes them medicine. Hearing this, our two-faced queen Yu Qing suddenly remembers that Zhang Yi had been acting super weird lately, hardcore, hoarding insane amounts of supplies. She immediately spills the tea, telling the desperate group that Zhang Yi definitely has a massive stash of meds. She literally saw him stockpiling it. In her twisted logic, they were only trying to casually rob him. So since their little heist failed, this whole bloodbath is entirely his fault. Delulu much. The crying girl turns on Yu Qing, fiercely demanding she use her pretty privilege to guilt-trip Zhang Yi into coughing up the pills. Because if they do not get those meds right now, her brother is literally going. Time for the master plan. Yu Qing dials his number aggressively, forcing out some fake crocodile tears. Sobbing into the phone that the boys are barely clinging to. Zhang Yi coldly asks why he should even care. Triggered, the crazy thug's sister snatches the phone, screeching that he has a moral duty to save them. But Zhang Yi is the king of savagery. Adding a brutal insult to their literal injury, he flat out tells them to rot. Zero sympathy, zero help. I do not care what happens to her, he says with absolute ice in his veins. He even taunts the raging sister. Go ahead, step to my door right now if you are so tough. One of the unhinged guys completely snaps and dashes out the door. His buddy tries to hold him back, only to get cursed out. Get your hands off me, bitch. Tension boils over and one of the injured guy's cousins unleashes a vicious slap. In pure panic mode, the girl desperately begs Zhou Peng, the resident beta male, to step up. Sure, Zhou Peng is a nice guy, but he is painfully weak and totally broke. Meanwhile, the wounded kid collapses, screaming in absolute agony. The enraged sister charges straight toward Zhang Yi's fortress. In her scrambled brain, he is the villain of this story, and she refuses to let Yu Qing slide either. Zhou Peng drops a grim reminder that without drugs, it is a guaranteed game over, and cowardly dips out. Coughing up blood, one of the pierced thugs croaks out a toxic idea: leak Zhang Yi's massive food stash to the whole building. The glasses guy grins wickedly, plotting that once the brutal mob boss Chen Jian raids the fortress, they can snatch the leftover meds. Yu Qing instantly panics, fiercely objecting, but the crazy sister steps up, dead staring Yu Qing, and threatening to literally punch her teeth down her throat if she snitches. Simp Zhou Peng weakly tries to play the hero, saying he hates seeing women get hit. But he quickly folds, admitting this desperate raid is literally their only survival strategy. Going full nuclear, they bomb the neighborhood group chat with screenshots and videos of everything Zhang Yi had ever flexed. Mountains of premium food just sitting there. Staring at his screen, the ruthless thug Chen Chong practically drools over the insane buffet. A twisted smirk spreads across his face as he mutters that not only does he get an apocalyptic feast, but he finally gets to avenge. The resident group chat instantly erupts into pure. Entitled neighbors crawl out of the woodwork, demanding Zhang Yi act like a charity and pass out his supplies. Others are pathetically begging for just a single crumb of food to survive. The notoriously annoying Auntie Lin starts shamelessly demanding a grocery delivery, while some desperate mom literally offers him up as her kid's godfather just to score a free meal. Watching these clowns blow up his notifications, Zhang Yi chuckles and casually drops a savage voice memo into the chat. For real though, our guy straight up declared he ain't feeding these animals, and isn't lifting a finger to help. Leaving them all on read, Zhang Ye watches the endless blizzard outside, low-key thinking cabin fever is hitting hard. Taking that slick new snowmobile out for a spin sounds like an absolute vibe right now. Out of nowhere, his screen lights up. It is a text from Dr. Jo Care. She says she is completely out of meds and rations, begging to strike some kind of deal. Flashback to his past life. This girl literally starved to death because she gave her absolute last bite of food to a desperate mom and her crying baby. Zhang Ye totally respects her golden heart. But he also knows the cold, hard truth. The smarter the girl, the deadlier she can be. Our boy isn't rolling the dice on getting killed a second time. He texts back saying he has got the goods. But nothing comes for free in the apocalypse. She has got to pay up. Staring at her glowing screen, Joe Care naively assumes he just wants a medical checkup in exchange for snacks. Look at her, so totally clueless and sweet, thinking she does not even really know this dude. But Zhang Yi drops the bomb. He will supply the lifesavers. But she needs to do him a massive favor. He wants her operating as his personal inside mole, spilling all the tea on whatever sketchy garbage the neighbors are plotting. The ultimatum is set: she can either blindly follow the herd into a freezing grave or side with him and survive. She hesitates, wrestling with her morals for a quick sec, before smashing that agree button. And boom, step one of the master plan is locked in, guys. Zhang Ye is basically swimming in supplies, but you can never have too many loyal pawns on your chessboard, right? Meanwhile, that four-eyed snake drops one final desperate threat in the chat. Zhang Yi, stop hiding. This is your absolute last chance. Hand over the stash or else reading this garbage. Zhang Ye just cackles and trolls the main group, claiming his pantry is totally wiped clean. The glasses guy loses his mind with rage. 5 seconds later, Chen Zheng secretly creates a brand new group chat without Zhang Ye, plotting a full-blown home invasion to raid his stash. But plot twist, Zhou Care and Uncle Yu are invited, and they immediately leak the screenshots to Zhang Yi. With that, Zhang Yi smirks knowing his new spy doctor is 100% loyal to the mission. He casually texts her back saying his fortress is already rigged to blow. He just warns her to stay far, far away from that doomed mob. Fast forward to 2:30 in the dead of night, when a furious mob of guys storms right up to his front door, screaming for the selfish hoarder's head. They start bashing against the heavy metal, hammering it with everything they have got. Watching these clowns in 4K on his security monitors, Zhang Yi calmly flips the switch on his high-voltage defense grid. Zap. The guys slamming the door get instantly deep-fried into human toast. Tough luck, bros. The rest of the mob absolutely panics, scrambling to run for their lives. But the second they turn back, Chen Zheng and his thugs physically barricade the hallway, trapping them like rats. He barks orders, forcing the terrified neighbors to keep smashing the door, or catch a beating right then and there. Trying to hype up the trembling crowd, Glass's boy screams that they have to slaughter Zhang Yi now, just to avenge their crispy electrocuted buddies. Plus, he reminds them right behind that steel door sits a roaring, toasty fireplace and mountains of premium snacks. Blinded by greed, the mob grabs a massive log, using it as a battering ram to bust the door open. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, casually sipping a glass of fine red wine, decides to do them a solid. He cranks his massive surround sound system to max volume, blasting some absolute heavy metal boss fight music, sarcastically shouting through the door that he is just providing the ultimate work. Fueled by pure, unadulterated rage and the bumping bass drops, they bash away for 20 straight minutes. But the result, the vault door barely even has a scratch, while these bozos are literally passing out on the floor from exhaustion. Exhausted, these clueless neighbors, who had zero idea this door was solid steel, were totally baffled. One dude literally pulled out a magnifying glass and realized it was bank vault grade metal. You could crash a tank into this thing and it wouldn't even dent. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, chilling behind that door, was clutching his loaded crossbow, aiming straight for the throat. The intruder was left choking on his own blood, while the rest of the mob scattered, screaming their heads off about him being strapped. Somehow, our guy managed to tag people who weren't even standing directly in the line of fire. Guilt zero. To him, it was pure self-defense. But the nerdy guy with the glasses, who barely survived, suddenly had a big brain moment. Sure, the door was built like a tank, but the walls, just basic cement blocks. The light bulb went off for the rest of the mob, and they started smashing sledgehammers. Chunks of plaster crumbled away, but then clang, a heavy metallic thud echoed out. Glasses guy forgot all about dodging arrows and leaned in to inspect the damage. Turns out the walls were literally lined with steel plating. Their jaws dropped. Who in their right mind turns their... Only someone who knew this exact apocalypse was coming. They kept swinging at random spots but hit solid metal every single time. They even raided the floors above and below his pad, but yep, steel plating everywhere. This ruthless dude had casually built an absolutely impenetrable fortress. Without heavy-duty power tools breaching, it was impossible. It finally clicked for the mob that Zhang Yi totally saw doomsday coming, which is why he dropped massive cash on this ultimate safe house. The crowd started totally losing it, calling him a toxic, selfish hoarder who only cared about his own survival. Two starving residents locked eyes, legit considering turning each other into a snack for a split second, but they snapped out of it. Suddenly, another neighbor remembered that the balcony wrapping around this sneaky little loophole got the whole squad hyped again. They bridged the gap using sketchy wooden planks from the place next door. Zhang Yi just kicked back and watched the chaos unfold as they swarmed his patio. Too bad for them that glass was literally military-grade bulletproof, and their weapons didn't even leave a scratch. Since it was freezing out there, Zhang Yi decided to be a nice guy and warm them up. He sparked a Molotov cocktail and chucked it through a hidden gap in the wall, raining literal hellfire down on their heads from the ceiling. They had 1 second of pure panic before the agonizing heat hit, turning them into human torches. Screaming in agony, one guy yeeted himself off the edge. The flames spread, making sure the rest stayed nice and toasty. While our guy coldly watched the barbecue, the flaming survivors scrambled to cross back over. But their so-called friends blocked them so they wouldn't catch fire too. They slipped off the planks, plunging to their doom, while the cowards left behind just used the roaring flames to thaw out. Later on, the shattered, desperate neighbors crawled right back to the glass, ugly, crying and begging for scraps. Exactly how it played out in his previous life. These starving guys are struggling, but our boy feels zero pity. He literally flexes a steaming bowl of pasta just to make their mouths water. He even sets it right on a table in full view, completely mocking them. Zhang Yi drops a bombshell. Whoever brings him Chen Zheng's head gets hooked up with food for a solid week. Hearing that the entire crew shoots Chen Zheng this feral, hungry glare, even the guys standing right behind him catch Zhang Yi's offer loud and clear. Taking out Chen Zheng equals 7 days of pure feasting. Chen instantly bolts the door, while the whole room glares daggers at him. But before anyone can lunge, his loyal goons and the piece in his hand make them back off. Right then Zhang Yi drops the official bounty poster in the building's group chat, broadcasting that clapping Chen Zheng guarantees a week of meals. By the very next morning, the starving neighbors are already camping out ready to ambush. Their walking meal ticket. Even though Chen's crew is packing heat, desperation makes people reckless. Chen Zheng and his loyalists get jumped from behind, but somehow they drop the attackers. The boss immediately orders his guys to stash the bodies for future meals, until one thug notices the boss took a nasty gash to the back. Chen Zheng summons Zhou Keir over to patch up his open wound. She quickly wraps him up but makes it crystal clear her medic skills ain't free. Chen smirks and says she just earned a seat at their dinner table. But one look at the mystery meat bubbling in that soup, and she gags, swearing she would rather starve. Chen coldly promises that she will be the absolute last person to end up on a dinner plate in this entire building. Ignoring his twisted flex, she tries to bounce. But Chen completely shuts that down, forcing her to stay put until he is 100% healed. Trapped, she shrinks into the corner of the room. Listening to these scumbags cook up a fresh scheme to ambush Zhang Yi, it is wild seeing how unhinged humans get when survival mode fully kicks in. Honestly, if Chen Zheng was not injured and desperately needing a medic, you already know he would try to force himself on her. After eavesdropping on their entire plot, she plays it cool and claims she just needs a bathroom break. But she is actually slipping away to leak their entire playbook to Zhang Yi. A bit later, Chen's goons break into the apartment right next door to raid their pantry. The poor couple actually lets them in, but plot twist, they end up becoming the groceries. With one brutal smash to the couple's heads, they get completely wiped out, but just to be absolutely sure, the goons double tap. Chen tells our trapped doctor that he cannot risk having any hungry predators creeping around his turf, because they might try to hunt him down next. Zhou Keir is finally realizing how insanely dark this is getting. Meanwhile, over at Yu Qing's friend's place, they literally have to rip out arrows with 0 painkillers. Everyone is battling some seriously gnarly infections right now. Honestly, the freezing temps are the only thing numbing their agonizing pain. Zhou Peng begs his cousin to plead with Zhang Yi one more time, but she knows it is a total lost cause. There is 0 hope left. As the days drag on, Zhang Yi is just chilling, living his best life and munching away. But Chen Zheng is losing his mind over potential ambushes, getting insanely paranoid as the food supply vanishes. Out of the blue, Zhang Yi hits up Zhou Keir to check the vibe. She frantically whispers that Chen has gone fully psycho and rations are dry. They are violently raiding apartments every single day, eliminating anyone in their path just to scavenge scraps. Not to mention hoarding the victims in their twisted meat locker. She has not eaten a crumb in days and desperately begs him for a rescue. Zhang Yi pauses, thinking this girl might actually be pretty useful. In this messed up post-apocalyptic world, a skilled doctor is basically walking gold. So Zhang Yi hits her up, saying she can crash at his safe house, but only if she pulls off one last mission. A little while later, Zhu Peng is pounding on his door, totally desperate. He is crying that his supposed true love Yu Qing is literally starving to death. The absolute audacity, he is begging Zhang Yi for food to save the exact same girl he used and tossed aside like trash. Zhang Yi just hits him with cold hard facts. His tetanus is way too advanced, so meds will not do a damn thing now. Stumbling back home, it hits him he has never even held Yu Qing's hand. So instead of just sitting around waiting to flatline, he bursts into her room, drops to his knees, and straight up proposes to her. She is absolutely disgusted. Hard pass. The total loser snaps. He chokes her, snarling that they will just tie the knot in hell, but smack, she slaps him across the face, spitting out that she belongs to Zhang Yi now. Psycho Zhou Peng just laughs, saying Zhang Yi will have to drag her back from hell to keep her. Meanwhile, let's check back in with Dr. Zhou Qian. She is busy sweet-talking those thugs, promising to cook up an absolute feast today. She even jokes they will not realize it is not normal meat. The guys are hyped, thinking she finally swallowed her pride. She plays along, crying that she just wants to survive. Exactly like them. After letting them help prep a bit, she kicks them out of the kitchen, claiming she will handle the rest. That is when she sneaks a little surprise into the soup, stirring it in while fighting back hardcore nausea. A few minutes later, dinner is served. The broth smells insane and the guys are drooling. To sell the act, Zhou Qian scoops herself a bowl, then retreats to her room, praying her special ingredient kicks in. She literally dumped an entire bottle of sleeping pills in there. Boom. Within minutes, the whole crew is out cold, panting with relief. She realizes she actually pulled it off. She shoots Zhang Ye a quick text saying everyone is asleep. What is her next move? Zhang Ye's order is ice cold: drag their bodies out to the balcony. He is watching her every move from across the way. Shivering, she asks if he is really going to off them. Hearing that, he just tosses over a rope and smirks, basically saying, yeah, pretty much. Her next task is to tie every single one of them to the railing. She begs him to come over and help, but he shuts her down. This is her initiation test, not his. While securing the deadweights, she snatches Chen Zheng's pistol. Zhang Ye immediately goes on high alert, barking at her to pop the mag and toss him the piece. She tries to leverage the gun to buy his trust, but he coldly reminds her this is her only ticket out. Cornered, Zhou Qian caves and chucks the weapon over. Catching it, he inspects the grip. Yep, it is definitely Chen Zheng's hardware. Then he casually walks back inside, grabs a massive water hose, and without giving Zhou Qian any warning, blasts the entire balcony. She dives inside to dodge the downpour. Instantly, the freezing water shocks Chen Zheng and his goons awake, screaming their lungs out. Thrashing around in their tight restraints, it clicks, they got drugged. Now the only thing they can do is hurl a few pathetic curses at Zhang Ye. A few more blasts of freezing water and Chen Zheng is literally turned into a human popsicle. Dr. Zhou Qian, practically collapsing from exhaustion, dials his number and whispers that the deed is done. Just a couple of minutes later, our gorgeous doc is standing right outside Zhang Ye's door, staring straight into his security cams. Even though things had been smooth sailing so far, he wasn't about to take any wild chances. She had to push open that heavy steel door and step inside. While he kept his weapon locked dead on her, she finally stumbled in and collapsed right onto the floor. Just feeling the apartment's cozy warmth was pure bliss. Creeping up from behind, Zhang Yi made it crystal clear they weren't done yet. He needed absolute proof she wasn't hiding any nasty surprises. He had to be 100% sure, and she knew exactly the drill, her face burning red. She totally understood the assignment. Zhou Keir stripped down until she was only rocking her underwear. Seeing she was completely unarmed, Zhang Yi gave her the green light, pointing her straight to the bathroom. As the shower roared to life, he swooped in and raided her entire medical kit, confiscating every single item inside. Better safe than sorry, right? A minute later, Zhou Keir stepped out in fresh pajamas, looking so stunning it literally caught him off guard. He told her to take a seat and dry off. He dropped the cold hard facts: he only let her in because her skills made her a top-tier asset. But if she broke a single rule, zero mercy. He pointed to a specific bedroom. That was her new turf, and without his explicit say-so, wandering around the crib was strictly off-limits. She nodded fully, grasping the brutal stakes. Zhang Yi flexed that in this chaotic apocalypse, teaming up with him was the smartest move she ever made. To build some actual trust, he decided to drop his biggest secret. Glancing around the place, she could totally see it was empty of groceries. The real reason he was so geared up, he was hiding a totally overpowered unknown ability. Right in front of her eyes, he pulled fresh bread out of thin air from his dimensional stash. He warned her, cross him, or try to take him out, and her food supply vanishes instantly, leaving her to starve. Witnessing that literal magic, it suddenly clicked how Zhang Yi was living like a king during the end of the world. She devoured the food, sobbing so hard from pure relief that she almost choked. Now that she was completely fresh, fed, and hydrated, Zhang Yi was about to assign her the daily house chores. But before he could even finish, she cut him off. Being a highly observant girl, she already knew exactly what he was really after. Zhang Yi's eyes practically bugged out of his head at the crazy sight unfolding. Beyond just sharing the space and doing chores, they were officially stepping into full-blown couple territory. Like any duo, they definitely shared some intense late-night cardio, meaning our gorgeous doctor secured an endless food glitch. The next morning, seeing Zhou Keir still passed out, Zhang Yi smirked, figuring she had to be totally wiped out from all the overtime last night. Having a girl around the house was honestly a massive upgrade. Once she threw some clothes on, they dug into a massive breakfast spread, flexing a lifestyle way more luxurious than even before the world ended. Heading out, Zhang Yi tossed her one of his heavy-duty tactical coats. Handing her a solid baseball bat, he smirked and told her she still had some real work to put in today. Even after putting those thugs on ice, Zhou Keir stepped straight into the freezing wasteland to completely shatter their frozen remains. No explanations needed. Zero hesitation. She just starts swinging, pulverizing the blocks of ice. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi has his camera rolling, catching the doc's absolute beast mode on film, completely unbothered by the lens. She just keeps hammering away. He drops the footage straight into the building's group chat to send a loud message, showing the whole neighborhood that the guy who terrorized them, Chen Zhenghao, is literally shattered into pieces. Nobody in the chat even stops to question why the doc was out there in the first place. They just hype her up and celebrate the massive win. Basking in the sweet karma, Zhang Yi gets a random call from Yu Qing. Playing it totally cool, Zhang Yi drops a sarcastic, "I had no clue you were still breathing." Looking absolutely unhinged, the girl announces she heard about Zheng Hao flatlining, and suddenly she is ready to play wifey. She spins this wild narrative that he is only with Kair because he thought she was gone. You can literally hear her roommates screaming in the background, ready to jump her, and the chaos echoes straight through the speaker. Catching the drama, Zhang Yi decides to mess with her head, even more by firing over a selfie of him and Joe Kair casually dropping the word fiancé. The second that notification pops up on the screen, Yu Qing wrestles her way out of her roommate's grip, sprinting to the phone just to stare intensely at Zhang Yi and his new girl. She completely loses the plot, screaming that nobody loves him like she does. But instantly, Zhang Yi hits her with absolute zero chill, telling her she is totally irrelevant and his heart belongs entirely to the girl sitting next to him. Then, click, he hangs up. The roommates are so stunned they actually stop jumping Yu Qing. Their envy quickly shifts. They realize some other girl is living her best life in a fortress while they are totally screwed. Now they are all trapped in the misery together. Smirking at the psychological damage he just inflicted, Zhang Yi glances at his girl and asks if he crossed the line into villain territory. She barely blinks, basically telling him that whatever he does, his reasons are totally valid. She remembers running into that girl before when she was trying to help out, and realizing how completely toxic and crazy she actually was. In her eyes, Zhang Yi served exactly what was deserved. Suddenly, the vibe shifts. Someone in the building across the street completely snaps, deciding to just take a nosedive off the balcony, checking out for good. But our duo, they do not even flinch. The cold silence breaks when Zhang Yi's phone rings again. On the other end, it is Uncle Yu. Zhang Yi genuinely lights up, hyped to hear the old man is still kicking. Turns out Uncle Yu survived purely off the emergency stash he hoarded after Zhang Yi gave him the heads up. Right now he is stuck with Shi Li Mei, the single mom. Her kid is super sick, and they are desperate for cough syrup, since Uncle Yu was the only real one who ever had his back. Zhang Yi gives him the green light to slide by and grab it. After filling Kair in and taking a sip of his juice, a heavy knock echoes through the room. Checking the security feed, he spots Uncle Yu and Shi Li Mei looking entirely defeated. It is a bleak sight. Taking zero risks, he keeps the heavy steel door completely shut, just sliding the meds right through the ground floor slot. Uncle Yu pours out his gratitude, but the mom instantly gets greedy. Knowing there is a blazing fireplace inside, she completely crosses the boundary and begs him to let her in. Her kid was literally freezing, but Zhang Ye immediately shut that whole guilt trip down. He wasn't trying to break Uncle Lu's heart, but survival comes first. So he straight up lied, claiming his coal stash was completely dry, and he was surviving by wearing 7 or 8 heavy coats. Hearing that, the old man backed off, not wanting to be a burden, but the woman kept pushing and pushing. Zhang Ye clapped back, pointing out that his fiancée was living with him, which is why she was staying there. His girl instantly blushed, hearing him claim her like that. Finally, Uncle Lu hit his absolute limit with the begging, snapping that enough was enough. Getting the meds was already a massive win, and they still had some food left. After finally kicking them out, Zhang Yi felt mentally that manipulative chick from his past life literally survived for nothing. Completely exhausted by all the drama, he went to chill out, resting his head right on his girlfriend's lap and enjoying a seriously prime view. Zhang Ye knew deep down that Zi Lai Mei hanging around was totally going to mess up his master plan. And no surprise, the second they got home, the uncle ripped into her for taking advantage of his nephew's kindness. She tried to play the baby card, but the old man brutally reminded her who they owed their lives to. If Zhang Yi hadn't tipped him off to hoard food before the apocalypse hit, they'd be dead. But instead of owning up to it, Zi Li Mei wildly claimed that Zhang Yi wasn't handing over meds out of the goodness of his heart. She insisted he was just hoarding favors, for later calling him a completely toxic and selfish jerk. The uncle blew up, screaming that he might be old, but he wasn't dumb. He threatened to kick her out to freeze if she trash-talked Zhang Yi again. Knowing when to fold, she finally shut her mouth. Cut to the next morning, goons from another building were literally tunneling through the massive snowdrift straight toward Zhang Ye's fortress. Anyone in their way was getting zero mercy, and the first unlucky guy they spotted caught a bullet instantly. Knowing Zhang Ye's door was built like a vault, they brought freaking dynamite to blow it wide open. One of the thugs sparked the fuse, bolted, and the blast rocked the hallway. The insane boom jolted Zhang Ye awake, and he immediately checked his security feeds to see the chaos. He spotted some nearby workers creeping out to check the wreckage, absolutely convinced the explosion had shredded the door. But plot twist, not a single. Pissed off by this lame robbery attempt, Zhang Ye decided to clap back with maximum disrespect. He chucked a grenade to permanently solve their little freezing problem. Once they were nice and crispy, Zhang Ye whipped out his Glock and put the rest of those scavengers straight to sleep. But his ammo was starting to run low since his bullet stash wasn't infinite. This whole raid confirmed one terrifying truth outsiders knew about his massive supply vault, and they were definitely coming for his head. The crazy explosions and gunfire left our sweet doctor absolutely traumatized. Trying to play it cool, she swallowed her panic and rushed back to her duties. But for Zhang Ye, it was crystal clear that he needed to manipulate the community group chat right now. With everyone panicking about the loud booms, our big brain MC casually dropped the news that some death from another block just tried to bomb his front door, and were planning to raid the rest of them next. But don't worry, he just deleted them from existence. The whole chat basically worshipped him for it. He then called up his uncle for the real intel. Turns out this hit squad was from Building 26, led by a psycho named Huang Tianfeng. According to the old man, this guy pulled the exact same stunt as Chen Cheng. He straight up violently overthrew his entire apartment block, became a dictator, and hoarded every scrap of food for himself. Zhang Yi warned his uncle that he had just flatlined a bunch of this guy's goons, meaning a bloody revenge raid was 100% happening. They had to unite their building to fight back. But later, whispering privately to Zhou Qi, Zhang Ye laid out the harsh reality these so-called neighbors would absolutely stab him in the back the second they got the chance. So she's on recon duty, scoping out the squads in the other blocks. Fast forward 2 days and she's rocking a full-on maid outfit. She spills all the tea she gathered. Stop staring respectfully and pay attention. Zhao Zhao drops the intel. The absolute heavyweights on the block belong to Building 26. They rolled up 2 days ago right alongside another crew from Building 21. There's supposed to be another tough squad from 2 other buildings, but they've been totally ghosting so far. Zhang Yi pieces it together. The NPCs in the other buildings are already playing Battle Royale with each other. Tossing her a W for the solid recon, he tells her to keep farming that intel. She randomly blushes, probably hoping for some main character romance. But plot twist, that same gang from Building 26 pulls up again. This time they start trashing the other apartments and drop a massive threat. As long as Zhang Yi is breathing, every single resident is getting packed up. The news goes viral in the group chat, completely ruining our duo's workout session. The neighbors start whining, demanding Zhang Yi step up. Seeing their audacity, his villain era gets triggered. He immediately spams the chat with texts and voice notes, basically telling them he couldn't care less if they get wiped out, and they need to fend for themselves. Right after dropping that nuke, Zhang Yi dials up his uncle, giving him the green light that it's finally his moment to. Uncle jumps in, hyping everyone up by saying, the Building 26 gang only has 20 guys. If they just squad up, they can totally roll them. The whole chat instantly catches the vibe and agrees to throw hands. He also starts acting in the chat, crying about how he's been starving for days. He points out that the only jacked, well-fed guy is Zhang Yi, making him the only one fit to be their raid boss. Perfectly on cue, Zhang Yi drops a message saying he's down to carry the team against the rival block. But there's a catch: everyone has to follow his orders to the letter. The neighbors frantically agree as long as the orders don't get them sent to the lobby. Chilling in his fortress and eating better than all of us, Zhang Yi shuts that down. He tells them risks are mandatory, otherwise they can just sit tight and let Building 26 wipe them out. With Uncle Yu playing the ultimate hype man, the chat fully caves and agrees to fall in line. To really bait the starving crowd, he casually drops that there are rides capable of plowing through the snow outside. If they go all out and clash with Building 26, he can pull up and secure a massive food supply drop for everyone. That seals the deal. The neighbors agree to even the most sketch missions, just hoping to dodge a game over and, more importantly, score some snacks. Boom. Just like that, everyone is glazing Zhang Yi as their supreme leader. Now that they're practically worshipping him as their savior, Zhang Yi gears up for his first loot run outside, flexing his top-tier thermal drip. The cold isn't going to faze him one bit. Right when Zhao Zhao tries to tag along, Zhang Yi instantly hits her with a hard no. He tells her she's on permanent base defense, claiming he trusts her 100% to hold down the fort. But the second he walks out, this absolute menace snaps his fingers and stores every single ounce of food into his dimension. Trust issues maxed out. He scales down to the 4th floor, kicks open a window, and takes a leap of faith outside. The snow is literally 4 stories deep. Anyone dumb enough to step out without gear would just sink like a stone and freeze on the spot. But lucky for our guy, he had a 6 snowmobile stashed in his pocket dimension. Some random NPC in a nearby building spots the whole thing. Not sure if they saw him literally spawn a vehicle out of thin air or just caught him drifting by. Fast forward a bit, and he rolls up to the objective Tianhai police station. He shatters the glass and breezes right inside. His main quest, looting heavy firepower and extra ammo. Pushing deeper into the station, He finds the duty officers absolutely stranded with zero thermal gear or heating. That very first brutal night of the freeze sent them straight to the lobby. Zhang Yi pays his respects to the fallen officers, honoring them as the city's former protectors. While respectfully covering up their bodies, boom, he snags the master keys. With these bad boys, he could unlock everything in the joint, even the armory. Stepping inside, it was an absolute paradise. We're talking walls stacked with every weapon and ammo type imaginable. He just hoovers it all up right into his dimensional loot stash. Now Zhang Yi realizes it's time to scavenge some grub for his cannon fodder. Hopping back on his snowmobile, he guns it straight to the mall. Digging deep through the frozen wasteland, he uncovers the glass roof, smashing right through and breaching the building. He wipes the place clean of anything useful. Down in the supermarket, the fruit is frozen solid like rocks. And the meat is ice cold too. But hey, it's a feast for people literally starving to death. He chunks whatever he can salvage into his bags and heads back to his ride. On the trip back, the boss of Building 26, spotting him out on a supply run, turns totally green with envy, plotting to jack his snowmobile. Worse, the engine noise tips off all the block's residents and all eyes are on him. Uncle Yu is hyped seeing his nephew roll up with a massive haul. Zhang Yi totally hams it up, emphasizing how insanely brutal it was to dig up rations in this freezing apocalypse. Uncle Yu practically screams, hyping Zhang Yi up as a literal hero. Flexing his spoiled stash and waving a gun, Zhang Yi lays down the law. You want a bite, you follow my orders. The thugs from Building 26, right on cue, crash the party demanding the supplies or their lives. His very first command is for his meat shields to rob them right back. Get out there immediately and absolutely wipe them off the map. Anybody who scores a kill gets a flat 5 days worth of food. The second they hear 5 days of food, the crowd goes completely feral, launching themselves at the Building 26 gang. The invaders are totally baffled. How did these weak, terrified losers just turn into absolute psychos? They get completely steamrolled. Zhang Yi and his fiancée just chill and watch their mob crush the enemy and celebrate the massive W. The few survivors scramble back to Building 26. As for their own wounded, Jo Kier knows she has the medical skills to patch them up. But saving them means burning precious meds and rations. Swallowing her empathy, she totally scraps the idea, knowing damn well Zhang Yi would shut it down immediately. Let me ask you guys right now in the comments. Do you think Zhang Yi is a straight-up villain, an anti-hero, or what? Honestly, the guy just does whatever it takes to survive. Because from this moment on, he starts playing everyone like a fiddle. He gathers the mob and starts handing out praise. The MVPs with the highest kill counts score fat bonus rewards. It's a total mastermind move, brainwashing them to fight his battles one by one. Everyone bows down to the guy packing heat and hoarding the grub. But not a single person actually looked happy about it. And when it comes to this one slacker Zhang Yi spotted hiding in the back, he hits him with a look of pure disgust and tosses him a single pathetic piece of candy. This dude actually had the nerve to whine about his tiny ration, crying that it was totally unfair. Zhang Yi just stared a hole through him, asking if he seriously wanted to keep testing his luck. Bro was literally useless during the raid, just standing in the back screaming and acting tough. Suddenly, everyone else holding meager scraps felt a whole lot better about their stash, realizing somebody actually took a massive L compared to them. Desperately trying to save face, Xu Yao made up some garbage excuse claiming the battlefield was way too crowded for him to jump into the clash. Zhang Yi shut that down instantly. He gave zero cares about excuses. Only hard results mattered in this apocalypse. Absolutely triggered. Xu Yao completely lost it, screaming that Zhang Yi was totally biased and targeting him on purpose. Big mistake. Zhang Yi just flicked his wrist, and two burly neighbors immediately pinned the raging crybaby right to the floor. Zhang Yi projected his voice over the crowd, asking everyone exactly what goes down when someone dares to defy the boss, setting the stage. He made a brutal example out of the complainer. The loser was clutching a single piece of candy. Zhang Yi stepped up, violently crushed the candy right out of his hand, yanked him up by the hair, and dropped the ultimate reality check. Hustle equals survival. No grind. Absolutely no food. With the point made, he ordered Jo K to pack up the remaining loot, seeing as everyone else had already grabbed their cut. But right through the noisy crowd, a super familiar, annoying voice pierced his ears. It was Fang Yuqing and her absolute leech of a bestie just lurking at the bottom of the stairs. Pushing the fake innocence, they whined about not getting their rations, yet sweet-talking and asking if their dear big bro Zhang Yi had forgotten all about them. Playing along with terrifying calm, Zhang Yi smirked and said he remembered them perfectly. Right on cue, Jo K locked away the supplies, because there was literally zero food left for these two clout chasers. Cue the crocodile tears. Fang Yuqing started full-on playing the victim, and begging to know why his feelings for her vanished after all their history. Zhang Yi was completely unbothered, brutally telling her to back the heck up. He dropped a nuke. He never even liked her, and now he was happily engaged to the ultimate wifey material Zhou Kei. The crowd turned on her instantly. One woman loudly called her out for being a shameless gold digger. Zhang Yi backed that up, 100%, exposing how she used to lead wealthy guys on just to drain their bank accounts. Even the dude who just got his candy crushed chimed in, admitting she had totally played him for free meals in the past. It got worse. The other guys started laughing, saying if they knew she was passing herself around for cash before the world ended, they would have gladly bought a ticket for that ride too. Absolutely roasted and stripped of her dignity, she scrambled away in panic, running for her life. Meanwhile, two creepy dudes grabbed her leech of a best friend and forcefully dragged her into the shadows. Judging by their wicked grins and muffling her screams, let's just say they had dark plans for her. On the flip side, seeing Fang Yuqing get utterly destroyed sparked something in Shu Yao. He randomly got handed a slightly better snack, immediately switching up and swearing ultimate loyalty to his new boss like a total simp. With the side quests handled, Zhang Yi shifted gears to the main mission, locking down this entire building like a fortress. The roster currently had 47 survivors in total, and that wasn't even counting Zhang Yi Zhou Kei, Uncle Yu, and his wife Shi Limei. He divided the remaining NPCs into 6 squads of 7, setting up a hardcore rotation to lock down the stairwells, 24/7 without fail. Their only job, the second they spot an enemy pulling up, they need to scream their lungs out and trigger the alarm. Uncle Yu, channeling his veteran military energy, was put in charge of running the guard squads. Later, chilling back in his penthouse, Zhang Yi was hyper-focused on analyzing something. Zhou Kei walked up curiously, asking what the game plan was. If a massive blizzard traps them inside, flexing his insane inventory by summoning heavy artillery out of thin air, he casually mentioned they might be snowed in for a whole month. But honestly, the Ice Age wasn't the real threat. It was always the humans. Equipped with this massive sniper, he could absolutely snipe hostiles without ever stepping foot outside his door. Peeking through the thermal scope, he caught a group of shady figures creeping straight toward the underground garage. These rats were 100% hunting for the snowmobile he intentionally parked down there as bait. Suddenly, Uncle Yu called the radio, reporting the defense perimeter was locked in. Then his voice got heavy, begging Zhang Yi to ignore the wild drama his wife Shi Limei spilled during their last meltdown. Zhang Yi brushed it off, saying he couldn't care less about their messy relationship, but savagely asked if the old man was seriously cool with raising another dude's kid. In this frozen hellscape, strong, capable men were the ultimate premium currency. But sensing the deep, crushing silence on the other end of the line, Zhang Yi dialed back the brutality softly, tossing him a bone by adding that Shi Limei wasn't entirely useless, and that he should totally knock her up. But Uncle is like, bro, we're in the middle of the apocalypse. Nobody's got time for that kind of romance, and just dips right back to his daily grind. Zhang Yi just smirks, telling Zhou Kei she needs to chill and actually think about these childish questions. Meanwhile, creeping through that custom-dug tunnel, the ops from Building 26 are pulling up stealth mode, plotting a sneaky loot run. But the guy in front almost gets totally decked. Guards start screaming about an ambush, and an absolute brawl pops off in the stairwell. The Building 26 squad is shook. They had zero clue Zhang Yi's fortress was this heavily guarded. Chilling outside with a premium view, Zhang Yi spots the haters scrambling. Feeling that trigger itch, he casually pulls his AWP sniper straight out of his dimension stash. Peeking through that high-powered scope, he processes the whole chaotic scene with this crazy ice-cold focus. Boom. One of the runners gets instantly dropped with a clean headshot, and the rest, realizing they're fish in a barrel, start sprinting for their absolute lives. For Zhang Yi, the adrenaline rush is just amazing. Every single pull of the trigger is flawlessly timed, zeroing in on heads and hearts. 7 empty shells hit the concrete. 7 ops folded in the freezing snow. Message delivered loud and clear to every single neighbor watching. Building 25's boss, Zhang Yi, is fully strapped, and trying to raid him is literally suicide. From now on, his word is law. Flash forward to the next day, Zhou Kei slides in with a hot plate, flexing her new cooking skills. Oh, and get this. She drops a casual question about all that noise from the balcony last night. Not sugarcoating a single thing, Zhang Yi straight up admits he wiped out 7 dudes. Her reaction, she practically gets stars in her eyes and calls him an absolute legend. He raises an eyebrow, asking if she isn't even a little curious about his heavy artillery. Zhou Kei just shrugs, claiming that's totally out of her lane, and honestly, whatever he did, she's riding with him because it beats freezing to death outside. Basically, she could not care less about his body count. Zhang Yi actually praises her for this, loving that she's smart enough to keep her nose out of his business. Cut back to the absolute mess in Building 26. where the survivors are just staring at their folded crew in the snow. Turns out, one of the guys who caught a stray was actually the boss's family, making the panic skyrocket since their food supplies are literally hitting zero. Tianfang snaps. He orders his crew to drag in the bodies of Defei, his own relative, and the others. Yeah, they're literally turning them into dinner. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi decides it's time for another loot run. The whole block treats him like royalty now, but deep down, they're absolutely terrified of him. Rocking his tactical headset with Uncle Lu on the comms, Zhang Yi leaves knowing his fortress is on lockdown. On the flip side, Building 26's leader is just violently raging in his own misery. He's obsessing over the fact that if he just snagged that snowmobile, he'd be out there hoarding smokes and actual food right now. Instead, his retrieval squad found nothing but a quick trip to the afterlife. Fast forward, Zhang Yi is whipping his snowmobile straight into the heavy machinery and luxury import district. These mega warehouses are so ridiculously huge, the apocalyptic snow hasn't even buried them yet. Smashing straight through the skylight, he rappels down like a total action hero and starts hoovering every single asset into his infinite inventory. Sure, supercars are basically useless metal trash in this frozen wasteland, but who knows when they might become the ultimate flex again. Next up on his hit list, securing a gas station. He desperately needs that sweet fuel to keep his generators, heavy rigs, and snowmobile alive. But plot twist. The entire station is swallowed by a massive snow dune, manually digging through over 30 feet of packed ice. Literally impossible. Annoyed that his master plan finally hit a wall, he flops backward into the snowdrifts, stressing hard over how to juice up his tech. But wait, a massive light bulb goes off. He remembers that heavy-duty excavator sitting pretty in his stash. Running on fumes, he could use it to bulldoze right through this frozen nightmare. And honestly, it barely takes a hot minute before he clears a massive trench straight to the fuel pumps. Lurking right below the surface are the main underground reserves. Massive clutch moment, the gas hasn't frozen solid yet. All he's got to do is seal those colossal tanks and warp them straight into his stash, totally intact. It suddenly hits him with an endless gas supply and his giant excavator ready to roll. This guy was a human bulldozer digging through with absolutely no one to stop him. Meanwhile, back inside the apartment block, a neighbor's kid was burning up with a dangerous fever. Jo Kei rushed over to treat the little guy, but her hands were totally tied because Zhang Yi was still hoarding all the medical stash. Enter Uncle Yu, clutching some leftover pills from his girlfriend Zealand's kid. He calmed the panicking mom down, and sure enough, the baby's fever finally broke. But hold up. Jo Kei warned the mom to keep a super close watch on him. They barely walked away before a blood-curdling scream echoed out. Crazy Auntie Lin lunged straight for the infant. The mom threw herself in the way, taking a brutal hit to shield her baby. Jo Kei snatched the kid in a split-second save. Auntie Lin had completely lost her mind, screaming that because they let her grandson die, he didn't make it. So now absolutely no one gets to have kids. Our heroic doc clutched the baby tight and sprinted down the freezing concrete stairs. But that psycho managed to grab Jo Kei by the ankle. Just like the mom, Jo Kei curled up to shield the baby with her own body while Auntie Lin went full feral out for blood. Boom, Uncle Yu delivered a flying kick right to Auntie Lin's chest, sending her tumbling down the steps. He stepped up just in time to save the boss's girl. He'd never forgive himself if he let things fall apart while Zhang Yi was gone. Auntie Lin glared at everyone with pure hatred, but Uncle Yu shut her down, dropping the bomb that Zhang Yi had already wiped out Chen Zheng, which was the only reason they were still safe. Then Jo Kei spilled the darkest secret. After Chen Zheng left, she actually begged Zhang Yi for meds to save Auntie Lin's grandson, but when she checked on them, she caught Auntie Lin slaughtering and eating her own grandchild. The old hag started screaming in absolute denial. Uncle Yu's crew sneered, saying this monster needed to pay for her sick crimes, and hey, human fat burns pretty well. It had been way too long since they had a warm bonfire. Let's cut back to Zhang Yi, out in the frozen wasteland. He crashed in a tent at an abandoned gas station. Now he was back on the grind. Firing up the excavator, he bulldozed his way straight to the city's military outpost, ripping through the frozen ground to breach the base. But plot twist. The armory was totally stripped clean. He instantly connected the dots. Those military big shots who hauled off the gear were definitely planning to rule over the surviving society like absolute tyrants. If that was their game, he needed serious firepower to defend himself against them. Ripping through a bunker wall with the excavator. Surprise. The army missed a massive spot. An insane mountain-sized stash of guns and ammo just got warped straight into his spatial inventory. After the massive haul, he revved up his snowmobile and headed home. But this time, no groceries. The greedy neighbors instantly spotted his empty hands and started whining like toddlers. Zhang Yi coldly clapped back, saying he couldn't find a single scrap all day. If they were so starving, they could go freeze out there themselves. Instead of leeching off him, he called out every single one of those ungrateful parasites. That's when Zhang Yi realized coming back empty-handed. The dude was salty, whining that his hustle defending the building was totally unappreciated. Even though Zhang Yi made it crystal clear the chat was over. Some neighbors volunteered to tag along next time. But honestly, neither Zhang Yi nor the rest of us even peeped this sketchy guy, hiding one hand suspiciously behind his back. Zhang Yi barely flicked his wrist, and boom, the rebel caught a massive hit to the dome and dropped cold. His squad instantly started begging for mercy. But Zhang Yi straight up told them forgiveness wasn't on the menu. He unleashed absolute havoc, blasting the whole crew, leaving at least 4 of them taking a permanent dirt nap. The survivors scrambled out the window like rats. The absolute chaos dragged a panicking Uncle Yu and Zhou Kei onto the scene. He totally brushed it off, calling them backstabbers and claiming he actually went easy on them. Uncle Yu just sighed, muttering that these fools got way too comfortable and totally forgot the pecking order. Zhang Yi casually strolled back to his crib, acting like absolute murder was just a totally normal Tuesday. Zhou Kei just stood there, realizing his so-called mercy was actually a brutal flex to warn everyone else. Since absolutely nobody dared to question the massive bloodbath, they all dipped back to their rooms. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi chilled in his fortress, annoyed that his supply of meat shields was running totally dry. He hit up Zhou Kei, asking if any crazy drama went down while he was out. She spilled the tea about Aunt Lin completely losing her grip on reality after her grandson kicked the bucket, and totally jumping some random mom. But honestly, they already squashed that beef. On top of that, some chick from another block named Chen Lingyu was dying to have a chat with him. She ghosted on the actual details though, only dropping hints that she wanted to team up. Clueless about what this girl could even bring to the table, Zhang Yi literally could not care less. His stash was absolutely stacked, while the losers outside were just waiting to freeze and starve, wondering if he was about to completely air her request. He asked for her background check, wanting Zhou Kei to spill whatever intel she had on this girl. Turns out Chen Lingyu was a totally bossed-up CEO of a makeup brand, and had Building 9 in an absolute chokehold. The only thing that actually shocked Zhang Yi was seeing a girl boss completely dominate a whole apartment block. Feeling nosy, Zhou Kei hyped him up to hit her back. Honestly, his phone was already flooded with texts from her and some other faction leader, blowing up his notifications. He bypassed the small talk and slid straight into Chen Lingyu, demanding to know what her deal was. She wanted to hop on a voice call, but Zhang Yi aggressively shot that down, having zero patience for the yapping, texting only. On the flip side, Chen Lingyu realized this absolute unit running Building 25 wasn't playing around. She admitted they had totally heard the rumors and knew he was flexing a snowmobile. He coldly demanded to know her leverage. Basically, she bragged about having 76 grunts ready to hijack his ride for supply runs. Long story short, she wanted to snag his snowmobile, and demanded he front them food first, so her crew actually had the stamina to scavenge. Oh, and she dropped a totally toxic hint that the whole neighborhood was about to gang up and cancel him. So buddying up with her was his only smart play. Totally unamused by her, he dared her to spit out what would happen if he said no. Like, since when do absolute beggars try to extort people for a meal? Chen Lingyu kept her cool, dropping the ultimate reality check that right now, Zhang Yi had a massive bullseye on his back for every single block in the zone. It was literally a ticking time bomb before all the factions mobbed up to raid his crib, especially if he played lone wolf in this absolute mess. He told her to hold up while he did the math. Swiping out of the chat, he stared down the rival towers. Yeah, his safe house was an absolute fortress, but if the whole block actually went rogue and swarmed him, things could get super dicey. While he was big-braining his next epic counterattack, his phone buzzed again. This time it was Li Jian pitching another random alliance. Dude claimed his Building 18 was totally chill, surviving on absolute teamwork, and sharing their loot like a commune. He swore he was down to back up Building 25 when the inevitable neighborhood turf war exploded, straight up offering his squad's muscle, in exchange for a little slice of the supply drop. Zhang Yi hit up Chao Care to get the absolute latest tea on what was going down over in Building 18. She spilled that Lydiane actually managed to rally the whole squad in her block post-Doomsday, but trying to keep that many mouths fed, her stash was definitely running on fumes. He texted back saying he needed a minute to strategize. Next thing he knew, his phone started blowing up with DMs from a bunch of randos. Zhang Yi pulled up on Chao Care, basically laying out his dark master plan he might just have. Right then, the doc silently patted herself on the back for teaming up with this absolute menace. He actually turned to his girl for some brainstorming, but the wild part, he was totally getting freaky with her at the exact same time. casually whispering in her ear, asking if they should play nice and team up, or literally obliterate the whole crowd. Because her brain was completely scrambled from the extracurricular activities, if you catch my drift. Fast forward a bit, and he had her stitching up some custom bulletproof armor specifically designed to protect his legs. Here was his big brain play. He hopped into his building's group chat and dropped a massive bomb claiming the rival neighbors were threatening to snatch his snowmobile and violently raid their entire turf. He warned his crew that if he just sat back, every single person in their block would be scavenging for scraps moving forward. In a flash, the entire chat was out for blood, turning completely savage against the outsiders and hyping up Zhang Yi to wage war on the rival blocks. Next thing you know, Zhang Yi got dragged into a brand new chat packed exclusively with the rival big bosses. They laid down the law straight up, telling him that if he didn't bow to their demands, he was going to be public enemy number one. They started barking out insane conditions, totally delusional, thinking he'd just roll over and take it. So our boy cooked up a genius trap. He played along, faking his cooperation, and called for a massive face-to-face summit with all the leaders. His real endgame: assassinate every single shot caller. Without their alpha dogs, the clueless mobs, with the showdown location locked in, he geared up, headed downstairs, and rallied up his loyal frontline squad from the building. To crank up their hype levels, he threw them a feast of top-tier rations, telling them they needed to be absolutely jacked and locked in to defend their home turf from getting wiped out. One guy nervously spoke up, asking if there was any shot at a peaceful way out. Zhang Yi hit him with a smirk and was like, "Not just peace, bro, but if we play this right, none of us will ever starve again." That speech ignited them. They were practically worshipping the dude, ready to crash out and risk it all for him. Sneaking out through the underground tunnel instead of risking the windows, they rolled up to the drop zone. Spotting the setup from a mile away, his radar went off. The head count was way too massive to be a simple chat. So he barked at Uncle Yu and the crew to push up the front line while he ghosted into the shadows. Down in the pit, Uncle Yu and his squad stood dead center, facing off against an absolute army of rival gang leaders and their goons. One of the rivals sneered, pointing out that Zhang Yi's crew definitely didn't look like they came to talk things out. Another chimed in, saying it looked more like a suicide squad ready to throw hands, but with a mob this gigantic backing them up, there was zero chance they could lose. Uncle Yu stood his ground though, shouting that their only mission today was to force Zhang Yi into a deal and that starting a bloodbath wouldn't benefit anyone. But the big dogs from buildings 265, 21, 9, and 18, they were insanely cocky. Sure, Zhang Yi was a straight-up demon, but trapped against an endless sea of hostiles. There was no way he could solo this entire lobby. A rival boss squinted into the crowd, scoffing that the legendary Zhang Yi was a total. Guess he took one look at our army and chickened out, the boss mocked. The vibe was incredibly tense, but the rival mob felt like they already secured the win. Tianfeng screamed at the top of his lungs, daring him to come out and face the music. Uncle Yu kept his cool, warning them that his boss was strictly doing VIPs only, leaders, meeting leaders, so they needed to step up to the front. Chen Ling and her crew instantly rejected the idea, spitting back, "Are you guys actually begging for a death wish?" Seeing the situation turning highly toxic in real time, Zhang Yi hit Uncle Yu's earpiece, ordering his squad to fall back and put serious distance between them and the enemy mob. Uncle Yu, slick as ever, threw his hands up, asking for a pause while secretly shuffling his crew backward out of the danger zone. Once they cleared the blast radius, a sharp whistle echoed across the wasteland. Down in the open snowfield, total panic hit. Nobody had a clue where Zhang Yi was camping or where the absolute nuke of a grenade he just lobbed came from. Boom! A massive earth-shattering explosion ripped through the snow, detonating right behind the rival bosses. Uncle Yu rounded up the whole crew and slapped the phone on speaker right in front of the bosses, asking if anyone had questions. Wang Qiang was absolutely shook. "Bro, why the insane violence?" he stammered. Over the line, Zhang Yi wasn't having it. "If this is just a chill negotiation, why are over 1,000 dudes marching straight for my crib?" He checked his watch. "You've got exactly 5 minutes until our deadline. Roll up to building 25 to talk, or it's game over for all of you." Stepping up for the group, Chen Ling choked out, "Fine, we're in already, hiding out in one of the units." Zhang Yi smirked. With just one perfectly timed blast, over 20 guys had just been instantly wiped off the map. That definitely sent a message. Now only 20 targets remained. A quick minute later, the panicked leaders scrambled up the pitch-black stairwell, pushing past each other to reach the meet-up spot. With zero working elevators, they were completely winded and gasping for air. Doing a quick head count, they confirmed the whole squad survived. Time to get down to business. The neighborhood bosses in the room tried to play it cool, their old demands for a team-up. Zhang Yi just rolled his eyes, whipped out his Glock and slammed it right on the table. The entire room froze in pure terror. Zhang Yi just shrugged. My bad, it was digging into my waist. Keep talking. Nobody could unsee the heavy artillery. They warned him that if he crossed them, the rest of the survivors would gang up and cancel him. Unbothered, Zhang Yi hijacked the chat. First off, your demands are straight garbage. Hard pass. Sponsoring groceries for that many mouths. Absolutely not happening. Best I can do is 10 meals a day per building. How you split that loot is a you problem. Chen Ling lost his mind. That's literally nothing. My block alone has 76 people. Zhang Yi's eyes went cold. Take it or we go to all-out war. Jumping in to save the vibe, Tianfeng interrupted, pointing out that Chen Ling wasn't the main character, but 10 meals wouldn't stop a full-blown riot back home. Click. Zhang Yi racked the slide of his Glock. Still think it's not enough, he challenged. Sweating bullets, the pacifist Li Jian threw his hands up. Bro, let's just talk this out. Literally anything is better than catching a hollow point to the skull. Leaning back, Zhang Yi kicked his boots up onto the desk. Look, my stash isn't a bottomless cheat code. Scavenge all you want, you're gonna hit zero eventually. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a fistful of seeds and scattered them across the wood. His flex. Start grinding on some DIY farming if they actually wanted to survive this apocalypse. Tianfeng looked at him like he was crazy. Dude, what's the point? How the hell are we supposed to grow crops in a literal ice age? Tapping his Glock, Zhang Yi dropped a reality check. There's still solid dirt buried under that snowstorm. And you've got infinite water. Here's the catch. Every single block sends their guys out to dig and plant crops daily. You put in the sweat, and I drop 10 meals per building. On top of that, I'll hook you up with medkits, premium drinks, and actual cigarettes. The second the word cigarettes dropped, the two nicotine-starved smokers practically short-circuited and shouted that they were totally down for whatever he wanted. Zhang Yi pulled a sealed pack from his dimensional space and tossed it over for a taste test. Lighting up his own smoke, he leaned against the wall. So do we have a deal? Put in the work, and they'd score a fresh carton every single day. Li Jian opened his mouth trying to object, but the smoker squad totally caved, agreeing to literally every single demand. Their only condition, just let them. The other three bosses were dead silent, low-key terrified of the dude flexing a Glock who had just folded two of their own. One of the leaders immediately pressured the rest to just take the deal. Those two were already acting like total glazers trying to get on his good side while the others desperately wanted to negotiate. But the sellouts completely shut down any room for debate. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi casually strolled over to the window. He spotted the mob of building residents outside starting to swarm. Without missing a beat, he whipped his Glock straight at the bosses' heads. And snapped, "What kind of stunt is this?" Wang Qiang, who was already totally whipped, swore up and down that there was literally zero reason for anyone outside to launch an ambush. Li Jian chimed in, swearing that if those guys attacked, they were completely going rogue. Zhang Yi barked at his crew to get inside. Everyone in that room was completely cornered. Right then, Zhang Yi spawned his sniper rifle out of thin air, pulling off the slickest magic trick unseen. Peering through the scope, he locked onto the rebel ringleader and dropped him with one absolutely flawless headshot. The shot callers dropped like flies. Zhang Yi ruthlessly sniped absolutely anyone who dared to step up. The bosses trapped in the room were shaking, traumatized by the bloodbath echoing outside. Just a few minutes later, Zhang Yi was chilling like nothing even happened. He casually announced that the trash had been taken out, and smirked, asking if everyone was finally cool with his terms. The two chain smokers violently nodded along. The holdouts basically had a gun to their heads and caved. The last guy to break was the righteous Li Jian. Now that they were all on the same page, he declared the new rules would drop tomorrow afternoon. Right before walking out of the room, he intimidatingly tapped Li Jian's gear and warned him to do his job flawlessly or else, because he'd be watching their every single move. As they stumbled out of the building, every single leader looked totally cooked and sweating bullets. His own residents were clueless about the chaos. Zhang Yi gave them the rundown of his boss-level play, but dropped the bomb that he had to fork over around 300 meals a day. The crowd was totally heated, demanding to know why they were giving away so much precious loot. But Zhang Yi totally played them. He spun a massive they'd be thrown into a brutal war against over 1,000 crazy neighbors, which would 100% lead to a massive massacre right here in their home. And there was absolutely no way he'd let his people die like that. So he took the massive L on the food just to keep them safe. The ultimate manipulation worked. Building 25 was literally in tears, ugly crying over his sacrifice. To them, Zhang Yi was the absolute GOAT, the only leader who actually gave a damn about their survival. Once the mob cleared out, only Uncle Yu stayed behind. The old man awkwardly admitted that this definitely wasn't the master plan they had cooked up. Zhang Yi pulled him into a private room and spilled the real tea. His original plan was to brutally wipe out every single apartment leader in one massive strike. But the enemies only sent their top 5 bosses as bait, so he had to cancel the hit. If he had just wiped out those 5, new randoms would have just spawned in their place way more bloodthirsty, and he was dead set on totally wiping out Building 25. It finally clicked for Uncle Yu why the damage hadn't been completely catastrophic yet. The real bloodbath, yeah, he was definitely saving that for later. Uncle Yu was honestly mind-blown by Zhang Yi's absolute mastermind-level plotting. It was only a matter of time before the other residents started crumbling from starvation. Dropping 300 meals was a toxic bait to completely break them. There was no way they wouldn't tear each other apart for those scraps. Back at his cozy fortress, his girl was casually doing yoga. Such a tough life they lived while everyone else froze. Joe here was super eager to hear how his little negotiation went down. He playfully tossed her onto the bed, dropping a firm warning to stay locked inside for the next few days. After a seriously steamy night indoors, the outside world, but as promised, the pawns were out there digging. He did a quick vibe check on them before revving up his snowmobile. Where could he have stashed it? Today's mission was to track down a specific vet clinic. He knew exactly what to grab: animal euthanasia poison, a heavy-duty toxin he'd keep in his back pocket for the perfect moment. Back at base, he sorted his fresh loot. The whole squad was absolutely floored by the massive haul he scored this time around. Out of pure terror, the rival rolling out, he caught whispers from the exhausted workers groaning about the brutal grind. But admitting the payoff was worth it. Back in his pristine, warm sanctuary, his crew was practically begging for a smoke break to take the edge off. He gave everyone the green light to dig into the feast, but his guard stayed totally up until he double-checked that their food wasn't spiked. His squad trusted him completely while the outsiders kept starving for rations that would never show up. Later that night, our boy stepped out of a hot bath, completely unbothered, just listening to the absolute chaos echoing outside as neighbors went feral over food scraps, while he and his girl casually feasted like royalty. The next morning, the grind continued, with everyone digging. As our main character geared up for his daily patrol, he dropped a quick warning for his crew to stay strapped because people were getting desperate. And then he ripped through the snow on his ride to hunt down more supplies. A few hours later, he pulled up with noticeably less loot than before. Zhang Yi laid it out straight for the group. Scavenging was a total gamble right now, and they just had to make do with whatever scraps they managed to score. But honestly, it was all a massive brain play to speed up the enemy's infighting. By that very afternoon, the other buildings were literally chucking weaker residents out into the freezing snow just to save on rations. While the entire neighborhood spiraled into absolute madness, he was chilling at home, blasting tunes and buffing his gear. The very next day, the grim reality hit hard. Dozens of frozen bodies littered the snow, and the buildings were scarred from violent riots. A few terrified stragglers actually asked if they still needed to dig today. Zhang Yi just coldly stepped over the corpses, deadpanning that unless they wanted to join the frozen body pile, they better get to work. Panic mode activated. Everyone immediately scrambled to shovel snow while Zhang Yi watched like a hawk. But Uncle Yu quickly pointed out the massively thinning crowd. I mean, obviously, bro, just look at the absolute graveyards scattered around them. Only Zhang Yi's loyal crew showed up today, but tomorrow would be a totally different story. He blasted a loud and clear threat to the whole block: 0 work equals 0 food and absolutely no smokes. Magically, by the next morning, the worker count bounced right back. Uncle Yu was super confused why these people would crawl back, knowing the food math just didn't add up. Zhang Yi dropped a chilling hint that they were showing up to forage for food either way. And right on cue, yesterday's frozen corpses were mysteriously vanishing as he drove off. Suddenly, Chenling awkwardly shuffled over to catch him. Looking completely filthy and practically shaking with anxiety, she approached him, wanting to hash out the absolute dumpster fire going on right now. With rations basically non-existent, she warned that if things kept going this way, these tenants were going to straight up turn on each other in a bloody battle royale. She tried playing the smart card, suggesting he use his big brain to engineer a high-tech way out, to patch up their massive starvation crisis. She hyped him up to flex his power and conquer more turf. She pitched that if they tag-teamed this apocalypse, they could literally build their own empire from the ashes. But Zhang Yi's eyes just went dead cold. Pure villain energy. He instantly called her out for gaslighting everyone just to snatch power, spitting the brutal fact that half her building was already 6 feet under because of her toxic games. Those cheap manipulation tactics, yeah, that wasn't going to fly with him, not even a little bit. Shoving her back, he dropped a freezing reality check. Snakes-like, completely cornered, all she could do was desperately beg him to flip the script and let her ride shotgun as his right-hand woman. Now, weirdly enough, Li Jian's block had 0 casualties. Literally everyone was breathing and grinding. Suspicious as hell, Zhang Yi pulled up on Li Jian to interrogate him about this survival miracle. Our boy was heavily hinting that Li Jian was definitely hiding a secret stash, especially since every other block was practically tearing each other apart for crumbs. But Li Jian's answer was painfully basic. He swore on his life that he kept it 100% real with his crew. He just laid the entire deal out on the table for everyone, and split whatever tiny scraps they scavenged straight down the middle. Zhang Yi couldn't help but mock him, laughing that all this wholesome equality just meant everyone was starving equally. Smirking at the tragic vibes, Zhang Yi turned to dip, but Li Jian frantically begged him to hold up. He pleaded that Zhang Yi was the only one who could save their entire building from collapsing. Zhang Yi just clapped back. He sarcastically noted that, with Li Jian's so-called god-tier leadership, he should just draft the absolute tanks of his group to hoard the major rations. Otherwise, they were all going to hold hands and starve to death anyway. R.I.P. He completely walked off, leaving poor Li Jian spiraling in an existential crisis about finally being selfish. Next stop, the two dirty leaders who were absolutely feasting and living their best lives. He smooth-talked them, saying if they ever needed a hookup, his door was always open. But honestly, one look at his menacing shadow revealed the pure demon our MC actually was. He loved playing buddy-buddy with these literal parasites. Later on, a bunch of other block bosses swarmed him, begging to get in on that same VIP treatment that Wang Tian and Tianfang were hoarding. It only cost a few smokes. He boldly announced that starting tomorrow, everyone would fall under his absolute rule before quickly shooing the guy away. Random neighbors kept pressing Zhang Yi, getting all entitled and demanding bigger cuts. The MC just walked away, casually dropping a toxic hint that some folks were simply built to earn more. That instantly sparked insane jealousy across the entire building. Everything was clicking into place perfectly. Soon enough, every single one of these fools would be taking a permanent nap in the snow. Phase 2 was officially a go. Bright and early the next morning, he geared up and ventured out on a massive supply run. Only this time, he totally over-delivered, packing enough grub to feed the entire block. Knowing they were practically starving like crazy, he laced the whole batch with his hidden poison stash. His masterclass in betrayal was going flawlessly. But seriously, weren't those gang bosses bound to figure it out and snap on him? There was absolute zero chance these massive egos would just roll over and let one dude pull all the strings forever. They were 100% cooking up a sneaky counterattack in the even though his insane arsenal of heavy weapons kept them completely paralyzed from trying anything stupid. Never mess with a menace like Zhang Yi. He realized it was officially time to make moves. Pulling up to his crib with way more supplies than last time, he asked Uncle Yu and the crew to watch his back and act as his personal bodyguards. This time around, the top dogs pulled up to claim their rations, but the vibe was totally off. The leaders he usually dealt with were giving him seriously sketchy looks. When Building 21 stepped up, Zhang Yi turned around to grab their loot, but got totally blindsided. They screamed, flashing their weapons for a full-on ambush. Shots popped off, and out of nowhere, somebody dove right in front of Zhang Yi. Completely shook, he realized the only guy he actually trusted just took a bullet to save his. Seconds later, neighbors from the other blocks swarmed in to finish the job. One snake even tried to jump. Zhang Yi decided he was done playing nice. No more hiding his troop. Bro straight up whipped out a heavy machine gun and started spraying the crowd. It literally did not matter how many of them tried to rush him. Nobody was surviving that absolute barrage of lead. Realizing they completely messed up, the traitors panicked and scrambled to escape. But no matter how fast they ran, every single one of them caught a headshot and hit the floor. When his mag ran dry, he didn't miss a beat, instantly drawing dual pistols to keep the party going. Leaders Wang and Tianfang dropped to their knees, crying and begging, swearing up and down that they had nothing to do with the setup. Too bad for them, Zhang Yi wasn't handing out forgiveness today. The absolute last person standing was Chen Ling. She pleaded that she was completely innocent, which honestly might have been true. She even threw in a sob story about having a 13-year-old daughter at home. Zero hesitation. Zhang Yi put a bullet right between her eyes. Looking at the absolute massacre, he actually muttered a genuine apology to the dead. But he couldn't leave any loose ends. He walked away, leaving a literal ocean of bodies behind him. Suddenly, Zhang Yi noticed someone was actually still breathing. It was Uncle Yu. Moving fast, he pulled an adrenaline shot straight from his spatial inventory. He jammed the needle right into the old man's chest. Spotting two guys hiding from Building 25, he screamed at them to drag Uncle Yu over to his place. Along the way, Zilame spotted her husband completely wrecked. She started panicking, crying. How the heck was she supposed to survive alone? The fact that this girl was only stressing about her own survival pissed Zhang Yi off so much he literally snapped at her to shut her mouth. He bluntly told her to chill out, and her whole vibe shifted. In her head, if the old man bites the dust, she loses her meat shield in this apocalypse. She looked at Zhang Yi and demanded that if her husband dies, he has to take care because she would just end it all. Zhang Yi was just staring at her, mind blown that she was already writing her husband's obituary. Like, did she secretly want the guy dead? Zilame just bawled her eyes out, screaming that she didn't mean it like that. She kept sobbing that her husband had to pull through. Totally exhausted by her drama, Zhang Yi ignored her and checked on the uncle. To this toxic woman, Uncle Yu was literally her free meal ticket. There was no way she was letting that go. When they finally reached his armored door, Zhang Yi told the helpers to bounce, but Zilame clung to them, begging to stay by her husband's side. Knowing how much the old man blindly loved this woman, Zhang Yi sighed. The second that heavy door swung open, the entire atmosphere completely. It was literally a warm paradise inside, and Zilame instantly started crying tears of pure joy. This ultra-luxe safe house, it's exactly the sanctuary she's been low-key obsessing over. While Zhang Yi and Zhou Keir are busy hauling a bleeding Uncle Yu through the doors, this girl literally waltzes into the kitchen and pours herself a drink. Zero hesitation. Not even a quick "can I?" Our duo is absolutely stunned. But wait, it gets worse. She skips right back, totally beaming, demanding baby formula. Cue Zhang Yi's death glare. He is completely triggered. She quickly defends herself. It's for the baby uncle. Yu adores the kid. But our boy ignores the drama, locking his focus entirely on the dying man. He dips into the next room and casually pulls a whole medical stretcher straight out of his spatial inventory. Zhou Keir blinks, totally glitching out, wondering if she just witnessed actual magic. He brushes off her shock, immediately snapping her back to reality. Tell me what meds and gear you need, now. The bullet tore right through a critical spot, spelling massive internal bleeding, fixing Uncle Yu in this apocalyptic setup, basically a 0% survival rate. Hearing the grim diagnosis, the entitled girl absolutely loses it, sobbing and shrieking. Zhang Yi snaps. He glares daggers at her, promising totally brutal consequences if she makes one more sound. She instantly shuts up, awkwardly muttering that she should probably just give them some space. We all know what's actually running through her greedy mind. Endless snacks, steaming hot showers. Why stay in the trauma room when she could go snoop? But Zhang Yi instantly reads her selfish vibe and physically blocks the door. You're staying right here to help, he growls. She forced her way inside using Uncle Yu as an excuse, so now she's stuck on nurse duty. She isn't moving a single inch until the surgery is completely wrapped up. Leaving the girls to operate, he sprints down to the ground floor. His squad just got backstabbed and Uncle Yu is hanging by a thread. It is time for pure payback. Sure, nearly every neighbor hates their guts, and the rival complexes pack over 1,000 hostile survivors. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi's crew is insanely out, but he gives his team a harsh reality check. Look outside. Anyone who steps foot in the snow gets jumped, and anyone who dodges this fight is officially marked as a traitor. Flake out and you end up like the frozen corpses in the courtyard. Fast forward, the squad pulls up to Building 21. The upper floor haters immediately spot Zhang Yi leading the charge. Knowing our guy packs serious firepower, half the tenants freeze in absolute terror. After all, they're just clutching basic baseball bats and kitchen knives. But the cocky ones, they smugly assume their fortified walls will keep them totally safe. Zhang Yi barks orders to his crew, locking down every single exit. No one escapes through the windows either. Stepping into the lobby, he unloads a massive pile of wooden furniture from his void storage, completely drenching the entire setup in gallons of gasoline. He flicks his silver lighter open. With a savage smirk, he loudly announces he's just being a good neighbor, helping them warm up in this sub-zero freeze. He casually tosses the flame into the puddle. A massive inferno instantly devours the lobby, while our squad smoothly strolls right out the front doors. Thick toxic black smoke spirals up the stairwells like a chimney. Absolute panic grips the upper floors. People are screaming desperately, trying to crack a window before they choke. But plot twist, the apocalyptic freeze basically welded every window shut. Without heavy tools, shattering the glass is impossible. Standing out in the snow, Zhang Yi chills and points his gun at the burning tower. This is your mess now, he orders his team. If anything crawls out, drop it. As the blaze goes nuclear, the roasting tenants choose the only way out. They leap from the high-rises, crashing hard into the icy drifts. Far below, escaping the barbecue just means getting their spines completely shattered on impact. Enter one of Zhang Yi's girls, who has absolutely zero chill for these flaming, crawling survivors. She brutally buries her combat knife right into their chests. Honestly, even the toughest dudes in the crew are spooked by her dark energy. Her boyfriend, low-key sweating nervously, stammers, "Babe, you good?" She whips around, flashing this innocent, angelic smile. "Just putting in the work, babe." Every time another victim splats onto the snow and twitches, she excitedly skips over to permanently end their suffering. Within minutes, Building 21 is completely wiped off the map. No survivors. Next up, Zhang Yi leads his bloodthirsty hit squad straight toward Building 26. Led by Tianfeng, the residents totally freaked out after seeing Building 21 get absolutely wiped. Rushing over, they desperately screamed that they weren't backing Tianfeng, and swore they were entirely innocent. Laughing it off, Zhang Yi just smirked and said it didn't even matter. They were all gonna burn anyway. Minutes later, that exact building went up in flames. And along with it, 5 other blocks to fight off the freezing cold. He figured that was enough carnage for one night. He casually told the residents of another block to chill out and not worry, claiming he knew exactly who the real innocent ones were, and they'd stay totally safe. Some breathed a massive sigh of relief, while a bunch of others yelled that he had to be running out of stamina after torching 5 whole buildings. Totally ignoring the haters, he decided for the day. After freezing their butts off for so long, some folks actually stayed outside to soak up the heat from the inferno, even if the fuel was literally their neighbors' homes. After that, he strolled over to the bodies of the guys who were supposed to be his most loyal crew. He had zero reason to betray them, especially since he had treated them like absolute kings. Super curious about the backstabbing, he snatched their phones to do a little digging. Everything clicked the second he scrolled through their group chats. Right after he finished dealing with the blocks involved in the uprising, Zhang Yi finally headed back to his fortress to check up on Uncle Yu. The steady beep of the heart monitor proved the old man was completely out of the woods. He hyped up Zhou Qier, calling her straight up the best doctor in all of Jiangnan. While they were talking, Xie Limei awkwardly walked up, begging for some food for her and her baby. Looking at her like she was absolute trash, he tossed a single pack of instant ramen onto the floor, saying he at least wouldn't let her starve to death. But the woman actually pushed her luck, whining that it just wasn't enough. She had peeked into the kitchen and spotted fresh eggs and chicken. Right then, Zhang Yi was about to absolutely lose his mind. And even Zhou Qier was completely mind-blown by the sheer audacity of this lady. Like we're literally in a frozen apocalypse and you're complaining about free food. Annoyed, our main guy snapped that she could take the ramen or eat literal dirt. After dropping that massive reality check, he walked off with his girl. They headed straight back to the master bedroom, where an exhausted Zhang Yi got a super relaxing leg massage. Things got a little spicy with some kissing, but quickly settled back down. While rubbing his legs, Zhou Qier mentioned that Uncle Yu's recovery was totally bizarre. During surgery, his massive wounds literally started knitting themselves back together. Hearing that, Zhang Yi felt a massive light bulb go off in his head. He pieced it together during the massive supernova explosion. A crazy gamma wave had blasted the Earth, basically granting superpowers to people under highly specific conditions. It made total sense that Uncle Yu awakened a skill just like his own endless spatial storage. Realizing this, he wondered why the two of them were the only ones flexing superpowers. Then it hit him. It was the near-death experience that triggered the awakening. He was literally dying thanks to Fang Yuqing when his spatial power saved him, while Uncle Yu was bleeding out from 3 bullet wounds, right before his insane healing factor kicked in. Once he figured out the cheat code, he ordered Zhou Qier to keep Uncle Yu heavily sedated for now, making sure he wouldn't wake up until the perfect moment. Zhang Yi then casually strolled into the living room, only to catch Xie Limei desperately digging around for snacks. He coldly roasted her, saying all the food was locked in his spatial dimension, so snooping was completely useless. He basically ordered her to become Uncle Yu's 24/7 nurse. Having no choice, the woman swallowed her pride and shuffled to the sick room. Next on the hit list, confronting another massive traitor, Fang Yuqing lunged at him with a knife, violently struck. His invisible shield lost her weapon and fell flat on her back. Zhang Yi stared down at her sarcastically, noting that it had been a hot minute since they last crossed paths. Glancing over at her dead bestie lying on the table, he mocked her, saying he finally understood how a completely useless gold digger like her managed to stay alive this long. Absolutely consumed by insane rage, she screamed her lungs out, demanding to know why absolutely nobody could just kill this guy. She had the nerve to blame Zhang Yi, calling him a massive loser like always. She claimed she would have dated him otherwise, but our boy Zhang Yi was completely done talking. He instantly swung a heavy baseball bat straight into the agent, shattering her bone on impact. Dragging her by the hair, he coldly whispered that he should have done this ages ago. The two-faced girl shrieked in absolute terror. No, 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 no. Fang Yuqing deeply regretted everything, but our ruthless main character just casually dropped her off the roof, watching her crash into the freezing snow. The next morning at home, Zhang Yi stepped into the bedroom to check on Uncle Yu. Mind blown, he realized the old man's healing factor was absolutely insane compared to a normal human. In just 24 hours, his literal bullet wound had already closed up. Zhang Yi ordered Zhou Qier to keep a close eye on him until he fully recovered. Following orders, she smoothly injected a heavy sedative straight into Uncle Yu just like normal. Right then, Shirley May walked up randomly asking Zhang Yi to fetch a phone charger from her place. Glancing at Uncle Yu, he remembered that coma patients can actually hear everything. So putting on a fake smile, he gently told her he'd grab it after handling some quick business. But the second he stepped out, his vibe flipped. Time to wipe out the leeches. He stepped out into the cold, ready to torch even more buildings. Suddenly, Zuo Hao, the guy who got absolutely wrecked earlier, spotted Zhang Yi rolling up. He rushed over desperate, claiming he had top-tier intel for his quote-unquote big bro. Honestly, what could this scrub possibly know? Big bro Zhang Yi. Have you heard about Wang Simon, the absolute richest dude in the city? He secretly built a crazy doomsday bunker with $200 million. Catching Zhang Yi's attention, Zuo Hao nervously begged to chat in a super hidden spot away from spying ears. Ducking into a random apartment, Zuo Hao spilled all the tea. He revealed that Wang Simon's fortress was buried right under an ultra-luxury gated community. Unimpressed, Zhang Yi just stared at him. And so what? Why the hell are you telling me this? Zuo Hao swallowed hard, explaining that the bunker had a literally endless supply of food. Basically, he wanted to play sidekick and help Zhang Yi raid the billionaire's stash. Our main character just scoffed. The whole idea was straight up hilarious to him. He didn't care what kind of god-tier loot was hiding in there. Invading a heavily fortified max security zone was totally not worth catching a stray bullet. But then, Zuo Hao dropped a massive bomb. Wang Simon already knew exactly who Zhang Yi was. That tiny detail instantly pissed Zhang Yi off. His eyes went dead cold as he asked Zuo Hao exactly how he wanted to die. Panicking hard, the guy started screaming that he'd never scheme against him, and that he genuinely just wanted to team up to get his point across. Our main character casually fired a warning shot straight past Zuo Hao's head. Bang! Shaking like a leaf, the dude babbled that the mansion was stacked with groceries and he just wanted to leech off Zhang Yi to avoid starving. Plus, turns out Zuo Hao used to be tight with Wang Simon, that incredibly spoiled rich kid who had life handed to him. Honestly, he was just incredibly salty and wanted some sweet, sweet revenge. Now that caught Zhang Yi's attention. He respected a good revenge plot, so he threw the guy a bone. Getting straight to business, our guy demanded the security specs, enemy count, and the exact layout. Spill it. Now trembling Zuo Hao swallowed his fear and desperately tried to bargain, saying he'd only drop the details if they made a solid deal first. Bro is really... Our boy smirks low-key, admitting he'd rather just send him straight to the lobby. But Zhou Hao claps back, saying he already knows Zhang Yi wiped out everyone who outlived their usefulness, so threatening him is totally pointless. Hearing this, Zhang Yi gives him props for being big-brained and actually agrees to negotiate. The guy is absolutely hyped. But hold up. Zhang Yi drops two non-negotiable conditions first. He needs this dude to permanently silence a daily annoyance. He drags Zhou Hao into an apartment, claiming he's got a dark secret to share. Our cunning MC whips out a sketchy briefcase, leaving the guy completely spooked and sweating bullets. Still, he figures teaming up with Zhang Yi guarantees his survival, so betting his life is worth the gamble. The MC pulls out a super shady syringe, casually claiming he used to be a pro cleaner. He calls this his little insurance policy. It's a common chemical that'll trigger a game over in exactly 1 week. Once they hijack Wang Siming's shelter, he'll hand over the cure. Zhang Yi injects the stuff, coldly announcing they've got a target to zero out today. Zhou Hao needs to go camp at the target's place right this second. The moment he's finally flying solo, Zhang Yi smirks. Plot twist. That was literally just salt water. Just a massive brain play to keep the dude from backstabbing him. Heading back to his base, he spots Shilai Mei chilling with Uncle Yu. He heads straight to the bedroom, telling the old man how relieved he is, that he's safe and sound. He swears that from now on, he's going to protect him like his own flesh and blood. Hearing this absolute gold, Shilai Mei is over the moon, eagerly reminding him that a promise is a promise. She shoves her baby into his arms, saying she's going to quickly grab their stuff. Her master plan. With both the baby and Uncle Yu locked in, there's zero chance Zhang Yi can kick her and the kid to the curb. Glued to his phone screen, Zhang Yi shoots a text, signaling that the target has left the building. While Zhou Kier distracts the baby, the mom unlocks her apartment door, entirely convinced she was leaving this dump forever. Massive jump scare. Somebody is lurking inside the shadows. Completely paralyzed by fear, she couldn't even throw a punch. She takes a brutal hit followed by an absolute combo. Super satisfied with his work, Zhou Hao immediately drops a text, confirming he just took out the trash. Yep, she is never walking back into her place or Zhang Yi's ever again. Meanwhile, back at the fortress, our boy tells Uncle Yu that he's going to live out his days here with his wife, Ki Lai Mai, and it's going to be an absolute vibe. Uncle Yu, however, gets totally overwhelmed. He says it's way too much, and he really shouldn't be burdening Zhang Yi. Suddenly, the baby starts bawling, and the old man is absolutely clueless on how to chill him out. Zhang Yi instantly tosses the crying kid over to Zhou Qier. Diaper duty time. Figure it out, girl. Stepping back into the bedroom, he goes to chat with Uncle Yu again. The old man is stressing out, saying she's taking way too long and he's getting paranoid. Playing the hero, Zhang Yi tells Zhou Qier he's gonna go check on Xie Lemay. Instead, he slides into his own room to draft a massive group chat blast rallying every single neighbor down to apartment 10301. He drops a chilling voice note to Xu Ao. Don't show your face if you value your life. Fast forward a bit and the crew is totally vibing. With the rival blocks wiped off the map, they figure riding Zhang Yi's coattails is their ultimate meal ticket. But our guy doesn't even step inside. He just casually tosses in 2 frags and slams the door shut. 1 second they're celebrating, the next. Clink clink. 2 pineapples hit the floor. Nobody even had time to blink. Boom. The whole room goes up in abs. The blast totally shreds the doorway. Rocking his shield for backup, Zhang Yi finally steps into the kill zone. Total carnage. The place is absolutely gutted. One bleeding survivor snaps, screaming, "We backed you up. Why the hell are you butchering us?" Ice-cold Zhang Yi just shrugs it off. He kept them breathing this long, so their lives belong to him now. He's just collecting his dues. After completely purging his own block, he declares his hit list is officially empty, except for Chen Zheng strictly as a massive favor to Zhou Qier. Heading back to base, he pulls Uncle Yu aside. Dropping some heavy news, he spins a story. The neighbors went rogue and took out Zilame. They were plotting with rival bosses to wipe us off the map. Zhang Yi claims he handled the trash, though a few rats slipped away. The old man absolutely breaks down, blaming himself, and smashes his fist into the bed in pure rage. That crazy impact makes Zhang Yi realize the dude doesn't just heal, he's packing super strength too. He quickly tells the guy to chill out. Zhang Yi owns up to his part of the mess, reminding him this apocalypse is brutal but promises to hook him up with a brand new wifey. And not just anyone, an absolute baddie. "I got you," he says, which actually makes the tough old guy blush like crazy. But Zhang Yi still has one massive headache left to deal with. The newborn. Zhou Qier complains the kid is screaming non-stop, and nothing is working. He shoots her a look, silently asking if she, fed it herself. She gets super flustered, snapping that her goods are strictly reserved for him. Rolling his eyes, our boy says he'll hunt down a wet nurse. We don't even know if he bothered looping Uncle Yu into this drama, because smash cut to the next scene. Zhang Yi is marching straight to Li Jian's territory, baby in tow. Probably the only complex he hasn't torched to the ground yet. He calls out their boss, Li Jian, and tells him they need to talk. Zhang Yi smirks, asking if he's scared. Sweating bullets, Li Jian admits he's terrified, but knows running is completely pointless. Plus, showing up casually holding a literal infant doesn't exactly scream, "I'm here to slaughter you all." Zhang Yi orders them to track down a nursing mom, dropping a solid stash of food as payment for whoever takes the gig. He promises he won't wipe out their crew, since he knows damn well they wouldn't dare plot against him. Looking like he just won the lottery, Li Jian swears he'll handle the kid. He practically sprints over to a woman nearby, shoving the baby and the rations into her arms. He tells her it's her job now since they run a strict shared survival system here. Taking in the massive crowd still breathing in this block, Zhang Yi can't help but ask how the hell do they plan to survive once those rations run dry. Li Jian declares that once the food runs out, they are going out like absolute legends. Our boy smirks, pointing out that their little hunger crisis could easily be fixed using the stuff he just torched. But Li Jian shuts that down instantly, proving that no matter how hard Zhang Yi tries to buy him out, the man just refuses to fold. Zhang Yi actually drops his ego to admit he respects the hustle, while Li Jian confesses he admires how our main character keeps his own crew breathing. Pausing for a quick second, Li Jian tries to cash in a fast favor, but Zhang Yi cuts him off with a flat-out no. Still, the guy pushes forward, reminding our survivor how he used to drop off supplies to the entire block back in the day. So with only one building left standing, why not slide some help their way? Zhang Yi just rejects the whole idea and turns his back. But taking a beat to process it, something clicks in his brain. He realizes that spoon-feeding this crew will only backfire in the long run, leading them straight down the exact same dark path as the other ruined shelters. So he completely switches up the game, handing over every single seed he had stashed away. If they manage to sprout these babies, they can finally stand on their own 2 feet without begging for handouts. This little care package is officially his final act of charity. For the very first time since the world went totally upside down, Zhang Yi actually throws a lifeline with absolutely zero hidden agenda. Li Jian turns to his people, questioning if growing these things is even realistic in this freezing hellscape. An older biology professor steps up. There is actually a tiny glimmer of hope that they can pull it off. Meanwhile, chilling in his high-end penthouse, Zhang Yi declares the annoying neighbor situation permanently handled. Now his eyes are locked on, scoring a brand new stronghold. A little later, Joe K struts back inside, checking in to see if our guy wrapped up his business. He tosses his heavy coat aside with a quick yeah. She naturally wonders what is on the menu for dinner tonight. Looking completely innocent, Joe K. But our sly protagonist pulls her close, whispering that she needs to guess what he is really craving right now. She gets instantly flustered nervously, pointing out that her uncle is literally right next door. Zhang Yi just smirks, reminding her that this elite safe house is completely soundproofed. Fast forward to the next morning, Joe K is totally wiped out from their intense late-night workout, deeply passed out in bed. Zhang Yi shoots a text to Shuao demanding he drops everything and pulls up immediately, and the guy wastes zero time getting there. Ironically, the exact same dude who was getting hunted down on Zhang Yi's orders just days ago is now chilling inside his ultimate base. Knowing his place in the food chain, he skips. Zhang Yi cuts to the chase, demanding the absolute latest intel on Wang Ximing. But before Shuao can even spit out a word, our boss barks at him to shut his mouth and hand over his phone. Shuao instantly freezes up in pure panic. Why the hell does he want to dig through his personal device? But Zhang Yi cranks up the pressure, ordering him to hurry up. He plans to scroll straight through his private messages with Wang Ximing while a sweating Shuao stammers that he really should not take those chats out of context. Losing his patience, Zhang Yi violently grabs the guy by his collar, getting all up in his face and demanding if he is hiding something sketch, causing the terrified guy to shakily surrender his screen after a few dark threats. Shuao frantically warns him that he definitely talked a whole lot of trash about Zhang Yi in those chats, begging him not to take it personally, since it was all just a massive act. Our boy scrolls down only to discover that Shuao has been leaking his private intel straight to Wang Ximing. The text totally exposed them plotting to team up and raid Zhang Yi's stash, but Shuao swears on his life that framing him is just a high IQ play to earn the rich kid's absolute trust. Staring at the screen, Zhang Yi's mind starts racing as he breaks down the real game. Zhang Yi finally catches on that Wang Ximing knows all about his arsenal, his sweet snowmobile, and his heavily fortified safe house. Back in his apartment, he decides to completely flip the script on them. Our guy forces Chu Hao to spill every single secret about Wang Ximing's base. If he leaves out one detail, it is totally game over. Chu Hao instantly drops the intel on this underground bunker forged from rocket-grade materials rigged with knockout gas, and insane flamethrowers guarding the entrance. Basically, this place is an absolute death trap. The only real way to breach this fortress is if the crew inside literally opens the front door for you. So Zhang Yi locks in on hacking the gas and disabling those blazing flamethrowers. Chu Hao pitches a wild idea, fake capturing Zhang Yi to trick Wang Ximing into letting them inside. RMC is seriously not vibing with this risky play, but it is his only shot. Suddenly, a massive light bulb goes off in his head, to see if he can totally hack his pocket dimension powers in a brand new way. Acting super sus, Zhang Yi starts calculating the crazy possibilities. He immediately kicks Chu Hao out, telling him to bounce. Get out of here, and in 2 or 3 days, I will hit you up. Panicking, Chu Hao begs. But boss, what about the cure? I am literally going to kick the bucket without it. Zhang Yi casually brushes him off, smirking that the toxin takes a full 7 days to act. He has plenty of time. Then bam, Zhang Yi slams the heavy door right in Chu Hao's face. Now he needs to brainstorm how to push this OP ability to the absolute limit in the real world. He drops onto the couch, brain working on overdrive. Out of nowhere, he sparks up a blazing fire right in his living room, and tries to suck the raging flames straight into his dimension. If this works just like his food stash, it is going to be incredibly busted. He literally swallows the entire inferno without getting a single scorch mark, and then flawlessly blasts that exact same fire back out like a human flamethrower. Our guy is way too overpowered now, and he is absolutely hyping himself up. If he can pull that off, what other insane tricks can he cook up? While racking his brain, he wonders if he could actually drag a living, breathing human into his void space. With zero hesitation, Zhang Yi snags a random dude from his apartment block to play guinea pig. He tosses a wooden bat at the guy's feet and promises that if he can land just one hit on him, he scores a fresh loaf of bread. Naturally, the neighbor is super weirded out as to why the terrifying Zhang Yi is literally begging to get smacked with a bat. Like, is this dude secretly a total masochist? But hey, driven by pure starvation, the guy lunges forward, swinging that bat with everything he has got. Just as Zhang Yi predicted, he seamlessly sucks the dude right into his storage void, watching it happen in slow motion. Once the transfer is complete, Zhang Yi scans his pocket dimension. The neighbor is trapped inside, totally frozen in place, just like everything else completely paralyzed and looking straight up flatlined. Doing a quick scan of the dude's body, he realizes there is absolutely no heartbeat and zero breathing. Thinking about it, this totally explains why his snacks never go bad. Time in here is 100% frozen. Yanking the guy back out into reality, Zhang Yi is honestly shocked to see him breathing again. He casually kicks the bat aside and leans in, asking the guy how that little trip felt. Absolutely traumatized, the dude stutters out that he thought he was a goner. He describes floating in a pure white void, entirely surrounded by endless mountains of supplies. This massive leak of info leaves Zhang Yi shook. But playing it cool, he instantly gaslights the poor dude, claiming it was just some wild hallucination, whipped up by our absolutely unhinged protagonist. So our guy just figured out that time hits totally different inside his pocket dimension. But here is the catch: if you stay in there too long, your brain basically short circuits, and you literally drop dead. What had him scratching his head, though, was whether living, breathing things just could not get sucked inside, as effortlessly as dead, lifeless objects. To test this wild theory, he straight up chopped a few pieces off his human guinea pig. He casually tosses the severed fingers into the void, and boom, it actually works. They can totally chill inside his alternate dimension. Alright, big brains in the chat, drop your theories down below. How do you guys think Zhang Yi's crazy space powers actually work? After absolutely wrecking the dude, our MC tosses to patch up his bloody stumps. Look at that, what an absolute sweetheart. After letting it sink in, the poor guy is somehow sitting there grinning, missing his digits and losing his mind. But hey, at least his stomach is full. The final verdict: he can totally launch objects straight out of his spatial void. But living people, they cannot get sucked in or spat back out. Now with my 2 remaining brain cells, I am guessing this guy only clipped into the dimension because he physically hurled himself at the portal. As for elemental stuff like fire, he can just swallow the flames and blast them back out in whatever direction he pleases. Armed with this busted cheat code, he already knows absolutely wipe the floor with Wang Ximing. He struts over to his favorite human test subject and drops a little thank you for the help. The poor guy does not even complain, just crying tears of joy that he could trade 2 measly fingers for a solid meal, bragging that he still has 8 left anyway. But Zhang Yi, he suddenly slices right through the guy's jugular, sending his body crashing backward. While the guy chokes in pure confusion, our ruthless MC just coldly drops that his free trial of usefulness has expired, and that last meal was literally his severance package. It is time to clock out forever. Weirdly enough, as the miserable dude's vision fades to black, he is just hyped that he can finally log out of this godforsaken apocalyptic world. Back at the crib, Zhang Yi plots to hunt down more randoms from Li Jian's building so he can grind some real-life combat simulations for the next 3 days straight. Fast forward through 3 days of absolute menace behavior. Zhang Yi rings up Su Hao for a little chat. But before he can even speak, Su Hao is practically sobbing for the antidote. The lethal poison in his veins is speeding up, and he can literally feel death. Zhang Yi smirks, noticing Su Hao has been eating pretty good lately, yet he looks like complete trash, all because of a literal placebo injection. That, my friends, is the terrifying power of gaslighting. Our MC finally throws him a bone, claiming he is sending over a temporary antidote that will cool down his symptoms for a bit. Su Hao is squealing, "Please hurry up, man, I am tapping out. I am actually dying." He takes the shot while Zhang Yi casually mentions this buff only lasts until they execute the raid on Wang Ximing's underground bunker. The second the meds hit, Su Hao is literally worshipping, his master swearing the master plan is officially a go. He dials up Wang Ximing to set up their sketchy little meetup. And honestly, my spidey senses are screaming that Zhang Yi is plotting something devious for later. He starts packing his gear, and casually drops to Zhou Kier that he is heading out on a mission. But this throws her totally off guard, because they have basically wiped out every single threat in their neighborhood. So why the sudden urgency to roll out right at this exact moment? Our boy finally bids his girl a temporary farewell. She has got to stay behind and hold down the fort in the apartment. He hooked her and the uncle up with a massive stash of food, easily enough to last them a solid month. Panicking, our sweet wifey desperately tries to block the door. It is an absolute death trap out there, but her man, he just smirks, dropping the coldest Walter White line: "He is the danger." Right outside, he plants a soft kiss on her lips, promising he will make it back in one piece. That instantly melts her anxiety away. Not gonna lie, guys, our girl is definitely a little down bad for him. Alright, main quest activated, infiltrate the bunker. But wait, plot twist hitting in 3, 2, 1. Su Hao is literally hogtied in the back like captured loot. Our MC brushes it off, claiming they gotta keep up the act to sell the scam. The duo treks through the frozen wasteland of the city. After a brutal hike, they finally roll up to the ultra-luxe condo district. basically the Beverly Hills of this apocalyptic city. Zhang Yi points out that this spot sits at the absolute highest peak of the town. Crazy enough, these mega mansions are barely even touched by the snow. I am no geography nerd, but the high elevation somehow keeps the blizzards at bay. Standing right at the main gates of the complex, they ditch the ride and push forward on foot. Flexing the snowmobile right up to Wang Simon's front door would be a massive rookie mistake. Meanwhile, a random woman peeking through her frosty windows catches the duo rolling into the neighborhood. Staring around her totally empty, freezing house, she realizes these two guys might just be her golden ticket to survival. By the time they pull up to Wang Simon's heavily fortified mega mansion, it is completely pitch black out. Lurking by the front gates, Zhang Yi coaches Xu Hao on exactly how to hype up this spoiled rich kid. Shaking like a leaf and terrified of getting sniped, Xu Hao crawls up to the intercom camera in GL, and the gorgeous Wang Simon, yep, that's literally me. I pulled up to the meetup to hash out this snowmobile deal. On the flip side, this clueless trust fund kid is totally confused about why they crashed his spot today instead of tomorrow like they planned. Plus, they rolled up empty-handed. No snowmobile in sight. But whatever, Xu Hao practically begs Wang Simon, bro, please just let us slide inside. This is literally a once-in-a-lifetime chance to snatch exactly what you've been craving. Wang Simon lays down the law one false move, and they're permanently cancelled. Stepping into this massive mansion, Zhang Yi's jaw drops. His crappy apartment doesn't even come close to this insane flex. Meanwhile, Xu Hao creeps forward, literally sweating bullets, terrified he's about to catch a fatal headshot. He swears that past this door is the main crib. He keeps creeping ahead. Then millionaire Wang Simon casually taps a single key on his setup. And boom, the security hallway goes full lockdown. Defense turrets activate, pumping straight toxic gas through the rich kid's monitors. Thick smoke completely swallows the room, and the raw, desperate screaming he hears from those two is honestly chilling. Once the screams die down and dead silence drops, he smirks, claiming it's finally time to roll out the red carpet for his guests. But here's the massive plot twist. Hidden behind that thick wall of smoke, Zhang Yi is chilling in a full gas mask, straight up vacuuming all that toxic fog into his dimensional pocket. A couple of minutes pass and the heavy door finally swings wide. The ultimate strategy, blast the rich kid the second he steps up. But plot twist, Zhang Yi is shook when the guy completely no-shows. So he quickly plays dead, dropping to the floor like a ragdoll, while internally raging at Xu Hao. Didn't this clown swear only Wang Simon and pretty girls lived here? Out of nowhere, a massive dude, decked out in heavy tactical gear, brutally kicks our protagonist. Just to double check, he's actually out cold, then violently tosses him onto a bunk bed. That's when Zhang Yi realizes, wait a minute, this buff dude is literally a famous TV actor. Must be some VIP bestie of Wang Simon. Once inside, they get tossed to the concrete like literal trash bags. The goons tie them up, totally hyping up the insane security system which the rich dude casually flexes about. I mean, the bunker cost a cool $1 billion. Ditching them in the dirt, the guys start chatting about the snowmobile Zhang Yi stashed away. But while they're running their mouths, Zhang Yi stealthily unleashes knockout gas right at them. Yo bro, why are you falling over? I'm not falling, why are you shrinking? As the henchmen hit the floor, Zhang Yi is already slipping out of his restraints. Zhou Hao and the two rich snobs, out cold from the fumes. First order of business, hog-tying these clowns, and snatching their firepower. These tryhards were packing gold-plated Desert Eagles. Zhang Yi applies the rules of communism and claims the loot for himself. The whole underground pad is ridiculously massive and dripping in luxury. Prowling through the endless hallways, he discovers a massive indoor greenhouse, which obviously belongs to him now. Heading upstairs, he stumbles into insane arcade rooms. Though it's creepy how dead quiet and empty everything is. He pops open another door labeled cats and dogs, only to find chained-up girls in cosplay, surrounded by clothes thrown all over the floor. One of them is actually awake, sobbing and begging Mr. Wang Simon for mercy, desperately crying out that they messed up. She latches onto his legs, but with zero hesitation or pity. Zhang Yi kicks the girl away, stating he's got a pretty good idea of the twisted stuff happening in here. A few gunshots ring out, and the room falls dead silent. Moving into the security room, Zhang Yi figures this has to be the brain of this whole madhouse. Every camera and climate system is wired to this spot. After checking out what felt like 200,000 other rooms, with most of them locked behind heavy passwords, he finally gives up and splashes cold water right in the rich kids' faces to wake them up. Utterly clueless about how the tables turned, the rich guy starts tweaking. Zhang Yi just smirks, dropping the classic, a magician never reveals his secrets. He demands to know if Wang Simon is ready to play ball. Simon practically screams yes as long as he doesn't get hurt. Jiang Yi drops his terms he's moving in with Simon, which honestly shouldn't be an issue in a crib this massive. He casually adds that the place is way too huge to live in alone. It would just be depressing. Thrilled to still be breathing, Wang eagerly says that if he wants to be bros, they totally can. Jiang Yi plays along, pointing out that this apocalypse winter won't last forever. And once the snow melts, being tight with a billionaire like Wang Simon is definitely the ultimate power move. Simon aggressively nods, secretly gloating that Jiang Yi is simply too scared to off him. Before cutting the guy loose, Jiang Yi demands a full tutorial on the bunker's security network. Cornered with zero options, Simon begs him to swear he won't hurt him once it's done. Jiang Yi promises that afterward he'll let him walk away. I don't just go around wiping out innocent people. Backed into a corner, Wang Simon totally caves. Down in the control room, the rich dude literally spills everything to Jiang Yi, passcodes and all. Hooked up with the full blueprint, Jiang Yi basically owns this whole fortress now. Thinking he's safe, Simon's like, bro, we good, you gonna cut me loose now? Jiang Yi flashes this wicked smirk and nods. He whips out a blade and straight up slices Simon's vocal cords. Just breathe, man, he whispers ice cold. The pain's gonna fade real quick. He's legit soothing the guy, letting him flatline in absolute peace. Gagging on his own blood, a completely muted Simon is probably screaming internally, wondering why this psycho is playing nice after completely backstabbing him. Reading his mind, Jiang Yi casually drops that there's 0 point in keeping straight garbage. Breathing, especially seeing the girls they locked up inside. Yeah, that definitely sealed his fate. With both scumbags officially dealt with, Jiang Yi scrubs the absolute disaster left behind by Wang's crew. But now he's got a massive headache named Chu Hao. The kid hard carried this mission, and honestly, the whole raid was a massive win because of him. Right on cue, the kid blinks awake and catches the exact bloody crime scene our MC was trying to sweep under the rug. But getting untied Chu Hao is just hyped that the scumbag Simon got sent straight to the gulag. Massive karma for all his sick, twisted games. Jiang Yi casually kicks over a packed duffel bag of snacks. Your payout, kid. The second he registers the word food, Chu Hao dives in like an absolute animal, practically inhaling the grub on the spot. Catch as Jiang Yi drops a bomb. The bunker's grid is running on fumes and the generators are dying. Meaning this bag of snacks, that's his total cut for hijacking the entire fortress. Chu Hao pauses, completely shook. Wait, are you actually for real right now? Our MC doesn't flinch. He breaks it down. Wang's whole trash squad was squatting here, and they literally drained the stash dry, flexing to impress the girls they trapped. Honestly, checks out. But Chu Hao ain't buying it, raging that Jiang Yi is hoarding all the god-tier loot. He goes full aggro, kicking the care package across the room. Keep your garbage. He leaked the intel, put his life on the line, and gets paid in crumbs. He's screaming that Jiang Yi is totally capping. Eyes burning with pure rage, he steps right into the MC's personal space, spitting that if he's getting screwed over. Jiang Yi better just finish him now, or he's gonna leak the MC's entire setup to the wasteland. Every single power he's hiding, bang. Without skipping a beat, Jiang Yi blasts a hole straight through Chu Hao's chest. The kid drops instantly, too dumb to even process what hit him. Staring down, Jiang Yi just mutters, raging doesn't level you up. It just makes you an easy target. If your stats are trash, don't try to solo the final boss. Scooping up the bag, Jiang Yi sighs. He was actually going to let the kid walk away. Keep his life, keep the rations, no strings attached. So why practically beg to get deleted later, chilling in the VIP lounge? 1,000 dark thoughts are racing through our anti-hero's head. Man, if only Joe K was kicking it here with him, it would be a massive win. But what about Uncle Yu? Maybe he could just stash the old guy in the apartment and drag Joe K straight to this absolute fortress. Strolling through the fully stocked bar, he realizes this epic setup is missing just one crucial vibe. He literally promised to score a top-tier baddie for Uncle Lou. But how the heck is he going to pull that off right now? Zero clue. He grabs a drink and decides to run a quick vibe check on the TV, just to see if it is alive. Plot twist. It is blasting global cable, poking around to figure out this black magic. He stumbles into a massive network room. This mansion is basically its own data center. Turns out he is hooked straight into Elon Musk's satellite network. Jiang Yi can pull top-secret intel from around the globe with this insane connection. Deep diving through the system, he uncovers some absolutely wild files. The craziest leaks, classified global reports about random people suddenly unlocking cheat codes. We are talking pyromaniacs, throwing fireballs, and dudes literally turning green. Though, most of them just mutated into total freaks with completely useless specs. Whatever the case, if superpowered freaks are roaming around, locking himself inside this god-tier bunker is the only move. But first, his main quest is to go rescue his wife. Just as he revs up his snowmobile engine, a super soft voice echoes through the freeze. Instincts kick in. He instantly draws his piece and locks in. But wait, it is that stunning redhead he spotted when he first pulled up. She steps closer, desperately asking for a massive favor. Our boy's jaw hits the floor the second he scans her face. Bro, is that Yang Mi? The absolute most gorgeous idol in China right now. Every single dude in the country would sell their soul for her. You literally cannot make this stuff up, guys. She is shivering, admitting she has not touched real food in days, and begs to tag along. He hits her with a reality check. The apocalypse does not care about your net worth. But if she really wants a ride, she better drop a solid reason. Without hesitating, she swears that for just one bite of food, she will literally do any condition he demands. Cue the intense blushing. Zhang Yi is borderline drooling, his lonely simp heart totally folding. He quickly clears his throat, acts tough, and tells her to hop on. They pull up to the heavily armored door and she peeks around. Wait, isn't this Wang Simon's mega mansion? Zhang Yi just smirks. Nope, this fortress is all his now. The second they step into the heated base, she slowly peels off her heavy coat. Grateful for the rescue, she asks how the heck he knows Wang Simon. Dodging the question like a pro, Zhang Yi flips the script. How does she know the guy? Is this just some exclusive rich kid club where everyone mingles? She explains that since their families are absolutely loaded, they constantly bump into each other at high society galas. Hearing that Zhang Yi casually drops the hammer, well, she shouldn't sweat over Wang Simon anymore. That dude is history. Now let's just sip some hot tea and thaw out. Then she casually asks if she can hit the shower before spilling the tea. She strips down and heads straight for the bathroom. Ayo guys, keep it together. She honestly thinks the guy is pretty low-key fine. If it keeps her breathing, she's totally down to make some trades. Her game plan begged to crash at his pad until this icy apocalypse blows over, mentally prepping for whatever toll she's gotta pay. Her cheeks heat up as she gaslights herself into thinking it's a total win-win. It's literally just an exchange of favors, right? She desperately needs a bodyguard. Stepping out of the steam, she wraps herself in a flimsy towel and struts straight into his living room. Our girl doesn't even hesitate. Can I just move in with you? She plays the victim card hard, a fragile girl surviving this frozen wasteland alone. Tragic. She pulls out her ultimate weapon, purring that if it's just a temporary setup, absolutely nobody needs to know they're a thing. Zhang Yi grabs her hand, casually reaching for a refill on his drink. He raises an eyebrow, asking if she seriously thinks this frozen hellscape is just gonna melt and go back to normal. She totally believes it will. If that's the case, he smirks, I'm down. But our diva comes with some ground rules. Once this global deep freeze is over, Zhang Yi is absolutely banned from spilling the tea about their situationship. She's an A-list celeb, and a scandal like this would totally tank her brand. He nods along. But now it's time for Zhang Yi's rule number 1. She has to follow his every single command. And to kick things off, his first demand is a little late-night cardio, getting a very intense couples workout session in. They definitely need to burn off some pent-up energy together. After a totally exhausting, sweat-drenched session, Zhang Yi flexes his crazy powers by pulling a fresh designer outfit literally out of thin air. The girl is shook, asking if he's some kind of top-tier wizard. If so, she's suddenly super eager to lock in more negotiations. On the spot, she keeps the towel on, making sure her natural charms stay front and center. So Zhang Yi, totally showing off now, snaps his fingers and drops a massive feast, piping hot pizza and roasted chicken right onto the table. If she just plays along and behaves, this gorgeous girl can unlock this exact premium lifestyle. All she's got to do is cater to his vibe. She is literally drooling over the food right now. Zhang Yi tells her to use her brain and just sign the deal already. She panics, thinking about how an A-list idol can't just get caught slumming it with some random guy. Her reputation is still living in her head rent-free. So she drops a few more demands. First off, their little contract expires the exact second the ice melts. Secondly, what happens in this apartment stays in this apartment, staring at the absolute stunner right in front of him. Zhang Yi just calls her gorgeous. Then she drops her second boundary, blushing furiously. She absolutely refuses to be forced into doing anything super freaky or weird. If he can respect that boundary, then they can officially upgrade to friends with benefits. Zhang Yi steps right into her personal space, whispering that she was the one begging for help, so she honestly couldn't ask for a better deal. Because if he's getting exactly what he wants, she's gonna secure her bag too. He swings the doors open for her while she's still low-key hesitating. But ultimately, they lock in the agreement. Zhang Yi announces he's heading out to recruit a new roommate, but first, He's super curious if there are any elite wealthy folks still surviving in this luxury complex, and if the girls actually know them. Like, if everyone here was a literal millionaire, they probably hoarded enough supplies to outlast the apocalypse. But honestly, what Zhang Yi really needs to know right now is if she knows an absolute baddie he can set his buddy up with. She points out most of the rich residents are older. Does his friend care? Plot twist, it's perfect, his friend is 40 anyway. Hearing that, Yang Mi name drops Zhou Aimei, a girl everyone used to treat like a literal goddess. Without missing a beat, Zhang Yi orders her to call this woman over instantly. She hits up the goddess and spills the tea to get her downstairs. Just a few minutes later, the legendary Zhou Aimei steps onto the scene. Zhang Yi instantly flexes his powers, pulling fresh food out of thin air, and tosses it straight to her. That's literally the only reason she showed up. He cuts right to the chase, making sure she totally understands the vibe. They are strictly trading premium food for her to keep his friend company. They finally roll out. Zhang Yi drops a freezing warning if his safe house gets exposed, they are both dead meat. Meanwhile, right near the edge of the luxury high-rises in Chu province, a crew of survivors is gearing up to brave the deadly freeze, fully equipped to dig through the massive snowdrifts. These guys are totally immune to the bitter chill, casually smashing through the ice to fish. While scavenging, they spot something moving in the distance. Zooming in, they realize it's a sick snowmobile carrying an absolute 10, triggered by the roaring engine. The fishermen's vicious sled dogs go feral and charge right at them. One lunatic makes his fatal move, launching a deadly trident straight at Zhang Yi's head. Dodging the strike, Zhou Aimei gets completely thrown off the ride. Showing zero panic but keeping her safe, Zhang Yi steps right up to the mob and zeroes in on them. He lets them know he's packing heat. But these overconfident thugs just laugh, daring him. Like, how many bullets does he even have? Can he wipe them all out? Before they hijack that sweet snowmobile, they are totally down to gamble their lives for it. Wildly enough, Zhang Yi actually tries to warn them, saying he doesn't really want to massacre everyone on the ice. But if they cross the line, it's game over. One cocky dude smirks and says if he drops the keys and leaves the girl, he gets to walk away breathing. Trembling in the back, Zhou Aimei realizes he might actually take the deal and absolutely panics. But standing his ground, Zhang Yi just looks at them like they're completely insane. The thug doubles down, screaming that they aren't passing up a free meal and a ride. Driven by pure starvation, they leave Zhang Yi with zero choices. He whips out his massive Desert Eagle and ruthlessly unloads on the squad. The loudmouth gets a clean headshot right between the eyes first. As the gunshots attract the ravenous dogs, Zhang Yi casually activates his pocket dimension and vacuums the wolves right out of existence. A completely stunned Zhou Aimei scrambles back onto the snowmobile, and they blast off into the snow, leaving the remaining thugs to immediately scramble. But instead of their crew, they just found their bros' frozen bodies buried deep in the snow, and the sled dogs completely vanished without a trace. The guys scanned the frozen wasteland, piecing it together. Some random outsider had just flatlined their squad and hijacked their rides. No way they were letting this slide. Payback was absolutely mandatory. Hauling the dead weight, they trekked straight back to base camp. Back at their settlement sits a massive fortress. Inside, a total basement dweller aggressively cuddling his anime body pillow. Come on, don't even judge him, half of y'all watching are exactly the same, so stop capping. I know, real talk. The battered survivors drag themselves into the otaku's messy lair to report Zhang Yi's absolute rampage. They were visibly cringing at the dude's whole vibe, straight up asking why he didn't just pull a real breathing girl instead. But my guy was totally checked out of reality, completely trapped in his own 2D delusion. They literally had to snatch the blankets off to snap him out of it. Bro was so zoned out he completely missed the whole squad staring right at him. Wait outside, I'm literally in the middle of a date. A little while later, he finally ditched his paper waifu to actually face the music. The crew filled him in on some guy cruising around on a slick snowmobile with an absolute baddie. A real three-dimensional one, mind you. They desperately needed to swipe that ride and get bloody payback for their fallen bros. They came crawling to the heavyweight geek because Zhang Yi was clearly flexing some supernatural stats. Exactly like our basement king right over. The mission helped them corner Zhang Yi and hijack those wheels. Acting like the ultimate main character, the otaku smirked, claiming the heavens blessed him with these literal hacks. So obviously the universe spawned this new boss just so he could farm experience and level up. Chun slammed accept on the quest, totally ready to hunt this target down. The camp elders hyped him up, shouting that absolutely nobody bullies their faction, and hyped up the otaku's actions as some kind of noble crusade. All their chips were firmly on young Chun. Meanwhile, cut to Zhang Yi, Qiao, and Mei rolling up to their fortified safe house. Mei's face screamed sheer dread and misery over this entire mess. And honestly, fair enough. In this apocalyptic nightmare, she was completely cornered with zero other survival options. She basically had to sign her life away and play wifey to a total absolute stranger. The second they stepped inside, Kiao immediately rushed to greet her two-timing boyfriend. He had been out grinding in the snow away from home for days on end. Bro had to be absolutely exhausted. But the second Kiao clocked the new girl trailing behind, she blurted out, super awkwardly teasing that she had zero clue Zhang Yi was into older women. Zhang Yi just told the newbie to take a seat. Brushing right past Xiao, he dropped a quick reality check. This girl wasn't his prize. She was brought all the way here specifically for Uncle Yu. Though Zhang Yi casually threw in that older women were absolutely top tier anyway. Anyway, enough gossip. How exactly was the old man holding up? The dude had fully bounced back in barely 7 days. Any normal person would have been bedridden for 3 solid months with those injuries. But this boomer, he was looking absolutely jacked and ready to go. Zhang Yi's strict original protocol had Xiaoer heavy sedatives just to keep the beast leashed. But now, it was finally time to pop the cage wide open. Zhang Yi was not stupid. He knew the map was absolutely swarming with other superpowered freaks. Locking in a solid bond and keeping Uncle Yu at max health was his top priority right now. Because teamed up, they were an absolute powerhouse. Down in his room, Uncle Yu was seriously thriving. The old guy was hyped, practically glowing with pure gratitude for how his nephew totally saved his life. Not only did our boy just save his life, but he totally got a major glow-up. Uncle Yu is feeling ridiculously buff right now. And just to flex a little, he casually rests his hand on the bed frame, totally not meaning to smash it. Mind-blown, Zhang Yi tells him to chill out. He doesn't want Uncle Yu thinking he turned into some kind of freak. Fact is, the dude just awakened his powers. He breaks it down like this. Yesterday he was just a weak little tadpole, but today, man is a full-blown bullfrog. To make him feel better, Zhang Yi finally flexes his own hidden ability, showing his uncle the real reason he has been hoarding an insane amount of snacks. Getting way too hyped up. The old man accidentally obliterates the bed with one punch, sending himself crashing to the floor. Zhang Yi immediately checks if he is good. Brushing off the dust, he says he is fine, he just needs to get a grip on this crazy new superhuman strength. Our main guy then looks at his uncle and asks if he wants a girl because he has got a massive surprise waiting for him. He drags him out to the living room and reveals the ultimate gift. The uncle's jaw drops as he instantly recognizes her. Is that actually Joe Jaime? She nods yes, and asks if he is the famous Uncle Yu. Just look at the old guy absolutely losing his mind. Zhang Yi steps in saying this crib is officially theirs, so they can get cozy and vibe out together. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi and Zhou Qier are dipping to another spot. He starts packing up to head out. Before leaving, Zhang Yi hands over the keys to a slick snowmobile, a parting gift so his uncle can go on loot runs for food. But the uncle keeps it real, saying that is way too generous. After all, that snowmobile is heavily upgraded and crucial for survival. But our boy just smirks and whips out his brand new ride, an absolute beast of an armored snowcat. The secret is out. Everyone knows he is insanely overpowered and they are completely shook. The duo hits the frozen road. Riding shotgun, Zhou Qier asks if the new place is actually nice. He grins and hypes it up, promising her it is massive and super cozy. A massive upgrade from their tiny, freezing apartment. But mid-drive, Zhang Yi drops a little bombshell: they are not going to be living alone. He wants to give her a heads up so she doesn't freak out later. Instantly, Zhou Qier starts pouting. Because let us be real, it is obviously another girl. Sensing the jealousy, Zhang Yi quickly smooths things over with his girl, swearing up and down that the new chick is literally just there to clean and be a maid. She gives him that suspicious side-eye, asking if that is really the only reason. Smooth as ever, he swears she is the only one who actually owns his heart. That completely melts her attitude, and she goes right back to smiling. Zhang Yi breathes a massive sigh of relief. The last thing he needs right now is unnecessary drama in his squad. Suddenly, out in the a brutal blizzard blocks their path, but things get crazy when an absolute force of nature slams into their armored truck. A freaking snow tornado. The winds are violently tossing their heavy rig like a toy, so Zhang Yi immediately triggers his pocket dimension and literally swallows the entire twister into the void. But before they can even celebrate, a second, even deadlier tornado locks onto them. Right then it hits him like a truck. This isn't weather. There has got to be another awakened survivor out here, throwing these attacks around. Not risking it, he aggressively drifts the snowcat and punches the gas to get the hell out of Dodge. More brutal snow twisters barrel toward them, but just like last time, he casually absorbs them all, using his storage skill. Turns out the mastermind pulling the strings is that basement-dwelling otaku. Spamming these attacks drains a ton of energy though, so dude is pretty much running on fumes right now. His squad checks in, panicking to see if he's still breathing. He brushes it off with a nod. but admits he desperately needs a breather. Seeing the enemy's wild abilities up close has him seriously sweating. Zhang Yi slams the brakes, instantly manifesting a heavy rifle from his spatial inventory. He quickly does the math. Those massive attacks have to be draining their stamina like crazy, meaning it's time to counterattack while they're on cooldown. He vaults out of the ride and unloads straight into the snowbank. Bam! One of the goons takes a bullet to the leg, screaming bloody murder for backup. That leaves just two. The otaku is totally losing his mind, wondering how Zhang Yi can spot their exact hiding spots as our boy fires off a few more deafening rounds. John completely snaps, summoning massive swirling tornadoes, but his flashy moves get effortlessly swatted away like flies, completely mocking all the sweat he's putting in. He's totally locked down. How on earth is Zhang Yi holding this much raw power? Our MC smirks, betting they finally grasp the massive gap in their power levels. But right now, the enemy goes dead silent. Dragging this brawl out could actually put Zhou Qi in the crossfire, so Zhang Yi roars into the cold, daring them that if they have a shred of guts, they better hunt him down, because the next round is strictly happening on his home turf. He slides back into the driver's seat. Zhou Qi instantly drops the panic and asks if he wiped the floor with all of them. He shakes his head no, prompting her to ask if he's planning to spin the block for revenge later. She's totally calling his bluff because she knows her boyfriend's vibe way too well by now, and that petty payback is exactly his style. They hit the gas, leaving the completely wrecked squad freezing in the rearview mirror. Meanwhile, thank God, everyone back at the bunker is still breathing. The gorgeous redhead has been lounging around this whole time, just counting the minutes until he got back. And the second our boy walks through the doors, he heads straight for Yang Mi to drop the news that she needs to come downstairs and meet his brand new guest. She immediately squints at him, asking if this so-called guest is his secret fiancé or something crazy. Honestly, she hit the nail right on. Zhang Yi tosses her a fresh fit to change into and tells her to hurry up, and let's be real for a second. She looks absolutely drop-dead stunning in that outfit. Ready to fiercely mark her territory, Yang Mi goes all out on her makeup, gearing up to face her new rival. Strutting down the staircase like a runway model, Zhang Yi is trailing right behind her, totally hyped for the drama. Waiting at the bottom is the stunning redhead. The second they lock eyes, their jaws literally drop. Zhou Qi marches right up to Yang Mi with her fists balled tight, looking ready to throw down. Zhang Yi quickly cuts in, asking if they have history. Zhou Qi glares and drops the bomb. They're actually cousins. Completely shook, Zhang Yi blocks the space between them, asking if things are about to get way too violently personal. Whispering, Yang Mi desperately begs him to keep their spicy relationship a secret from her cousin. But Zhang Yi just awkwardly stares, mentally questioning if they even have a real relationship. The shy girl internally panics, wondering if their whole romantic deal was basically just a fake temporary hookup. Turns out these cousins come from a massive elite medical family. But Zhou Qi has major beef with her, claiming that Yang Mi is a total walking embarrassment to their family legacy. Their entire high society circle constantly roasts them all because Yang Mi ditched medicine to chase clout in the entertainment industry. And Zhou Qi ruthlessly points out that the absolute worst part is her cousin's aggressively terrible acting skills. Hearing this, Zhang Yi just scratches his head, asking why that's even a problem during an apocalypse. It is all because Yang Mi is basically weaponizing her visuals to prove she is top tier, but her trashy vibe is just destroying the entire family's reputation. Zhang Yi steps up like an absolute boss, shutting down the drama and declaring a new era of peace for all of them under one roof. They take a VIP tour of the massive safe house to hand out chores, and when they spot the indoor greenhouse, the girls are totally hyped to play farmer. Now that the gardens are her turf, Young Mi pulls the main character aside, hyping him up for keeping her little secret under wraps. She leans in, pitching a very spicy idea to keep their sneaky link alive. Strictly off the record, of course. Zhang Yi gives her a smooth nod, totally validating her hustle. But deep down, dude is seriously sweating over how to juggle this chaotic three-way dynamic without everything blowing up, trying to secure those major brownie points. Young Mi volunteers for chef duty and struts straight into the kitchen a bit later, hunting for some top-tier ingredients. She pops open the pantry only to find a literal ghost town. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi Ghost walks right up behind her, dropping his voice to a crazy low whisper. "What are you doing? Imagine if your fiancé caught us right now." He completely brushes off her rising panic, pulling premium groceries right out of his dimensional inventory like literal magic. Smirking as he says this is how they dine now, he delivers a cheeky smack to her backside, chilling out while he waits for his feast. Fast forward, dinner is served and they are ready to feast. Stressing over whether they will actually vibe with it, she takes a test bite. And yikes, it is aggressively salty, face burning red. Young Mi confesses she was way too distracted to focus on cooking, peeping the heavy tension between the cousins. Zhang Yi totally decides to stir the pot, He goes full boyfriend mode with Joo-hee literally hand-feeding her like she is a queen. Even though Young-mi tries to play it cool, she is heavily side-eyeing them, radiating pure jealousy the entire dinner. Later that night, cuddled up in bed together, Joo-hee fishes for compliments, asking who holds the crown. Jang-yi softly strokes her hair and smooth talks, "You obviously." Joo-hee is his personal VIP doctor, making her way more valuable to his survival. Oh, and she is totally the prettiest one too. He seals the deal with a soft forehead kiss, pulling her into a super tight hug. But while she is drifting off in this totally wholesome moment, our guy's inner monologue is ice cold, thinking love is a massive joke. And everything is strictly about the perks and benefits. Over the next few days, Jang Yi is absolutely grinding, maxing out his archery stats daily. Out of nowhere, his phone starts buzzing. With zero hesitation, he declines the call and instantly blocks the random number. He literally could not care less. But plot twist, the blocked number actually rings again, making him fume. How is that even physically possible? He aggressively hangs up and slams that block button one more time. But the cursed number just keeps blowing up his phone. He is officially losing his mind when the phone literally answers itself. A creepy voice drops on the line asking why he is dodging the calls. Jang Yi goes dead silent listening as this total cyberstalker starts dropping his highly classified personal info. And then the ultimate red flag, the caller drops the exact location of his fortified mansion. The ransom demand is super basic. This hacker wants Jang Yi to funnel him unlimited food and drinks, or his top secret info gets leaked to the whole server. The heavy-set creep on the line claims he is sitting on solid video proof of Jang Yi literally wiping out the entire Walmart warehouse. If he drops that footage, absolute heavy hitters are going to hunt him down. The sweaty dude then fully doxes himself, bragging about who he was before the world totally collapsed. Even Jung-gi recognizes this shady tech company, which means if this nerd knows all that, he's probably hacked straight into the mansion's security grid. Jang-gi tries to bluff his way out, claiming his food stash isn't even that big. But the hacker isn't buying it. Even though Jang-gi is absolutely seething about getting blackmailed by a troll, he's forced to bite his tongue and listen to the demands. This entire stronghold relies heavily on surveillance cams, motion alarms, and digital smart locks. The hacker drops a nasty threat if he shuts the whole system down. Jang-gi's impenetrable bunker becomes an absolute sitting duck. The heavy-set dude orders him to deliver the massive loot drop straight to Villa 302. If Jang-gi tries to pull a fast one, the hacker will know and instantly leak all his deep dark secrets to the world. Slamming the phone down, he storms into the living room, completely enraged, trying to cool off. Joker immediately senses the vibe and asks what's up, and why he's acting so wired. Jang-gi spills the tea their exact coordinates just got doxed, and some rogue hacker is threatening to leak their private intel. Now they're sitting right in the crosshairs. His girlfriend chimes in, pointing out that wild celebrity rumors drop all the time, and people barely believe them anyway. But when someone drops hyper-specific files on a completely random guy, that's when things get incredibly sketchy. This hacker is a legit menace. Jang-gi admits he wanted to just obliterate the guy right then and there. But doing that might trigger an automatic data dump anyway. She starts brainstorming, desperately trying to find a loophole. Joker brings up how sketchy tech megacorps back in the day used to literally hire hitmen just to wipe rogue hackers off the map. But those cyberpunks were always one step ahead, rigging dead man's switches to blast out the intel if they got flatlined. Jang-gi is totally convinced this basement dweller rigged the exact same failsafe, so just burying him won't fix the glitch. It's guaranteed their absolute worst secrets will flood the network. Joker finally sighs, telling them they're overthinking it for one night and should just chill out a bit. However, Jang-gi aggressively pushes back, insisting they absolutely cannot just sleep on this massive red flag. Just then, Yang-mi casually strolls through the room, heading straight toward the greenhouse. Since she actually knows the spotlight, the MC breaks down the drama and asks for her take. Yang-mi shrugs, saying this feels exactly like those toxic internet trolls, spreading fake cancel culture rumors about idols on social media. Boom. In a flash, Jung-gi's eyes light up with a crazy scheme. What if he twists the narrative so that when the intel actually drops, the entire internet just brushes it off as some cheap, baseless rumor? The other two stare at him completely lost, asking what the hell his game plan is. He smirks, saying he needs to set the stage first, before dropping the master plan, locking himself in the control room. Suddenly, the hacker rings him back to check if he packed. The massive supply drop. Jang-gi practically snarls into the mic, spitting that if this guy didn't hold all the cards, he would have slaughtered him already. On the other end of the line, the greasy hacker bursts into an ugly, echoing laugh. If so much as a scratch appears on me, your entire data vault will instantly broadcast to literally every single smartphone in the city within 24 hours flat. You might want to think twice about the fallout. Right then, Zhang Yi knows he's got exactly 24 hours to make a move. Playing it cool, he admits the guy is tough and agrees to play ball with him. Then click, he kills the call. Our boy's master plan spam the entire internet with wild rumors about that Walmart warehouse heist. By dropping all this clickbait, he's going to completely bury the real story under a massive avalanche of fake news. After flooding the web with misinformation, Zhang Yi stretches it out. Snagging his backpack, he smirks, says it's time to take out the trash, drops the bag at the drop-off zone, and ghosts. He posts up behind a tree, clutching his sniper rifle. Locking his crosshairs right where his target is about to spawn, he shoots a quick text to headquarters, letting them know he already dropped the promised goods. But crickets. A solid minute passes and zero reply. Plus, no one is actually showing up to grab the stash. After camping there forever with zero movement, he debates calling up the hacker. He scraps that idea though. If he checks in to see if the dude grabbed the bag, it's practically begging them to get suspicious. So, the clock ticks. Hours literally drag on. Then finally, the door swings open, and some guy reaches for the bait. Zhang Yi's eyes lock in. He's never pulled a trigger with this much cold-blooded focus. Bam! A laser instantly beams straight through the dude's skull. Rushing the scene, he double-taps just to guarantee his op is completely wiped out, then breaches the house, tearing the place apart until a hidden notebook catches his eye. His first instinct is to instantly torch the thing. But wait. This little book definitely holds some major intel, so he casually swipes it, throwing everything straight into his spatial inventory. Mission accomplished, he bounces. Zhang Yi struts back home, totally relieved, sinking into his cozy couch. Tonight, Joker actually whipped up dinner for once. While kicking back and getting served by the two girls, he asks if their phones have been blowing up lately. She nods, flashing him a bunch of crazy notifications about the Walmart warehouse raid. Smirking, he straight up admits he orchestrated the whole spam wave. He blasted out dozens of viral posts, packed with absolute fake news. So whenever the actual truth tries to leak, it's just going to get swallowed completely by the fake hype. Back in his command center, he automated those posts to blast out every single day for the next little while. Totally mind-blown, Youngmi calls him an absolute genius. It totally reminds her of how canceled celebs instantly dodge a massive scandal the second another famous star catches some heat right after them. He basically just pulled off the exact same PR stunt. She's practically swooning, thinking this guy isn't just a total smoke show. He's ridiculously smart too. Breaking the vibe, Joker asks. But what if there's still a chance that some sketchy guys track us down here? Wait, isn't that still super sketchy? Zhang Yi goes dead silent for a beat. Then Joker chimes in, saying she's not doubting his game plan, but she is definitely side-eyeing. Look, there are still rogue hackers out there who could totally bypass their high-tech firewall in a heartbeat. Zhang Yi nods, admitting that honestly, unless they literally go off the grid and revert to the Stone Age, they're always going to be at risk of getting breached. Hearing that they're basically sitting ducks even inside a smart bunker, the two girls instantly freak out. But Zhang Yi casually mentions they can patch this up the old-school way. Still, just the thought of getting ambushed while they're chilling out of nowhere leaves a seriously bad taste in his mouth. So he vows to make this safe house completely untouchable. He flashes the girls a confident look, promising he can keep their sanctuary locked down. But they can't just sit around acting like princesses anymore. For some totally random reason, the redhead gets super flustered, clearly having some wild, spicy thoughts. Catching her acting so, he bonks her on the head, shutting down the fantasies, and announces they're rigging up physical traps to beef up their defenses, zero-tech style. He breaks it down. This bunker was built to tank massive apocalypse-level threats, like literal carpet bombings and missile strikes, but it honestly lacks serious when it comes to close-quarters combat and dealing with human raiders. So it's time to set up a hardcore defensive perimeter to absolutely wreck anyone trying to raid their turf. Hyped up the two gorgeous girls. I'll swear they'll do whatever it takes to help out. Boom. Zhang Yi pulls out a massive stash of wood and rusty nails from his spatial storage. With this loot, they're about to craft some wicked booby traps. They hammer the jagged nails into the wooden planks, burying these savage spike strips deep in the snow. While crafting, he breaks down the mechanics of the other brutal setups. He figures that once the enemies realize the yard is booby-trapped, they'll probably try using heavy gear to dig everything up. Thinking one step ahead, our guy comes up with an absolutely devious counterplay. While dropping the spike boards, Zhang Yi also secretly buries high-grade explosives. If some idiot tries to dig out the traps, they're instantly getting blasted to the lobby. He even rigs up tripwire grenades so anyone dragging heavy gear around to clear the snow will literally get blown to shreds. Finally, after breaking a serious sweat, the entire perimeter around the mansion is an absolute death zone. Heading back. Inside, Yang Mi gets low-key excited, asking when the raiders are showing up so she can see the traps in action. Zhang Yi looks at her like she's crazy. Bro, the whole point is hoping they never have to use them. Chilling on the couch, he points out that anyone with a functioning brain wouldn't dare siege a literal fortress, especially when everyone's already paranoid about intruders. It finally clicks in her head that these deadly setups are just a hardcore insurance policy. Before she even realizes it, Zhang Yi is already slapping together another massive security upgrade. Sure, they have smart locks, but he's adding heavy-duty mechanical ones, so they can manually deadbolt the doors, making it physically impossible to brute force from the outside. In a flash, the front gate's defense is tripled. Looking at him, Yang Mi is 100% sure that teaming up with this guy was the biggest win of her life. Her life is definitely about to be way safer and honestly a total vibe. Zhang Yi drops a truth bomb. They desperately need a hardcore cybersecurity expert on their squad to keep their digital fortress completely locked down. Hearing this, Yang Mi sighs, wishing Xin Xin was around to clutch up. Zhang Yi leans in, asking if this Xin Xin actually lived in the city and, more importantly, if she even survived. Turns out this girl is Yang Mi's sister and an absolute IT prodigy. Stuck in a wheelchair, she practically breathes code and obsesses over cutting-edge tech. The two stunning girls crashing at his place share those elite genetics, so no shocker they look alike, they are cousins. Plot twist, now she brings up another cousin who happens to be a total tech whiz. She could totally hijack their home security system and make it bulletproof. But honestly, the very first thing crossing Zhang Yi's mind is whether this new girl is just as much of a baddie as the other two. And guess what? She rolls in a wheelchair, but our boy couldn't care less about that. All that matters to him is a pretty face, so he can still act up and shoot his shot. Hooked on the idea, Zhang Yi immediately demands to know how they can track her down. Yang Mi's vibe totally drops, admitting they haven't heard a single peep from her in ages. Her phone goes straight to voicemail. She's just praying her sister is out there somewhere breathing and safe. Zhang Yi smirks, joking that she's probably way too smart to even bother talking to them. Obviously, that triggers the girl. He mercilessly keeps roasting her, guessing that her entire bloodline is packed with absolute geniuses, leaving her as the only totally clueless one of the bunch. Yang Mi flares up, absolutely furious at his toxic teasing, but he just shrugs it off, saying, "Hey, pretty privilege is real, and looking gorgeous is just as big of a flex as being a brainiac." But honestly, all that drama has to wait, because they have way bigger fish to fry right now. He spent the next few days grinding his archery skills. Now he can straight up buff his arrows with extra power and lock onto targets with insane precision. Mid-test, it hits him, he is basically overpowered, almost untouchable right now. But suddenly, after barely flexing his skills, his stomach aggressively growls for food. Turns out throwing heavy abilities drains his stamina like crazy. Makes you wonder how many calories it burns to literally stash items in a pocket dimension. If his powers are running purely on calories and energy, someone hoarding an infinite food stash can basically spam their moves while the rest of the players, starving on low rations, get completely nerfed. Suddenly, a secretary slides in with fresh intel announcing they just decoded the latest scouting reports. She spills the tea about a massive supermarket raid that went down months ago. But buried deep in those logs, one specific file screams red flags. It completely exposes a guy named Zhang Yi as the mastermind behind emptying an entire mega warehouse. The file on this, Zhang Yi reveals he was the head floor manager there, and the absolute #1 suspect for the vanishing supplies. Hearing that some random floor boss pulled off a flawless heist that baffled the cops, the big boss scoffs, trash-talking our protagonist. He arrogantly brushes it off, claiming this so-called evidence is without a doubt pure cap and totally fake. But since his assistant won't drop it, he finally caves, ordering a hit squad to go snoop on Zhang Yi's fortress right now. Meanwhile, cutting back to the fancy castle where the nerdy otaku who got absolutely clapped by Zhang Yi is hiding out. He is literally sobbing, choking on the bitter taste of a humiliating defeat. John honestly thought he was blessed with god-tier abilities, only to get a harsh reality check. He is definitely not the main character. Paranoia sets in as he cries, wondering if he is just a throwaway NPC while Zhang Yi radiates pure main character energy, handpicked and blessed by the universe itself. Meanwhile, Chun's screen lights up with leaked intel completely exposing Zhang Yi as the mastermind behind that massive warehouse heist. Now he's hooked. Chun dives down a deep research rabbit hole and uncovers Zhang Yi's ties to a sketchy cargo robbery from way back. Thinking back to their own chaotic showdown, Chun realizes this guy totally flexed those exact same powers to wipe that entire warehouse clean. The dots finally connect. Zhang Yi is literally manipulating space, straight up stashing massive amounts of loot inside letting that utterly broken cheat skill sink in. Completely kills Chun's vibe. He just flops face down onto his bed, feeling like an absolute NPC next to this guy's massive main character energy. Venting to his wife Chun starts having a total existential crisis, wondering if Zhang Yi is the actual hero of this universe, making him the villain. Or worse, just some irrelevant mob character. Because against a beast like that, Chun knows he'd get absolutely folded. So his survival instincts kick in. He figures playing nice and forming an alliance is way smarter than trying to catch hands and getting wrecked. Hyped by this idea, he sprints straight to his grandpa to warn the whole village. He drops the hard truth that this guy is insanely OP, and picking a fight with him would be absolute suicide. He frantically dumps all the intel he has, like how Zhang Yi is a literal beast who can just nullify his powers. Plus, the dude is probably hiding some even crazier secret abilities. So John begs them to steer clear of Zhang Yi's turf entirely, and figure out any excuse to avoid clashing with him. The otaku brings up the wild rumors floating around lately. Apparently, the MC used to be a warehouse manager at Walmart and literally swiped all their inventory, and he has some insane spatial power to stash all that loot. But instead of scaring the stubborn old man, this just totally hypes him up. He figures if they can just hijack the MC's massive stash, they will basically be set on food forever. Sweating bullets, John reluctantly backs down and says, "Whatever, do what you want." But the arrogant grandpa totally brushes him off, scoffing that Zhang Yi is just some low-level supervisor. Like, what is one guy gonna do against the entire Zhou family? Meanwhile, vibes are immaculate inside his ultra-cozy fortress. Zhang Yi is just chilling, having a massive feast with his wives. Right in the middle of Yang Mi talking, a weird scratch at the window kills the mood. Zhang Yi plays it cool, telling them it's chill before grabbing his binoculars to peek outside. He spots a massive mob creeping right toward his safe house. He whips out his sniper rifle to get a high-definition view of the intruders. Honestly, he is totally fine just letting his deadly booby traps do all the dirty work. Boom, one unlucky guy steps on the very first trap and screams in pure agony. A buddy yells at the crew to grab him and drag him back to safety. The grumpy old village chief barks out a warning about invisible traps scattered everywhere. He orders everyone to keep their eyes peeled and tread insanely carefully. Probing the snow with long wooden poles, the mob slowly inches their way up to Zhang Yi's doorstep. Thanks to the sticks, they actually manage, and for a hot minute, they are making smooth progress. But then some absolute idiot accidentally triggers a tripwire hooked straight to a cluster of grenades. A massive shockwave blasts them back. Even the guys who dodged the main explosion get shredded by flying shrapnel. Thrashing around in blinding pain, the guy rolls over and sets off an entire chain reaction of bombs. Pure chaos breaks loose as they scramble around. Dozens of attackers get totally wrecked by hidden nail traps and devastating blasts. Now the whole squad is utterly terrified and scrambling backward. How the heck are they supposed to push forward without getting blown to bits? The panicked men turn on the village chief. Like, what are they supposed to do without his grandson carrying the team? There is zero chance they can siege this fortress and actually win. Stuck in this death trap, they start complaining about why the chief's superpowered grandson bailed on them when they needed him most. Well, cut back to Zhang Yi, who is just watching this whole embarrassing clown show through his high-tech sniper scope. The old man suddenly gets a nasty flashback to his grandson's desperate warning, telling him to never ever mess with the MC. Cornered and desperate, the chief screams out into the wasteland to negotiate. Why can't an entire squad take down one single dude? These guys are way too used to being carried. It's time they actually get their hands dirty. If they want that sweet loot, they gotta raid the mansion and bag all those high-end supplies. The old man tosses his crew some binoculars to scope out the prize, promising a massive food stash as the ultimate reward. Peeking through the lens, they absolutely drool over the feast waiting inside. But even with that insane jackpot on the line, they are still shaking in their boots, too terrified to push forward. Without the chief's grandson leading the charge, the old boomer completely loses it, screaming that if they choke now, they are totally worthless. Fueled by that toxic pep talk, they play it safe, using sketchy tricks to remotely defuse the traps and explosives. Slowly but surely, their slow push strategy actually starts working, inching them closer to Zhang Yi's impenetrable fortress. The mob gets cocky, thinking they're in the clear. Meanwhile, the girls watch the chaos unfold from the window, hearts pounding. Young Mi actually feels bad for the dead men walking, wondering if any will survive. But Zhou Sheer just scoffs, calling them utter clowns, totally blind to the fact that they stand zero chance against her man. With perfect timing, Zhang Yi hits the detonator, blowing the entire minefield sky high in one massive blast. Unlike messy grenades, this wipeout is brutally precise, catching almost the entire squad in a roaring wave of fire. Eyes completely dead, Zhang Yi mutters they should have backed out the second they spotted the traps. But since they chose to push forward, he doesn't lose a single ounce of sleep over wiping out dozens of enemies. The sheer carnage is so overwhelming that even Joe Shear, who was hyping him up a second ago, feels a twinge of pity for the mob. Yang Mi is definitely not built for Zhang Yi's ruthless vibe, seeing bodies literally shredded to pieces. She violently throws up. Zhang Yi just watches with ice in his veins, casually dropping that the ones who got one-tapped are the lucky ones. The ones left bleeding out in pure agony. That's the real nightmare. The elders in the backline are absolutely paralyzed with fear, staring at a literal graveyard. The chief collapses backward, hyperventilating that this dude isn't human. He's a monster. A straight-up evil demon sent to butcher them all. He screams out, completely broken and drowning in despair. His whole crew just got wiped, and the blood is entirely on his hands. He swears he only wanted to score some basic provisions for his people. It was never supposed to end in a bloodbath. Zhang Yi casually stows his rifle and whips out his bow. Flexing his newly unlocked skills, he fires 3 arrows at once, landing a flawless triple kill. He keeps spamming arrows, dropping enemies left and right like flies. Watching his squad get actively deleted, the old chief smacks himself in the face, sobbing that he doomed them all. Then he literally begs Zhang Yi to just finish him off and end his misery. Our boy was more than happy to oblige. But a massive ice tornado suddenly blocks his line of sight, tanking the arrows mid-air, completely unfazed. Zhang Yi switches back to his trusty rifle. With that bad boy in his hands, he can snipe absolutely anything across the map. Meanwhile, the otaku screams at everyone to run for their lives while he desperately spams his ice shield. The crew starts falling back, dragging their wounded through the snow. But Chen He isn't backing down, keeping his cool. He smirks and says he's got a backup plan. Grabbing a tactical vest, he tells his girls he'll be right back. Bro really thought he had the whole situation under control. Plot twist. A snowmobile comes tearing through, driven by an absolute madman, spraying bullets everywhere. The fleeing mob is basically target practice. They don't stand a chance. Now even Chen is dodging death. One of the guys grabs the otaku, dragging him along so he doesn't get left behind. Zhang Yi is right on their tail in his ride, closing the gap, blasting shots right out the driver's side window. Panic finally hits Chen. He realizes his whole squad might get wiped out. Drop the dead bodies, he screams at the top of his lungs. We'll bury them later. Ditching the extra weight is their only shot at outrunning the gunfire. It's a super tough call to make. Leaving their people unburied goes against all their sacred traditions. But survival comes first. They furiously chuck the bodies out into the snow. Zhang Yi swerves to dodge the corpses, but he's still insanely fast, double-tapping multiple guys on the run. Chen is in full survival mode now. Heart pounding, he desperately scrambles for a plan. Then it clicks, he can wreck the car's momentum. Channeling his powers, he shatters the frozen ground right in front of Zhang Yi, trapping the tires in a massive ice block. Stuck, Zhang Yi keeps unloading his clip until the survivors fade into the distance. He smirks, knowing one thing for sure. Now that they realize how utterly outmatched they are, those losers are never coming back. Gunning the engine, he rips his ride out of the icy trench, casually runs over the dead bodies and heads back to his base. Back inside, Yang Mi is completely shell-shocked. Joe Care, totally unbothered, asks for the tea. Did he actually take down that overpowered freak? Zhang Yi shakes his head. No luck this time. The guy was way too slippery and managed to bail with a handful of his crew. Meanwhile, Chen limps back to his village. Instantly, his own people start giving him the absolute. Because he played it safe and hung back during the fight, it cost everyone their lives. If he had just frontlined with his squad from the jump, they'd be feasting on that fortress's stash right now. A villager grabs the otaku, dragging him straight to the village chief. Right before he walks in, some girl absolutely goes off on him. This is 100% his fault. If he had stepped up sooner, they wouldn't be mourning their husband. The elder shuts them down. This isn't the time for toxic drama. He waves the otaku inside, saying his grandpa is waiting. The village chief motions for Chen to step forward. The old man sighs heavily, taking the blame for the brutal bloodbath. The crushing guilt of burying so many of the Shu clan's finest falls completely on his shoulders, not on his grandson Chen. He admits he was totally blinded by his own massive ego, and blindly led his people straight into a slaughter. So if they are looking for someone to blame, he is the one catching all the heat. Turns out it's the grandpa, not the grandson. Tears streaming down his face, the old man officially passes the Shou family torch to his grandson, totally at peace with his final moments. Whispering that he's just exhausted, he breathes his last. The whole village instantly swarms in. Their beloved leader gone, just like that. Walking away, Chun's mind is racing with his grandpa's dying wish: protect the family. Bro barely knows how to take care of himself, let alone a whole clan. Lost in his thoughts, he spots a girl chilling against the wall. As he gets closer, she hits him with a question. Are you the real Chun? His face instantly turns tomato red. Stuttering like a goofball, he mutters, "Yeah, and who are you?" She introduces herself as Sho Lili. Then she drops a massive bombshell. Because of him, her dad survived that absolute bloodbath of a battle. He rubs his neck, super awkward, downplaying the whole hero thing. But it flips a switch in Chun's brain. He realizes he can't keep carrying the guilt for everyone who didn't make it. Reality check, he's an actual lifesaver. Her dad couldn't make it to say thanks in person, so she showed up instead. People actually see his worth. Crazy, right? He plays it cool, saying it's no big deal, they're from the same village, they gotta watch each other's backs. She walks off, leaving him standing there with his heart hammering in his chest. Wait, did our boy just fall for a real-life 3D girl? For the very first time, this innocent dude's brain is already fast-forwarding to them having kids together. Bro, are you delusional? Back at his spot, he shifts gears, brainstorming how to shield his turf from the main guy, Jang Yi. Because right now, Jang Yi is a walking red flag. Grinding his gears, our otaku cooks up a master plan and gets ready to execute it. Anything to keep the village safe and protect his future wifey. Cutting back to our MC, who's busy rigging up some deadly booby traps. He's already plotting. The second he spots an opening, he's wiping out every single person who dared to cross him. No mercy. Meanwhile, back inside, Jang Yi is totally drained from the grind. So the two girls slide in to help our legendary degenerate loosen up a bit. I honestly don't even want to know where Joshir was trying to massage him. But hey, looking at his face, he's definitely enjoying the VIP treatment. Right in the middle of this chill session, Jang Yi's phone suddenly blows up. He grabs his device, wondering who the heck is bothering him now. "Hello, who's this?" The voice on the other end drops the name Chun Lei from Show Tutan, but quickly adds that the name doesn't even matter. He spills the tea. Thanks to the MC's chaos, he ended up meeting his crush. So, he's calling to wave the white flag and patch things up. Jang Yi isn't buying it. He asks point blank if the Show Tutan crew were the ones who ambushed him. Chun stammers out a yes, so our MC hits him with the real talk. "Oh, so now that you realize you can't beat me, you suddenly want to be besties." The otaku completely caves, admitting they screwed up big time. They got way too cocky and picked the wrong fight. As a peace offering, Chun promises to do literally anything Jang Yi wants. That's when our MC finally pops the million-dollar question. Who even gave you the authority to speak for Show Tutan? Are you the big boss of this whole town now? But if he actually says yes, how is he going to prove it? Flexing that main character confidence, Jang Yi listens as the guy claims to be the superpowered otaku who already squared up with him twice. Caught off guard, our protagonist agrees to finally negotiate, throwing the question back at him. "Can I literally ask for anything?" Chun folds instantly, saying yes, absolutely anything. So Jang Yi drops the bomb. "I want you, Chun." In our protagonist's mastermind brain, he just wants to recruit this otaku and weaponize his crazy abilities. But this degenerate otaku's mind goes straight to the gutter, thinking Jang Yi wants his naked body. Bro, I don't swing that way," Jang Yi snaps back. "No, you absolute idiot. I am only interested in your OP powers." If Chun really wants to squash this beef with Jang Yi and keep him from wiping out his crew, he needs to prove he is actually useful first. That means pulling up for an in-person meetup. The otaku is literally terrified of this, but Jang Yi lays down the law. Show up or his whole faction gets turned to dust. Chun is sweating bullets, desperately dodging the meetup, pleading that if Jang Yi just spares his people, they could totally team up against bigger outside threats. "Please, man. Let's just make a deal without me having to come to you." Jang Yi coldly replies that their biggest enemy right now is the Chu village. Hopping off the couch, he issues his final warning if he doesn't do this. They will officially be his enemies. The ball is entirely in the otaku's court now. Without missing a beat, Jang Yi commands him to show up at his base at exactly 2:30 p.m. today. Then he just hangs up without waiting for an answer. The otaku collapses to his knees, entirely convinced he is cooked. Now he is totally going to die young, right when he was about to live out his ultimate fantasies with his brand new love. Meanwhile, Jang Yi is scheming, realizing that with this otaku's ability, he has literal infinite potential. He could pull off insane combos he hadn't even thought of yet. He is dead sure this power absolutely claps Uncle Yu's ability. He decides to judge on the spot whether to party up with this guy or just delete him. Exhausted from sweating over all those death traps, he crashes in his room, drifting off to sleep mid-book. A bit later, Yang Mi sneaks in to see him, whispering that she is here to keep him company. Feeling super awkward about what she might want to do, Jang Yi totally deflects, muttering he just needs a better pillow. Fast forward a few hours, Jang Yi is posted up with his sniper rifle, spotting Chun slowly approaching solo. From this vantage point, he could easily one-shot him. However, Watching the kid clumsily slip and faceplant into the dirt, he realizes this goofball is zero threat. Then he trips and eats dirt again. Watching this pathetic display, Jang Gi reconsiders, figuring he might as well hear the guy out. When the sweaty otaku finally reaches the front yard, he frantically calls to say he is outside. He refuses to take another step because the yard is rigged with so many traps, crying that he is literally about to die. So, letting Zhang Yi make the first move, definitely the ultimate power play. Rolling up to the scene, the hardcore gamer introduces himself as Chun, stepping up to hash things out with our main guy. Zhang Yi cuts right to the chase, making it crystal clear this whole mess kicked off because Chun's squad launched an ambush, meaning they totally owe him blood money. Chun doesn't even flinch. Yeah, straight up, he admits he's only here to beg for mercy. But Zhang Yi isn't playing games. He demands names who exactly greenlit the hit on him. Because whoever pulled those strings, they are a dead man walk. Before they can even dive into the terms, the nerd drops a massive bombshell. The mastermind, his own grandpa, the village chief. And plot twist, the old man already kicked the bucket during the clash. Zhang Yi narrows his eyes, sensing this is way too easy, and calls him out, asking if he's plotting some sneaky revenge for his grandpa and the fallen mob. Chun just shrugs. His parents passed away when he was super young. Sure, his grandpa was basically his only anchor in this world, but the geezer dug his own grave with his toxic choices. Plus, Chun literally couldn't care less about the rest of the village getting wiped out. Zero tears shed. His whole life has been one massive solo campaign, rotting away in his dark bedroom glued to a glowing monitor, ghosting society and treating real-life NPCs like they didn't exist. Suddenly, totally fanboying out, Chun confesses he's actually a massive simp for Zhang Yi. Your combat skills are absolutely insane, bro. Soaking in this bizarre confession, Zhang Yi totally gets where this shut-in is coming from. But don't get it twisted, he's definitely not handing out free passes. If this kid wants to survive, he's gonna have to grind as his Chun gets way too hyped and lunges in to grab him. But our boy shoves him back. Hold your horse. He lays down the ultimate law. From this second forward, Chun has to follow every single command blindly. Zero questions asked. Then the nerd's degenerate brain takes over, asking if Zhang Yi secretly wants his body. Gross. Snap out of it. Flexing his dimensional pocket, Zhang Yi spawns a hyper-rare anime figure. This is the bait. Grind for me, and I'll drop endless ultra-rare loot for you. Plus, I'll guarantee your absolute survival in this nightmare. Time to tackle their first quest. Cruising in the ride, the geek starts poking around, wondering if the figurine gives time-bending buffs. Wait, is your power totally broken like that too? That random question actually sparks a huge lightbulb moment for our protagonist. Respawning 3 months in the past, that might literally be his own hidden skill tree unlocking. He might actually be the god of both time and space. After plowing through a massive freezing wasteland, they hit the drop zone where the nerd gets to flex his abilities. Channeling his cryo powers, he sweats it out for a solid few minutes, blasting a clear path straight into a completely buried gas station. For clutching up, Zhang Yi tosses him a premium chocolate bar. Knowing perfectly well that superpowers burn through a ton of calories, Zhang Yi breezes into the station to hoard every single drop of loot. Chun's jaw literally drops. Bro, you are cracked. Your spatial storage is straight up S tier, literally the ultimate cheat code for surviving the apocalypse. Smirking, Zhang Yi admits the kid's abilities are pretty top tier too. He honestly never even considered flexing his powers just to dig up random loot buried deep in the snow. Heading back to the ride, Chun casually admits he literally never planned on leaving his bedroom. He was way too busy hanging out with his 2D waifus. Tossing him a reward, Zhang Yi makes it crystal clear as long as he stays loyal and follows orders, he's gonna be totally fine. Handing over a heavy backpack stuffed with premium grub for the day, Chun's eyes literally light up. He wasn't expecting this massive haul, so he swears absolute loyalty on the spot. Cruising back, the vibe gets a bit more personal and Zhang Yi asks the ultimate question. How exactly did our otaku unlock his crazy abilities? Blushing super hard, Chun confesses that after his parents passed away, he spiraled into total depression, escaping completely into the 2D world and some intense solo sessions. One time after hitting session number 26 in a row, his heart straight up gave out and he thought he was a goner. But somehow he woke up the next morning breathing fine and fully loaded with superpowers. Zhang Yi aggressively facepalms, dying of secondhand cringe. He absolutely never imagined someone could actually awaken their latent powers by almost stroking out 26 times. Shaking it off, he announces that from here on out, Chun's gotta hike back to his village completely solo. The SUV simply can't push any further since there's a literal frozen lake blocking the path. Right before splitting up, Zhang Yi drops a serious warning to watch his back. Out here in this brutal post-apocalyptic wasteland, absolutely everything is a deadly threat, especially your own flesh and blood. While the otaku trudges homeward, our MC chills in his ride, muttering that the kid is actually pretty decent. But the second Chun steps foot inside, the dude acting as the new village chief absolutely rips into him for sneaking out to meet Zhang Yi alone. Even though Chun insists he handled the negotiations like a pro, the boss is insanely triggered when he hears the final deal is peaceful teamwork instead of pure bloody revenge. The old boomer absolutely loses his mind. Pointing a shaking finger, the new chief screams that it's entirely Chun's fault so many of their people got slaughtered, and now, he has the audacity to try and steal all the glory by buddying up with their worst enemy and acting like some heroic savior protecting the block. The heavy-set otaku desperately tries to explain that he swore an oath to his grandpa to guard their home, and this was literally the only way to stop Zhang Yi from wiping them off the map in retaliation. The old guy coldly cuts him off, barking that none of that garbage matters. He is officially the new top dog of the Zhu clan now, meaning every single move Chun makes has to be greenlit by him first. No more lone wolf stunts. Shifting his tone, the geezer suddenly plays the saint, claiming he just wants what's best for the community. He aggressively reminds Chun that the only reason he wasn't kicked to the curb was because he stepped up to defend him. So yeah, the kid owes him big time. From this day forward, he has to repent and pay off his sins. He barks in his face, demanding if the message is crystal clear. Got it. Broken and exhausted Chun slowly nods. The elder immediately dismisses him, ordering him to go hide in his room and wait for further instructions. But secretly, this snake of a leader repeats his warning not to pull any more solo stunts. Without wasting a single second, the old man fires off a massive text blast to the entire neighborhood group chat. Relax guys, I personally negotiated with Zhang Yi to secure our borders. We are completely out of the danger zone now. The group chat instantly explodes with praise for the sixth leader, calling him an absolute legend. Hype messages flood in saying they should have crowned him clan chief from day one. The old geezer straight up claims that a young loser without a real girl could never touch him. Zhang Yi pulls up to the crib and spills the tea to his about the whole showdown. Thanks to their truce, Chun's crew is officially off their radar. Yang Mi hypes him up, saying it was a total big brain move. Joke chimes in asking if the girl is just chicken. Yang Mi denies it. She honestly just wanted to hit pause on all the pointless bloodshed. If that beef kept dragging out, things could have gotten dangerously messy. Joke, totally unbothered, teasingly calls Yang Mi out for being a scaredy cat. She wraps her arms around Zhang Yi, hyping him up as a total beast who can wreck literally anyone, claiming Yang Mi needs to chill with the doubts and drop the fear. But Zhang Yi keeps it real, arguing it's actually smart to keep these goons on standby for when fresh ops slide through. They might actually come in clutch. Now that the drama is fully squashed, Jokei declares it's time to throw a mini party. She hits up the stash to secure some drinks. Zhang Ji admits he is totally a lightweight, sticking to just a sip. Meanwhile, Yang Mi hits the kitchen to whip up a feast. Jokei pops the bottles, Yang Mi plates the food, and fast forward a bit. Both girls are absolutely wasted. And ironically, Zhang Yi, who barely ever drinks, is sitting there completely sober. The girls start madly thirsting over him, totally mesmerized. Yang Mi flutters her eyes open instantly, feeling his lips pressing against hers, then trailing down her neck. She desperately whispers that they seriously cannot do. Jokei is literally right there and could catch them any second. Zhang Yi ducks low while she practically bites her lip to muffle her sounds. Fast forward to the next morning. That annoying otaku slides into our boy's DMs. Bro, just look at this nerd's profile pic. John starts whining about being bored, complaining it's been ages since they last dropped into a mission. He literally pitches forming a 5-man squad color-coded like a legit Power Rangers lineup. Zhang Yi is cringing out of his mind, seriously questioning if teaming up with this total psycho was a massive mistake. Sweating bullets, our main character asks John if he literally has zero life outside of this. Sadly, the answer is a hard no. Give this guy an inch and John starts spamming him with like 200 notifications a day. Zhang Yi just leaves him on read, dropping the most low-effort replies possible. While our boy is locked in on his setup, he catches Yang Mi outside, absolutely crushing her garden chores like a pro. The vibes seem flawless, but a dark thought creeps in. What if he gets hacked again? That paranoia is low-key eating him alive. How is he supposed to patch this vulnerability? While he's stressing over it, the two girls are chilling in the bedroom, spilling secrets. Yang Mi is desperate to help out Shin, who's currently stuck in a wheelchair. But Jokei calls cap, swearing Zhang Yi wouldn't even bat an eye. He never risks his own neck unless there's a solid payout. Hearing that cold truth, Yang Mi plots a way to bypass Zhang Yi's crazy high defenses, deciding to deploy her ultimate weapon, her own body. Jo Kei ruthlessly roasts her, claiming she just wants to hook up with her man and is using Shin Shin as a total fake excuse. Youngmi gets super defensive, but Jo Kei presses harder, smirking that she fully knows what they do behind closed doors. She straight up asks if her cousin feels even a single drop of shame. Suddenly, Jang Gi bursts into the room asking what all the drama is about. Why are they whispering on the bed without him? They are even calling it a family matter. He crashes next to them, declaring they are totally past the keeping secrets phase. He asks if they are stressing over their relatives. Jo Kei admits that ever since this apocalyptic blizzard hit, her family dropped off the grid, and she has zero clue if they are even breathing. Yang Mi chimes in, saying it is actually her relative. She managed to reach. Our guy assumes they called to drag Yang Mi away with them. She shakes her head no, leaving him thinking she is just crushed he would not let her go. But plot twist, Yang Mi explains her relative is actually trapped in a death zone and desperately needs extraction. Turns out the girls were secretly brainstorming how to manipulate him into risking his neck for a total stranger. Yang Mi practically begs for backup, pleading that this is their absolute last living family. Jo Kei admits it is not his problem, but they are desperate. If this relative dies, the guilt will haunt them forever. Plus, happy wife, happy life, right? Zhang Yi pauses, staring them down. You seriously want me to step into that frozen hellscape and risk my life for a random? He drops a reality bomb. Their coordinates are totally leaked. Half the city knows this bunker is packed with top-tier loot. This place is a massive target. Walking out that door leaves his fortress wide open. Mind made up, he spins around and heads straight for the door. When they instantly mob him, clutching his arms and begging him to reconsider, Jo Kei plays her trump card. If he pulls off this rescue, he can demand literally anything and she will not say no. Leaning in close, she whispers that this anything might just include both her and Yang Mi. Guys, spoiler alert, Zhang Yi is suddenly totally on board. He smirks, asking if she is dead serious. Both girls turn beet red but lock eyes and nod. Yang Mi lets out a heavy sigh, stressing that in this brutal sub-zero wasteland, someone stuck in a wheelchair cannot even move an inch on their own. Just visualizing it completely shatters her heart. Zhang Yi connects the dots. Is she talking about Shin Shin, the girl with the insane tech skills? Yep, an 18-year-old paralyzed from the waist down but an absolute god-tier hacker. Zhang Yi flips the script, acting super noble. If she means the world to you two, then she means the world to me. Jo Kei is melting, realizing her badass boyfriend actually has a soft spot. He genuinely cares enough to risk it all for their happiness. Yang Mi lights up, drowning him in thank yous. Admitting she totally misjudged him, he is not the cold-blooded villain she thought. He is completely eating up the hero worship. She realizes he always puts on this icy, untouchable vibe. Eager to start clearing her massive debt, Yang Mi slides closer, lets her hand wander right to his sweet spot and whispers that the payback starts right now. Fast forward to the next morning. After last night's insane bedroom workout, they finally get back to business. He needs the intel on the wheelchair hacker. Jo Kei tags Yang Mi in, who reveals Shin Shin is locked down inside Tianqing Academy, which just happens to be the most elite, untouchable school in the entire city. The kind of place where rich kids are locked in from kindergarten straight through college. So basically this place was crawling with absolute brainiacs. But Zhang Yi isn't buying it. How does a person in a wheelchair survive locked inside a college campus for months? Yang Mi drops some lore. The university basically runs its own underground economy, meaning that zone should be absolutely. If it's such a safe haven, our boy demands to know why she kept her mouth shut until now. She plays dumb, offering to ring them up to get the actual tea. Plot twist. Dead air. Please try again later. She spams the dial button but gets absolutely ghosted. Jo Kei ruthlessly mocks her, joking that Shin Shin probably realized asking her airhead sister for help was a massive L. Zhang Yi cuts the drama, calculating the exact distance to the academy. He figures the insane gap between them is completely nuking the cell towers. They are sitting over 22 kilometers apart, and with this brutal blizzard raging outside, catching a signal from that far is basically impossible. Honestly, connecting even once was a total fluke. But Zhang Yi admits Jo Kei might actually be onto something. He marches them straight into the command center, hoping to hack a stable connection through the web. He busts out top-tier military-grade comms. First ring. Someone actually picks up, but the audio is pure garbage. Static screeches through the speaker mixed with blood-curdling screams begging them to run away. What's out there? Zhang Yi barks into the mic. Then, sheer terror. The monster, followed by a wet, guttural roar that practically shakes the room. Click. Dead silence. At first our MC thought this was going to be a standard fetch quest, but now he knows they are walking straight into a slaughterhouse. Suddenly, playing the hero sounds like a massive death wish. The girls start panicking, begging him not to bail since he literally just claimed his special reward last night. Jong-gi just smirks. A deal is a deal, and he isn't backing down. But he's not stupid. He's gonna need his heavy hitters to survive this. If he rolls up with Uncle Yu the otaku and a literal arsenal, they might actually stand a chance. He dials up his squad. Got an extraction mission. You down to hunt? The otaku instantly accepts, claiming he was dying of boredom anyway. Later, while scarfing down food, Jong-gi calculates his macros, stuffing his face. It might completely tank his agility, but he desperately needs enough fuel to keep his abilities maxed out. With his physical stats primed, he starts equipping his highest tier gear to completely wipe out whatever mutant freak is waiting for them. He lays down the law with the girls for their own safety. They are staying locked in the basement. Yang-mi starts whining about it, but Jokai already knows how her man operates. She aggressively shuts Yang-mi down, telling her to stop asking dumb questions. When he gives an order, it's not up for debate. You just do it. He is stepping into the war zone without. What if some scavengers try to raid the crib while he's out on a run? His girls are getting locked down in the absolute safest vault in the mansion. We're talking a heavily armored door that literally nobody can crack open. Totally reading the room, Zhou Kier gives him the green light and wishes him luck. Young Mi practically begs him to bring her sister back in one piece. Zhang Yi swears on it, promising to roll her wheelchair right back to their front door. Hitting the road, he mutters that in this messed up apocalyptic world, he can't afford to let his guard down, especially when it comes to his girls. Yo bro over here, Zhang Yi points out they weren't supposed to meet up until way later. So, why is he already chilling here? John admits he was sweating about being late, so he pulled up early to avoid letting his bro down. Shivering like crazy, John dives straight into the heated car. Zhang Yi lays out the plan, a rescue op to snatch a girl from a distant college campus. Smirking, John asks if this chick means something to him, and our main guy plays it cool, brushing it off with a, yeah, basically. But let's be real, what actually pushed him to take this wild risk wasn't just his wife's pleading, but the fact that this girl is a total hacker prodigy, and right now he desperately needs a cyber genius to lock down his base from enemy network attacks. Slamming the gas, they tear through the snow. Along the ride, Zhang Yi starts losing his mind over this otaku's cringe, rambling about some village girl crushing on him hard, but apparently being too shy to confess, should he make the first move. Desperate to kill that topic, Zhang Yi bluntly asks how the village is reacting to him teaming up with the actual enemy. John instantly freezes up, totally tongue-tied. The vibes are massively off. Our main guy knows damn well his people despise him for rubbing shoulders with the same psychos who wiped out half their population, but he keeps his mouth shut. A little while later, they finally link up with their third squad member, Uncle Yu, pulling up slick on a snowmobile, shouting that it feels like forever since he last saw his nephew. The old man flexes, showing off how absolutely shredded he looks, bragging that he and his wife hit their daily workouts without fail. Zhang Yi quickly introduces the two strangers to each other, breaking down exactly what kind of crazy superpowers they bring to the table. One is a total tank, with insane raw strength and instant healing, while the other can literally bend ice and snow to his will. Not gonna lie, the tension is super awkward at first. A hardcore military vet, an absolute basement otaku, and a sassy teenager with major main character energy. This chaotic trio would have never crossed paths in the old world, but now they are forced to form a squad for one massive high-stakes rescue op. Uncle Yu gets straight to business, asking what exactly the target is. Dropping 3 superpowered awakeners into one mission means things are about to get insanely messy. Zhang Yi shuts that down immediately, claiming it is just a standard grab-and-go rescue. The only tiny catch: there might be a genuinely terrifying monster lurking deep in the red zone they are heading to. Hearing this, the big guy starts sweating bullets, stuttering about what kind of nightmare creature they are supposed to fight. Zhang Yi drops a reality check, explaining that just like how they woke up as mutants with wild abilities, the local wildlife probably evolved into totally unhinged beasts too. He honestly has zero clue what this creature even looks like, hinting it could even be some twisted human-monster hybrid. Brushing off the fear, Uncle Yu declares that if Zhang Yi believes they can win, then it is a guaranteed dub. He hypes the squad up, yelling that together absolutely nothing can stop them. Drifting onto the frozen highway, the ruined towers of the old Tianjing Academy finally start creeping into view. Let's cut back to our survivors, and the vibe is absolutely brutal. They are totally boxed inside the high school gym. A mob of students is straight up turning on Jin Shin, demanding to know how she even made it this far, calling her a massive liability who is just dragging everyone else down to the grave. People are screaming about having to protect a girl in a wheelchair, while others are hyperventilating about survival or just sobbing over their dead friends. One guy points out that Jinshin is just sitting there, no tears, zero remorse. He argues the teacher needs to drop her, claiming whispers start spreading through the crowd about throwing her to the wolves. Glasses guy nods along, whining that they have carried her far enough. Another dude snaps back that it does not matter. The teacher refuses to leave anyone behind, so plotting is pointless. She is the only reason they are still breathing. Suddenly, one of the girls marches right up to Jinshin, who is isolated in the corner. The bully glares down and ice cold tells her to drop dead, screaming that nobody should be forced to carry her baggage. Jinshin just cries in silence, and the mob of students backing the bully, they are totally feeding into it, shouting from across the room that she should just end it. The only person having her back is her bestie. Not a single soul stepped up. She has been hauling her friend through this nightmare solo. The bully claps back with some serious classist trash, telling the bestie to shut up, because she is just a broke scholarship kid while she has money. The bestie fires back that money means zero right now and everyone has the right to live. But the rich snob laughs it off, claiming they will never be on the same level, bragging about her wealth and status, acting like she is the main character. She sneers that Jinshin is only breathing because her family is loaded, saying her VIP status needs to be permanently cancelled, wheelchair or not, because she is dragging them down. To top it off, she accuses the bestie of sucking up to Jinshin just for a fat paycheck, playing the loyal servant to the wheelchair girl. Hearing this vicious rant, Jinshin absolutely breaks down sobbing. Out of nowhere, another girl steps out of the mob, cozying up to Jinshin. But let's be real, this snake is only trying to secure the bag for when the apocalypse ends. The drama is instantly silenced by a deafening crash. A gym window shatters. Boom, a massive paw rips through the glass, snatches a student, and the claws are so insanely huge, they just wrap around the kid's entire torso. The monster, a gigantic mutated cat, it casually licks its struggling prey, before swallowing them down in one brutal gulp. Total panic erupts. The entire gym screams in pure horror. Everyone scatters, but Jinshin and her bestie are left in the dust because of the heavy wheelchair. They make a mad dash for the exit, but it is locked tight, cracking more glass. The beast leaps into the gym. Half a human body is still dangling sickeningly from its jaws. It spits the victim out, casually crunches off the head, and tosses the headless corpse aside like trash. Now it stands towering over the trapped students, staring them down like meat. In a total scumbag move, a student violently shoves Jinshin forward. She crashes to the floor, lying completely helpless, right at the monster cat's feet. Her terrified bestie is totally frozen, debating if she should risk it all to save her. Staring down this giant mutant feline, Shinshin is literally seconds away from becoming cat food. Suddenly a dude, thinking the monster is distracted, tries to sneak out of the gym right past it. But nah, the cat spots the movement, instantly locks onto its new prey, and absolutely flattens him. The victims drag themselves across the floor. Then the massive furball slowly turns its deadly gaze toward the rest of the class. Her friend finally snaps out of it and creeps forward to help. The kids hiding in the back whisper that this psycho cat only goes after things that are moving. Since Shinshin is playing dead on the floor, it totally ignores her. But then that same dude yells, "The monster is distracted, everyone make a run for the exit." The beast whips around. The first guy who got slammed is still on the ground, begging for backup. Some kids are literally saying that to survive, they have to use others as bait. The busted up dude stops moving and glares, swearing that if they ditch him, they are all gonna die, right along with him. Triggered by the runners, the mutant cat goes full goblin mode, swatting and crushing kids left and right, while the beast is just playfully batting its prey around. Its massive tail is straight up obliterating anyone caught in its path. One student is screaming his lungs out for anyone to save him. Luckily for this doomed class, their total badass of a teacher finally kicks open the gym doors. That epic entrance is all it takes to snap the cat's attention away. The monster senses the deadly aura of her sword. The teacher lunges in for the kill, but the cat completely chickens out. Knowing this teacher is built different, the freakish feline scoops up one of the fallen bodies and dashes into the wild. The teacher storms up to the exit and checks, realizing the beast actually bolted, leaving behind these massive bloody paw prints, stamped deep into the snow. It's pretty obvious that mutant thing stood zero chance against her. Honestly, something is seriously OP about this teacher. If she had just stayed in the gym the whole time, nobody would have gotten slaughtered today. But she literally has to leave their safe zone to go on hardcore supply runs so they do not starve. And the second she leaves, that mutated hairball always ambushes the gym, right in the middle of all the bleeding and traumatized kids. That one toxic girl who always targets Shinshin starts acting up again. She is fuming, screaming about why the girl in the wheelchair did not get shredded during the attack. Like, how does the wheelchair girl survive every single time? It makes no sense. A guy jumps in, trying to cool the vibe, saying it is fine. The teacher brought the snacks, and the monster is gone. He walks over, trying to hand some rations to Shin Shin, but the mean girl smacks it away straight up, saying hell no. She claims Shin Shin does not deserve to eat because she is nothing but dead weight. Exhausted from fighting monsters and hauling supplies, the teacher just zones out and completely ignores the drama. She drops a savage line saying as long as nobody actually gets murdered, they can fight it out. She is not babysitting. The poor woman just needs to sleep. Suddenly, another girl completely loses her mind, screaming that the world is literally over. Like, why are they even beefing with each other right now? There is zero hope left, and every single one of them is going to die anyway. But then this one cocky dude smirks and says, nah, I can save all of you. Because his dad is a top-tier CEO of some massive mega corporation. Our boy is definitely pulling up to save them. Meanwhile, our MC and his squad finally roll up to the drop zone. Looking around, the whole place is absolutely buried under. How the heck are they supposed to find the academy in this mess? Everything is completely snowed in. He tries buzzing the girl's phone. Dead silence. 0 bars, 0 signal. Guess they gotta figure out another way. The MC points out that splitting up would speed things up. But with a literal monster prowling around outside, they're sticking together. The girl survived out here for 2 whole months. Holding out a bit longer won't kill her. He jumps back in the ride and pushes through the campus, until the GPS spots a building that isn't completely buried. It's the college astronomy center. The dorms and cafeteria are sitting up north. It's not their target, but cutting through here gets them across campus. But bro, it's way too sketchy. Before anyone can even scream red flag, John tries to rush in, but Uncle Yu shoves him back. Jangi spots something massive, creeping up on them. He locks his aim, only to realize it's a freaking giant cat. The beast just stares him down, totally unfazed by the gun in its face. Wait, does this thing actually have high intelligence? But the second Uncle Yu and Chubby step back up, they launch an attack instantly, drawing the cat's aggro. Left with no choice, Jangi activates his reinforcement buff and jumps into the fray. He vaults right over the beast, blasting it point blank in the head, and sticks a flawless superhero landing behind it. But even after eating a bullet, this absolute unit keeps pushing forward. Uncle Yu steps up to tank for Chubby, charging his own reinforcement skill. A sick yellow aura flares up around his body. He delivers a devastating smash to the cat's skull, shattering the solid ice right out from under them. The cat staggers back from the insane knockback. Jangi watches mind blown, wondering if this is just a normal street cat on steroids. He swaps to his heavy-hitting sniper rifle and clips its face. Furious, the monster curls into a massive furball and barrels straight toward him. Panicking, Jangi figures his best play is to suck the beast right into his spatial inventory. With its crazy momentum, it might actually work. But this cat has insane reflexes. Sensing the trap, it violently swerves and completely dodges the skill. It slams into the ground with a massive shockwave and straight up vanishes. A second later, it pops out of another crater, keeping its distance while roaring, in absolute rage. Catching their attention, the cat literally flashes its rear end to taunt them, and dips. Uncle and Chubby are left speechless, wondering if this overgrown furball just cursed them out. They can't wrap their heads around how something so huge can dig tunnels that fast. The otaku points out a dark truth: if this apex predator is hunting here, the school's survival rate is probably 0. However, Jangi remembers the way the cat approached. That massive furball wasn't even hostile at first, totally minding its own business. It only snapped and went full beast mode after Chun and Uncle Yu provoked it. Zhang figures this thing got hit with some crazy mutation, giving it kaiju size and actual brain power, because this killer kitty totally knew exactly what it was doing. If it's hunting at the student academy, tracking its footprints is a one-way ticket straight to an easy, all-you-can-eat buffet. Down in the crater, the tunnel splits into a massive twisting maze. One wrong turn and the squad could end up trapped in the dark forever. So Zhang Yi pulls a handy little gadget from his spatial inventory to drop some breadcrumbs. Catching a heavy whiff of fresh blood, he locks onto the scent. He smirks, asking if Chun is shaking in his boots. It's a 3-on-1 boss fight against a glorified house cat. That monster doesn't stand a ghost of a chance. Plus, Zhang Yi casually whips out a desert eagle from his stash, and that is some serious firepower. Uncle Yu, a hardcore military veteran, instantly respects the heavy artillery. Stepping up as the squad's MVP, the old-timer leads the charge. Meanwhile, back at the gym, the teacher is holding the front line, waiting for the monster. She's running on fumes, completely dead on her feet after staying awake for days. But even though she looks like she's about to collapse, these whiny kids have the nerve to complain about their empty stomachs. Now she's forced to risk her neck on another supply run. She's totally torn on what to do. If she ditches the gym right now, that giant freak could circle back and turn the kids into a midnight snack. But these entitled brats just yell at her to hurry up and grab the grub. She's about 2 seconds away from snapping but swallows her rage. She sighs, agreeing to make one last grocery run. The second she dips, some cowardly dude slams the door shut, locking himself safely inside the gym. Out in the dark, the teacher makes a cold vow. If she runs into that mutant beast, she's throwing down until one of them drops dead. Inside, Karen turns to check if Shinshin is holding up okay. Shinshin nods, super grateful her bestie had her back. But of course, the toxic rich girl butts in, throwing shade and calling her a total dead weight to her friends, roasting her for being literally useless all the time. Karen is not having it. She fiercely calls out the snob for literally shoving Shinshin to the beast earlier, demanding an apology before they throw hands. Suddenly, a massive shadow blocks the gym window. The Nightmare Kitty is back. Crash. A gigantic paw smashes through the glass, instantly flattening an unlucky student. That one loudmouth who bragged about saving everyone. He completely loses it, shoving another kid into the danger zone just to save his own skin. Splat. Another brutal swipe turns someone else into absolute human puree. While the panicked kids scramble like ants, the badass teacher finally busts back into the gym, and she gets a perfect wide-open shot to stab her sword right up the beast's backside. But nah, she's going straight for the kill, aiming right for its skull. The monster screeches in agony, kicking off a brutal, bloody showdown right in front of the traumatized teens. Mid-brawl, she catches three mysterious figures walking out from the beast's escape tunnel. It's Zhang Yi and his crew. They step out of the shadows, grabbing front-row seats to the absolute chaos. The teacher's eyes light up with pure hope, desperately screaming for backup to help take this raid boss down. Chun instantly cracks his knuckles, totally pumped to join, but Zhang Yi throws an arm out, holding him back. He smirks, noticing that this woman is insanely overpowered, holding off a mutant beast with just a single blade. There's no doubt about it. She's gotta be an awakened mutant too. She is flexing some seriously insane powers. And honestly, right now, it is literally impossible to tell if she is a trusted ally or a major red flag. So he just lets the giant cat and the mystery lady can duke it out. Zhang Yi tells his squad, they are sitting this one out. They pivot and take a totally different route to hunt down the gym. Squinting from a distance, Uncle Yu mutters that this chick screams pure danger. Getting close to her would be a massive mistake. The crew dips out through the tunnel. The woman is absolutely flabbergasted that he is ghosting her, screaming at the top of her lungs for backup. She swears they can jump the beast together, but they literally could not care less, dodging through another tunnel and finally breaching the gym entrance. He scans the huddled students and boom, spotting the wheelchair and bright red hair is a dead giveaway. Zhang Yi instantly recognizes Shinshin. Honestly, it is a massive miracle that she is still breathing. But right before he can grab her, this random guy cuts him off, demanding to know if he came from the mountain base. The West Mountain, to be exact, and if he is buddies with his dad. Zhang Yi keeps a deadpan face and shoots back. What West Mountain? What kind of place is that? The kid totally brushes off the question and flexes his intro instead. He brags that he is the class rep Chen Yuet, coming straight from top-tier old money. So naturally, everyone should know him. Our guy just nods along, totally plotting to squeeze him for more intel about this mysterious West Mountain base. The kid tries to act slick, interrogating if the squad rolled in from a totally different base. Like, why exactly is he so curious about the West Mountain spot? Which makes zero sense considering the West base is literally right around the corner from here. Hearing that slip up, Zhang Yi instantly clocks that there must be other hidden sanctuaries nearby. He casually presses the kid, wondering what else he knows about these secret bases besides the West Mountain. Spoiler alert, the kid is totally clueless. He is basically just parroting whatever his dad hyped up. Confirming these fallout shelters actually exist. Completely leaving the kid on red, Zhang Yi struts straight over to Shinshin. The rest of the students are shook, totally mobbing Uncle Yu and the anime nerd with questions. Like, seriously, what could a bunch of panicked teens even— Meanwhile, Zhang Yi finally closes. He checks if she is holding up okay and verifies she is actually Shinshin. He drops his name as Zhang Yi, flexing that he goes way back with her big sister Yang Mi, explaining that she literally sent him on this rescue mission. He asks if she wants to roll with him, and without a second thought, she instantly agrees. Zhang Yi grabs the handles of her wheelchair, ready to finally exfiltrate her out of this mess. But hold up, right before they bounce, she begs for a massive favor. He needs to step in and shut down that brutal catfight outside. Our boy is always calculating. Making her owe him a massive favor sounds like a total win. Since there is a payoff, Zhang Yi signals Chun and the old man to put in some elbow grease. They speed run their way back to the chaotic war zone. On the way, Zhang Yi spots some razor-sharp feline claws scattered across the floor. Knowing they could be epic loot later, he sweeps them straight into his dimensional storage. Then, following the game plan, Chun flexes his powers and literally drops the ceiling right between the teacher and the mutant cat, forcefully breaking up their deathmatch. The distraction totally worked, but the teacher is absolutely losing her mind right now. She did not want the showdown interrupted at all. She literally just wanted them to jump in and finish the monster off. With zero chill, Yi sarcastically drops that she should be on her knees thanking him. Instead of a thank you, the unhinged teacher aims her bloodied sword right at his throat, screaming that this was the very first time she finally had that beast dead to rights, and that those three literally ruined everything. She might never get another shot at this. Zhang Yi fired back that he was just trying to help, not wipe out the animal period. Plus, our guy explained he only stepped in because one of his own students begged him. Boiling with rage, the teacher totally snapped at Zhang Yi, charging forward with zero hesitation. But Zhang Yi just smoothly stepped back, whipping out a Desert Eagle and blasting a shot straight at her forehead. But what he definitely didn't see coming was this crazy lady actually slicing the bullet in half. Bro, she is way more OP than he thought. Just as she geared up to launch another strike, Zhang Yi triggered his spatial powers, creating a massive void that literally sucked her straight into his pocket dimension. The second she vanished, he collapsed backward, totally wiped out. He knew dragging her in there was insanely risky, shouting at the others to stay far back. Within seconds, his dimensions spit the teacher back out, leaving him completely drained from the crazy energy cost. Our guy mocked her for turning on the exact person who just saved her life. For now, Zhang Yi snatches up her blade. Finders keepers right. I mean, a weapon that can literally slice through bullets is top-tier loot. Give me my sword back right now. Yeah, absolutely not happening. He tells a student to go help their teacher sit down, since she looks like she's on 1% battery. With the teacher finally chilling out, Zhang Yi drops the facts. He's strictly here to pick up the wheelchair girl, just like he promised. The teacher instantly demands to know why he won't rescue the rest of the class. The kids swarm Zhang Yi, flexing that they come from massive money, swearing they'll drop endless cash on him if he just gets them to safety. But Zhang Yi hits them with a cold reality check. He refuses to babysit a bunch of VIPs. If their parents are so stacked, they can hire their own rescue squad. Realizing they're getting left behind, the mean girl who hates Shin decides to go completely rogue. She and her squad actually take the wheelchair girl hostage, screaming that if Zhang Yi doesn't take all of them, Shin is getting packed up right here. Freaking out, the teacher screams that they are absolute idiots, begging them to remember they are literally classmates. Why are they turning on each other when there's an apocalypse outside, but totally ignoring the teacher's panic? The toxic kids double down. If they aren't leaving, nobody is, completely out of patience. Our MC dual wields his police pistols and instantly deletes every single student holding Shin hostage. The teacher stands there absolutely stunned. They were just teenagers. Zhang Yi stone coldly fires back that kids who are bold enough to take hostages better be ready to face the permanent consequences. The only crazy part, Shin didn't even flinch. He steps up to her, makes sure she's totally unbothered, and asks if she's ready to roll out. She nods but drops a massive condition. Her bestie Karen has to come too. Zhang Yi groans internally. Why should he carry another freeloader? He keeps his mouth shut, but his face says it all. Catching that skeptical side-eye, Shin quickly hypes up her friend's stats. She swears Karen is an absolute genius. In this elite academy, you either fall into one of two categories: the brainless rich kids, or the crazy smart scholarship students. Karen happens to be a top-tier prodigy in mechanics and engineering, making her the ultimate cheat code for base building and gear repairs. Pumped up by the hype, Karen confidently pats her chest, proving she's totally up for the job. Convinced, our guy gives a chill nod and agrees. He scoops up Shin and tells Karen to tag along. Stepping up to the plate, Karen immediately volunteers to push her bestie's wheelchair. Meanwhile, the background students start desperately flexing their so-called useful skills, their amazing talents, driving daddy's luxury cars and bossing people around. Big yikes. The same girl who tried faking a friendship with Shin earlier pushes her way to the front. She tries to guilt-trip him, whining that if the monster drops by, it's game over for everyone, so it's his absolute duty to play bodyguard. Makes sense, right? Too bad our protagonist literally could not care less. He's dipping right now, even if blasting his way out burns through extra ammo. On their way out, Shin whispers that Professor Lion actually looked out for her. The protagonist just keeps walking, totally unfazed. Panicking, the professor makes a split-second call. All the students are going to tail Johnny's squad. John is completely clueless, wondering what the actual heck trailing behind them will accomplish. Our guy drops a cold reality check. He can solo this whole mess. With his overpowered skills, he could literally collapse the entire tunnel right on their heads. Trembling like a leaf, the terrified nerd stammers that he'd never actually do that. Once outside, the protagonist stops holding back. Boom, he casually summons his heavily armored car and a snowmobile straight from his dimensional inventory. He grabs Shin Shin and gently loads her into the ride. Sliding behind the wheel, Zhang Gui, he totally ditches the screaming students in the dust. Left behind, the stranded kids frantically beg the professor for a game plan. That mutant jaguar could ambush them at any second. Suddenly, the trust fund kid screams that he finally caught a bar of cell service. Time to call daddy for a rescue. Meanwhile, back with Zhang Gui and the girls, they are chilling in the cozy climate-controlled ride. Finally, some much-needed heat after almost freezing to death. He accesses his spatial storage, pulling out fresh water and actual good food. Starving and hyped, the girls dig in, hyping up their bro for being an absolute legend. But Zhang Gui flips the script, pointing right at Shin Shin. Nah, you're the real MVP here. Playing the innocent card, she blinks in confusion, asking what she did to deserve that flex. She even hits him with the self-deprecating act, questioning her own worth. Sighing heavily, she claims she's just a useless burden tying everyone down, and that if it weren't for Karen playing bodyguard, she'd have been wiped out. Our protagonist instantly calls her bluff. She's not weak. She's secretly a massive brainiac. Surviving this long in a brutal apocalypse while locked to a wheelchair, that ain't just blind luck. They only made it this far because Shin Shin is hiding a major game-changing secret. Karen's brain is buffering. She is totally lost. She looks back and forth, demanding to know what the heck he's talking about. Instantly, Shin Shin drops the innocent act. A sly smirk crosses her face as she admits Zhang Gui is insanely sharp. The protagonist connects the dots. Way too many suspicious coincidences perfectly line up around her, especially when it comes to that mutant beast. While Shin Shin gazes at him, seriously impressed by his detective work, Zhang Gui brings up her highly suspicious request from earlier. It sounded exactly like she was begging him to spare the monster and save her professor at the exact same time. Why on earth would anyone want to protect a bloodthirsty creature that's literally terrorizing the campus? The cute wheelchair-bound girl chuckles, giving major props to Zhang Gui's analytical skills. He's actually managed to crack about 60% of the whole mystery. But she clears her name. She's not some evil villain. She never ordered the beast to attack anyone. Turns out, before the world ended, she was just feeding a fluffy little stray cat. Karen's jaw drops. Wait, is that giant beast actually Blossom? The stray kitten we fed? Yep, it totally is. Shin Shin connects the dots. That's exactly why the mutant feline never laid a scratch on them. She'd been sneaking it food and nursing it back to health. So Blossom definitely recognizes Shin Shin and her bestie. It suddenly hits Karen. They didn't just get lucky, they had a furry guardian angel. Zhang Yi squints. Is this just some wholesome kitty gratitude? Or is something way deeper going on? Because when that beast locked eyes with our boy Zhang Yi, it held back. That cat wasn't just feral, it was crazy smart. Shin Shin smirks, fully acknowledging Zhang Yi's sharp instincts. She casually drops a bomb. She literally told the cat to spare any outsiders. Wait, what? Zhang Yi immediately presses her. Did she actually order this monster to shred her bullies? She shakes her head. No way. She's not some twisted psycho who'd command a hit. The cat was just starving, and those bullies, they were the only snack on the menu. The chaotic hacker girl bites her lip. Am I totally messed up for thinking like that? A dark knowing grin spreads across Zhang Yi's face. Not at all. He's literally on the exact same wavelength. He couldn't care less about those dead students. In this frozen wasteland, Shin Shin and Karen's survival is the only thing that actually matters. Rule number 1 of the apocalypse: only the useful stay breathing. The redhead totally knows her worth. That's exactly why Zhang Yi risked his neck to rescue her. And honestly, he realizes Karen is a massive asset too. But Zhang Yi narrows his eyes. Why did Shin Shin really hit up her sister? That's when her innocent vibe melts into a devious smile. She admits she only called her sister to get to him. Zhang Yi was the ultimate target all along, so she used Yang Mi as bait. He's completely thrown off. How do you scheme to kidnap a guy you've never even met? She flexes hard. She's the most elite hacker he'll ever cross paths with. Even before the world froze over, she got super obsessed with that massive Walmart heist and dug up every dirty secret on the suspects. Once the apocalyptic deep freeze hit, she bet everything that the supervisor was the mastermind. The recent leaks just proved she was dead right. She literally played her own sister like a chess piece to drag him out here, all orchestrated from one tiny phone. She brought the receipts, tracking every single move Zhang Yi made before and after the Ice Age hit, and now, she casually drops that she knows all about his brutal apartment building massacre. Hacking the security cameras he custom ordered was absolute child's play. Randomly building a doomsday fortress. Yeah, that put him right on her radar. Zhang Yi is absolutely stunned. A chill runs down his spine. This absolute madman of a girl has been stalking his digital footprint since the Walmart robbery hit the news. She smirks, adding that even if he hadn't linked up with Yang Mi or Zhou Ke, She had a dozen other traps ready to drag him right into her web. But honestly, she's super hyped. He took the bait willingly. A cold sweat drops. Zhang Yi officially labels this girl a high-level threat. He's got to sleep with one eye open around her. But the craziest part, that massive mutant cat has been tailing their car the entire time. His mind races. What if he could actually tame that absolute beast? He was about to level up his power big time. Meanwhile, the girls were totally distracted, cooing at the tiny kitten through the glass. After cruising down the road for a bit, they finally roll up to the safe house. John and his uncle pull in right behind them. He hooked the duo up with their reward and gave them the green light to head on home. Then he casually strolled straight back into his own pad. The blast of warm air instantly melted the girls' tension. Jiang Hui laid down the law as long as they followed orders and pulled their weight. He'd have their backs no matter what. Blushing hard, Xin Xin shyly hinted if he needed a hand with certain favors. That spicy question completely blindsided him. He just froze in silence. Karen, totally clueless, let the heavy double meaning fly right over her head. Recovering his cool, Zhang Hui told the kid she was way too young to be thinking about that kind of action. Her only mission right now was to stick to her hacking magic. Now every single person in this base was on his shoulders. Our guy had to admit Xin Xin was crazy adorable, but he already had Juhi and Young Mi keeping him company for his private cravings. Still, a deep thought gnawed at the back of his mind. Was he secretly shutting down the idea of actually claiming her as his simply because her legs were completely paralyzed? Before the tension could build, Juhi sprinted into the room, right on her heels. A frantic Young Mi rushed in, totally stressing out over whether her sister survived the chaos. Xin Xin quickly cooled the panic, swearing she was 100% safe and out of danger. She admitted she only pinged her sister because she figured out she was rolling with Zhang Hui. He was her actual target all along. But right in the middle of this emotional reunion, who was desperately trying to steal the spotlight,